Chapter 1. The Country of Fire, Konoha Village. Next to a clear river, a 13-year-old boy was lying weakly on the ground, unconscious. His clothes were torn, his body was covered with scars, and his breathing became sluggish. Ahem. After a long time, the boy let out a muffled hum and finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty, but was stabbed by the dazzling sunlight. When he tried to get up, the pain in his body knocked him down. Where is this place? Why is there such dazzling sunlight? Isn't this the eighth hell, the infinite hell? The young man's brows frowned slightly, and his mind was full of doubts. In the young man's impression, he should be imprisoned in the deepest prison under the corpse of the soul world, infinite hell. There is only endless darkness, and there is no such strong sunlight. Is it all an illusion? The teenager realized that maybe it was hallucinations. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, when he opened his eyes again, the sunlight not only did not disappear, but became more brilliant. Suddenly, there was a paste in the teenager's mind, and he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Yes, the identity of the teenager is very special. He is the former captain of the 5th Squad of the Soul World, the former ruler of the Virtual Circle, Aizen. At this point, Aizen didn't realize that he had already crossed. His last impression is still in infinite hell. At that time, he tried to break the seal and escape from prison, but he didn't expect the spiritual power in his body to be disordered. The chaotic spiritual impact caused him to fall into a coma, and when he woke up again, he felt the long-lost sunlight. What the hell is going on? Did I succeed? Aizen's heart is full of complex emotions, both surprise and doubt. If he escapes successfully, he will soon return to his peak state and return to the virtual circle to dominate. This feeling is so real. Is it because Kaika Suijutsu's power is out of control? Aizen let out a suffocating breath, struggled with the intense pain, and tried to get up. At this moment, a clear and sweet sound like a silver bell came into his ears. Great, you finally woke up. Aizen looked at the source of the sound, and saw a young and lovely girl running towards him with light steps. The young girl is about 12 years old, pure and young, with a pair of clear eyes and full of spirituality. With a charming smile and smooth skin like suet jade, although the girl is young, she has a delicate face, which makes people feel good. She has the pure blood of the Hyuga clan and is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata ran to Aizen in surprise, a lovely smile on her delicate face. In the early morning, when Hinata was passing by this creek, he found a strange boy fainted on the ground. The young man had a weak breath and was covered in bloodline Madara. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Naturally, this young man is Aizen, who crosses inexplicably. The kind Hinata did not leave, but stayed to take care of Aizen. It's a pity that Aizen fell into a deep coma and didn't wake up. It wasn't until close to noon that I regained consciousness. Where is this place? Is it Liuhun Street? Who is this kid? Aizen struggled to get up, only to find that he had come to a strange place. His mind was full of doubts, and his mind was in confusion. It's a weird guy. He looks as small as me, but he calls me a kid. Hinata lowered his head timidly, and did not dare to look directly at Aizen. At the same age as you, what are you kidding me? I am the master of the virtual circle standing on the top of Shinigami. What qualifications does a kid like you have? Aizen's expression was full of arrogance, but half of his words suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face became very exciting. While he was speaking, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. When Aizen looked at the clear water, he saw an unbelievable scene. Although the contour of the face has not changed, but the appearance has changed to the appearance of 13 o'clock. The original maturity and stability disappeared, replaced by delicate and tender. At this moment, Aizen finally understood why the kid in front of Byakugan dared to say that he was the same age as her. What exactly is going on? Aizen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He was rejuvenated. At this moment, a cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Detected that the host regained consciousness. Now officially open the system. System name, Shinigami System. System introduction, host used to be Shinigami and was born with spiritual power. However, in the Naruto world, everything is focused on chakra. Through the Shinigami system, host can not only control various Shinigami powers, but even Zanpakuto's abilities. More important the thing is, host can also practice chakra. System task, conquer. Task objective, control the 6 powers, become the eternal true god, and completely conquer the world of Naruto. After some introduction, the sound of the system finally disappeared. However, Aizen's eyebrows were raised high, and he felt confused by the words of the system. Naruto world? Chakra? The 6 powers? What is this place, and why is everything so strange? Also, who are you? Aizen's eyes were cold and murderous and his eyes surged. When he tried to release the terrifying Ryutsu, he was surprised to find that the body was empty, the majestic spiritual power disappeared, and only the most primitive spiritual power seeds were left. Damn it, not only Ryutsu disappeared, but Kaika Suijutsu's power was also lost. Aizen was in a panic. He didn't expect the proud power to disappear, leaving only the most primitive spiritual power seeds. At this time, the sound of the system sounded again. Don't worry, your power has not disappeared. On the contrary, as long as you can complete the tasks of the system, you will become stronger. Humph, who are you? Don't be sneaky. Aizen's eyes flowed murderously, disdain to talk to this pretending voice. He believes in self-confidence and possesses the power to despise sentient beings. I am the Shinigami system and the power you will rely on in the future. As long as you can continue to complete tasks, you will gain unimaginable power. Just after the voice of the system fell, a white light appeared in Aizen's mind, and a huge flow of information poured in, introducing Aizen's system in Naruto world in detail. Chapter 2. Ninja, Chakra, 9 Big Tails, Bloodline Boundary. Is this the so-called Naruto world? With a huge stream of information pouring into his mind, Aizen has a preliminary understanding of the world of Naruto. This is a brand new world dominated by ninjas, who do not cultivate spiritual power, but major in chakra. Any ninjutsu activation needs to consume chakra. How dangerous are the so-called 9 big-tailed beasts? Does Bloodline Boundary have the same abilities as Zanpakuto? How to obtain the power of the 6 realms? Many questions appeared in Aizen's mind. The mystery of this unknown power made him look forward to it, and even awakened the long-lost blood in Aizen. Unknown power, the mysterious world, still can't stop me. Aizen's face is immature, but his eyes have vicissitudes of wisdom. That is a kind of arrogance that is strategizing and controlling everything, and it is also the overbearing that once stood on the dome of the sky and looked down on sentient beings. Although the appearance has changed, the nature has not changed. Aizen is still the master of the virtual circle who almost wiped out the 13th team of Godai. It's just that the power fades after crossing, and everything needs to be started from the beginning. Just when Aizen was thinking, a sweet voice like a yellow aureole interrupted his thoughts. What are you in a daze? What a strange guy. Hinata looked at Aizen suspiciously, as if looking at a weird person. After Aizen woke up, she first called herself an imp, and then she babbled a bunch of words that she didn't understand. What corpse world, what Ryuhunja, what Zanpakuto, what kind of ghost is this? Shut up, kid, don't interrupt my thoughts. Aizen frowned slightly and yelled at Hinata displeasedly. There was chaos in his head now, and he needed to calm down but was interrupted by Hinata. Little Lori Hinata was frightened by Aizen. She could only turn her head aside timidly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Aizen couldn't help laughing when he saw Hinata's appearance, and said, "She is just a naive kid, so why bother with her? Aizen didn't pay attention to Hinata, and fell into deep thought. He kept reminiscing, trying to find out what happened and all the truth. Calm, steady, and wise. Aizen's gaze contained these few expressions, as well as a kind of self-confidence that belonged to the strong. When other people learn that their strength has been lost and everything needs to be done from scratch, they will definitely panic. Only Aizen, who once surpassed the top of Shinigami, can maintain this calm heart. Hinata tilted his head to one side, and after a long time he noticed that there was no movement, and then quietly glanced back. After seeing Aizen completely treating her as air, he couldn't help but said, "You shouldn't be from Konoha? Where is your hometown?" Hinata's words may have resonated with Aizen. He looked up at the clear sky and murmured, "Is my hometown the corpse world? No, I don't have a hometown. How is it possible that everyone has their own hometown, where the will of all the ancestors is entrusted? In our village of Konoha Shinobi, the will of fire will be passed on forever. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire is endless. This is the will of fire." The will of fire? It's really interesting. A sarcasm smiled from Aizen's mouth, and his eyes were full of disdain. In Aizen's eyes, only strength can surpass everything. The so-called will is not as good as it is. Really a strange person. But then again, if you are a homeless tramp, you might as well join our Konoha family. Hinata looked at Aizen sympathetically, thinking that he had been badly injured and he was unconscious. At this moment, the long silent system prompt sounded again. Trigger condition, start side mission. Side mission, join Konoha. Task reward, Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen frowned at the disgusting system tone. Although he tried his best to adapt to the existence of the Shinigami system, Aizen felt uncomfortable when a mysterious thing suddenly appeared in his mind. Join Konoha? It's really interesting. Aizen's handsome face has a gentle smile. What he values is not to join the Konoha Shinobi village, but to reward him after completing the mission, Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu, Zanpakut of the illusion system, possesses the horror ability to match the five senses of the hand. In the previous life, Aizen was able to stand on top of Shinigami. In addition to his own strong strength, Kaika Suijutsu's strength is also indispensable. This kind of control matches the five senses of the hand, and makes it completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, feeling, and even smell of a specific object. The horror ability hoped by the host, makes Aizen as if in no one's land, can be launched without the enemy's knowledge. Offensive. Boy, I agree with your suggestion to join Konoha Shinobi village. However, you need to promise me a condition and take me to see third Hokage. Aizen smiled slightly, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. As the top presence among Shinigami, Aizen is eager to meet third Hokage. Because he learned from the information provided by the system that Hokage is the most powerful type of person in the world. Well, you joined Konoha, and we will live in the same big family from now on. Hinata nodded shyly, very happy for Aizen's decision. She is kind-hearted and hopes that the down-and-out Aizen can live a colorful life in Konoha. Chapter 3. Konoha Village. In the prosperous village, people are surging, and the wide streets are full of traffic and shouts. It was noon at this time, and both the meatball shop and the tea house were very busy. The villagers in the country of fire enjoy this peaceful time in their leisure time. In the vast crowd, two unremarkable immature figures mingled in it. Walking in the front is a pure and lovely little Lolita. She has a soft short hair, clear eyes, crystal clear skin, and she is very cute and glowing red. A young man followed closely behind little Lolita. The boy's face is sharp and angular, and although he is young, he already has a kind of handsome and charming feeling, full of fresh meat. However, the young man's eyes were incompatible with his appearance. Cold, ruthless, calm, arrogant. In this immature body, there seemed to be a lofty soul hidden, and the domineering aura of contempt for everything in all directions penetrated into the soul. The young boy's clear eyes seemed to be full of wisdom, seeing through everything in the world and controlling everything. This figure is naturally the little lowly Hinata, the infant Aizen. This is the center of the country of fire, Konoha Shinobi Village? It's so lively, it's a far cry from the desertedness of Ruakan Street. Aizen glanced curiously for a week, and a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. He thought the world was desolate, but he didn't expect Konoha Village to be so prosperous. Actually, Aizen didn't know that the strength of the country of fire is superior to the crowd. Even if you look at the 5 major countries, it is also the top existence. As the center of the country of fire, the Konoha Shinobi Village has a lot of talents. Not only the famous Konoha Sunin, but also Uchiha Itachi, a vicious traitor. Now, the Hokage office in Konoha Village is in front, and Grandpa Third Hokage is there. Hinata stopped and pointed her green fingers to the most majestic house ahead. There, a house with red paint on the top stood eye-catchingly, bright and spacious, sitting north facing south. Is there the legendary Hokage in there? I'm really looking forward to it. But, brat, who are those 4 huge figures? Aizen looked at the statues of Hokage in surprise. He seemed to see a certain will in these statues. Especially the head of first Hokage, it brings him a domineering attitude of calming the world. These people are not simple, just stone statues can bring me such a strong oppression. If they are still alive, they must be the greatest threat. A trace of fear flashed deep in Aizen's pupils. If it was in a previous life, he had no fear. However, now that all his power is lost, Aizen seems to have returned to the days when he was lurking in the soul world, all the plans that need to be carefully planned, step by step. They are the Naruto of Konoha Village and the greatest ninja in the world. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Hinata pressed her hands close to her chin, her clear eyes filled with admiration. Undoubtedly, in the heart of the ignorant little Lori, Hokage in the past is the greatest and the person she admires most. Only. Hinata's words stopped halfway, and her expression became very sad. Except for Grandpa Third Generation, the other 3 Hokage have passed away. They all died for the village. They are the eternal pride of us Konoha Shinobi. Hinata sighed, feeling sad. She felt sorry for the untimely death of the 3 Hokage. Sure enough, as I guessed, they belong to the top category of people in this world. No wonder they can bring me so much oppression. Aizen's face was calm, and her inner peace was restored. Although these 4 people are very strong, they are all dead, and they are no longer enough to threaten them. And he found clues from Hinata's mouth. Third Hokage is already very old, entering a twilight age. It's nothing more than a late old man. It can be settled with a few tricks. The top priority now is to complete the task of the system and reply to Kaika Suijutsu's power as soon as possible. With it, I will run rampant on the capital of this world. Suddenly, Aizen thought of someone, Yamamoto Genrisai, the former captain of the Godai 13th team. This Shinigami, known as the strongest in the millennium, also lost an arm under his strategy. Therefore, compared with Captain Yamamoto, Third Hokage's deterrence is greatly reduced. In fact, what worries Aizen the most is spiritual power. Back then, the reason why he was able to sweep the Godai 13 team by one person was because of Ryutsu, who crushed everything. However, now that the spiritual power is lost, only the initial spiritual power seeds are left, and everything needs to be started from scratch. Let's go, take me to see Third Hokage. Aizen followed Hinata's footsteps and walked straight to the Hokage office. He looked forward to the moment when he took control of Kaika Suijutsu again. Naruto office. An old man wearing a cloak sat quietly, with a big fire on the cloak. Although the old man is old, his eyes are piercing and full of energy. More importantly, he has a chakra surging like an ocean in his body, with a compelling aura and no anger. This old man represents the highest strength of Konoha, and he has the title of Professor of Ninjutsu 3rd Hokage. Hinata, you said this kid wants to join Konoha. 3rd Hokage took a puff of dry smoke, slowly protruding a few eye circles, and then squinted at Aizen. The boy in front of him looked very ordinary, without even a slight chakra fluctuation, just like an ordinary civilian. Aizen's eyes were calm, even with a hint of horror at the strange environment. All those calm, steady, and wise in his eyes disappeared, leaving only panic and awe. Aizen understands that facing the strongest person in this village, he must conceal his inner pride. Only a perfect disguise can ensure that he grows smoothly when his strength is weak. Just like back then, he deliberately pretended to be in the corpse soul world, and eventually defected and became the master of the virtual circle. Grandpa 3rd generation. I found him unconscious on the shore this morning. When he woke up I realized that he was an orphan and helpless. So I brought him to see you, Grandpa 3rd generation. Hinata smiled obediently, and 2 small dimples appeared on his egg-like face, which looked very cute. Orphan? It's really pitiful. We Konoha have always loved peace. Taking an orphan is a matter of course. Let me arrange a place for him, and he will be one of Konoha in the future. 3rd Hokage finally agreed to Aizen's request and allowed him to join Konoha village. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Aizen's mind, and a familiar force poured into his body. Aizen smiled slightly. Kaika Suijutsu's power is finally back. Chapter 4. Complete side missions. Task reward, Zanpakuto, Kaika Suijutsu. At this moment, Aizen was reborn, and not only did the long-lost Kaika Suijutsu power return to his body. Even Shinigami's basic abilities have been mastered again, and he seems to have found the kind of pleasure that he had practiced at the Mao Academy of Spirituality. Although it is the first 15th kind of garbage kid, it also gives me the ability to protect myself. If it was the previous Aizen, he would definitely dismiss the first 15 kid. Only kid above the 90th is worthy of his strength. However, after the loss of strength, Aizen's mentality has also changed. He understood that he was no longer the master of the Supreme Sui Palace, but was reduced to a weak young man. Aizen realized that he had not yet cultivated chakra and had no ability to protect himself. Only the basic kid technique could save his life. Hinata, take him to the empty room in the north of the village. From now on, he will settle there. 3rd Hokage is scheming and arranges a house full of surveillance for Aizen. He is not assured that Aizen's identity may be an undercover agent in other countries. Because, the appearance of a young man with a mysterious origin is likely to be an undercover agent in another country. This kind of time is not uncommon in the world of Hokage. I don't want to thank Grandpa 3rd generation. From now on, you will also have a peaceful home. Hinata saw Aizen's still-faced expression, and hurriedly pulled his sleeves. Thank you, Grandpa 3rd generation. Aizen solemnly thanked her, her eyes full of gratitude, with a bit of youthful innocence. Well, don't thank you, this is what the old man can do. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to go to the ninja school to practice. I hope you can have a good rest and adjust your state tonight. A kind smile appeared on 3rd Hokage's wrinkled face, like a kind old grandpa. Then let's go first, Grandpa 3rd generation. Hinata bowed her head timidly, pulling Aizen's sleeve to lead him out of Hokage's office. Just after the two disappeared, the kind smile on 3rd Hokage's face stopped for an instant, replaced by a cold look. Stop, you, come out. 3rd Hokage slowly turned around, his words full of solemnity. Call out. 2 dark shadows fell from the sky. They were both Konoha's Anbu members and were responsible for monitoring the safety of the village. You watch him secretly, a little guy of unknown origin, most likely an undercover agent sent by another country. I hope you don't destroy Konoha's rare peace, otherwise, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. When it came to the last sentence, 3rd Hokage's eyes shot cold stars, which made people shudder like 10,000 years. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The two Anbu looked at each other, then used the body flicker technique to leave the place, as if nothing had happened. In the north of Konoha village, in front of an ordinary house, Hinata pointed to the spacious and bright house and whispered, "This is where you will live in the future." "Okay." Aizen responded calmly. He didn't care about the external conditions. What Aizen really cares about is the power he has lost. "Then I will leave first." Hinata glanced at Aizen last. She couldn't understand this weird person, and she was so cold from beginning to end that she was far away. "Boy, what's your name?" When Hinata turned around, Aizen finally spoke. "Hinata, Hyuga Hinata. I am the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family." Hinata clasped her hands and introduced herself shyly. She is timid and introverted and rarely introduces herself to strangers. "Well, you go." Aizen didn't say too much. Hinata looked at him deeply, and finally left. "A house full of surveillance? It seems that the old man is full of guard against me." When Aizen stepped into the door of the house, he keenly perceives that there are monitors hidden in every corner of the house. Although his spiritual power has been lost, the innate keen ability to detect still exists. However, even if it is surveillance, what can you tell? Aizen smiled slightly. He was not afraid of Third Hokage's surveillance, because he was not from this world at all. More importantly, in front of Kaika Suijutsu, who can dominate the five senses, everything is a cloud. At will, Aizen steps into the room, and the feeling of being peeped is even stronger. Aizen's peripheral light scanned several corners of the room imperceptibly, looking for the presence of the detector. Surveilling this little trick in secret is a joke in front of the former dominion of the virtual circle. Aizen walked into one of the rooms and sat cross-legged on a cushion. His purpose is only one: to refine spiritual power seeds and obtain pure spiritual power. With Aizen's thoughts, Kaika Suijutsu's power flowed through every corner of his body, nourishing the internal organs. Affected by this force, the spiritual seeds in the body began to germinate, emitting a pale white light. Buzzing! The seed of spiritual power shoots a beam of light, which then turns into a stream of pure energy, spiritual power. It's a familiar feeling: spiritual power is back. Aizen closed his eyes, felt the familiar power carefully, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Suddenly, Aizen's face suddenly changed. He discovered that besides spiritual power, there was another mysterious power in his body. This power was completely different from spiritual power, yet it was full of power. This is chakra. Aizen was stunned. Through the introduction of the system, he understood that he had cultivated chakra. Why does chakra appear suddenly? Could it be that the spiritual power seed in my body has mutated? Aizen was overjoyed and quickly refined his spiritual power again. This time he saw chakra hidden in spiritual power. Aizen understands that the chakra problem that has plagued him has been solved. As long as he continues to refine spiritual power, he can obtain chakra, and the two powers complement each other. Unexpectedly, it seized my power, but gave me even more powerful potential. In time, I, with two powers, will surely climb to the top of the sky again. Aizen laughed loudly, his eyes full of arrogance and domineering, looking down on the sky. The man above the palace of the night is back. Chapter 5. In the early morning of the second day, the early morning sun poured over the earth, and the warm spring breeze blew everything. The villagers of Konoha Shinobiza village got up one after another to start a new day of work. At the same time, in the house full of surveillance on the north side of the village, Aizen remained motionless, as if an old monk was in peace. After a long time, he let out a foul breath and finally opened his eyes. Throughout the whole night, Aizen continued to refine his spiritual power. The gratifying thing is that after a night of refinement, Aizen already has a small amount of spiritual power in his body, which is enough to support him to use the first 15 kid technique. What is important is that due to the mutation of the spiritual power seed, the spiritual power in Aizen and chakra complement each other and are born together. This gives him unlimited potential. You know, the chakra of each ninja is different. Some ninjas are born with massive chakras and are powerful. For example, Mr. Naruto, as a Uzumaki clan, he is born with massive amounts of chakra. However, there are also some ninjas who lack chakra by nature, and will collapse after only a few ninjutsu. This kind of ninja often cannot be the top powerhouse, because the lack of chakra is a flaw. Now, this tricky situation is perfectly solved. Due to the change of the spiritual power seed, Aizen will continuously produce chakra as long as the spiritual power is extracted. In this way, Aizen's chakra can not only accumulate over time, but it is several times stronger than other ninjas. Because his chakra contains spiritual power. According to the old man's statement, today I will report to the ninja school and be an interim student. I really thought that the kind of life that I had lived in the Mao Academy of Spirituality for hundreds of years will come again. Aizen doesn't object to going to ninja school in his heart. On the contrary, he is very interested in the practice of ninjutsu. As a strong man who pursues the limit, Aizen is eager to control this new power. In the corpse soul world, Aizen was already at the top of Shinigami. It wasn't until later that he defected to the corpse and soul world, ruled the virtual circle, and finally merged with the collapsed Jade, that Aizen truly surpassed Shinigami. Unfortunately, Aizen was sealed by Kisuke Urahara and Ichigo, and the power of Kenjyu also abandoned him. Aizen eventually became a prisoner. However, that kind of supreme power made him linger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ninja Academy, known as the cradle of countless ninjas. If all young ninjas were hit by Kaika Suijutsu, what would it be like? Aizen smiled coolly, and thoughts worth crazy came out of him. He wants all the students of the ninja school to watch Shikai of Kaika Suijutsu. In this way, in the future, almost all ninjas will be played and applauded by him. Once Kaika Suijutsu's illusion is hit, the end is self-evident. Kaika Suijutsu, show up. Aizen walked to a blind corner of the room, where there was no surveillance. Throughout the night, in addition to refining spiritual power, Aizen also secretly sensed the house's monitor. A ball of light gushes from the palms of his hands, constantly emitting a white luster. After the light appeared, it quickly spread to both sides, gradually concentrating as a long sword. The green hilt, the sharp blade. The Zanpakuto that scared the soul world back then appeared again. However, this brand new Zanpakuto is different from Aizen's impression. The new Kaika Suijutsu is only less than half a meter long, which is about the same width as Aizen's body, and doesn't want the blade of the blade back then. It turns out that this is the case. As my age shrinks, my strength declines. Zanpakuto's strength is also lost. Aizen gently stroked the blade, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. After never being recognized by Bengaiu, Kaika Suijutsu's sword automatically disappeared. After many years, it finally reappeared again. Konoha's ninja school, what kind of surprises will you bring to me? Aizen expects that because of the passing of power, he has adapted to the role of the weak, and his mentality is completely correct. Ninja School. In a spacious classroom, dozens of students are attentively attending class. In the lecture hall, a young teacher was teaching the students some basic ninja knowledge. The teacher was plain, with even dark skin, and was not too conspicuous. However, the scar on the bridge of his nose is particularly eye-catching, like a horoscope. This young teacher is the enlightenment teacher for all students, Domino Irika. At this time, Irika is holding a textbook tirelessly giving lectures. From time to time, his gaze was aimed at the bottom of the lecture hall, and his brows were slightly frowned. A naughty figure attracted his gaze again. Naruto, concentrate on listening to the class. If you don't pass the exam, don't graduate from the ninja school. Irika shook his head helplessly, feeling helpless for the naughty Naruto. Naruto is not only fun by nature, but also the tail of the crane in the class. If it weren't for Irika's constant supervision, I'm afraid Naruto is still far short of the qualifications to graduate from the ninja school. Naruto showed a fearless smile and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Iruka, I am going to be a man from Hokage. Come on, it's not just a crane tail, but also wants to be Hokage." Behind Naruto, a disdainful sneer sounded. Naruto turned his head angrily, and when he saw that cold face, he instantly withered. That is the only blood of Sasuke, Uchiha, and the outstanding student in this class. In addition to a few of them, there are many immature faces. Harano Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Yamanaka Ino, Abarame Shino, Inyazukaga, Hyuga Hinata and other Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Before graduating from the ninja school, they all studied basic ninjutsu in the same class. Just as the atmosphere in the entire classroom became active, the teacher's door was pushed open. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the door, and they found a teenager with a gentle smile on his face appeared. "My name is Aizen. I am a new transfer student, please advise." There was a gentle smile on the handsome face of the boy, like an innocent boy. Chapter 6. My name is Aizen. I am a new transfer student, please advise. There was a gentle smile on the handsome face of the boy, like an innocent boy. Dear students, he is our new transfer student, Aizen. Although the genin exam will be held soon, the teacher hopes that you can get along well with this new student during this time. Iruka smiled at Aizen and nodded, motioning him to enter the classroom. It turned out to be a new classmate. It was great. Finally, a new face appeared. Naruto laughed heartily, and his eyes were tightly attracted by Aizen. He found that Aizen always had a gentle smile on his face, which gave people an optimistic and sunny impression. Oh, it's really troublesome. I have to adapt to new classmates again. Nara Shikamaru shrugged helplessly, but simply scanned Aizen's eyes without paying too much attention. It's great, there is a new college to join, we must get him to have a barbecue. Akim Ichichi is full of delicious grilled meat. For him, it doesn't matter who the new classmate is. The key is to have grilled meat to eat. Sasuke just looked at Aizen coldly and lost interest. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he is confident that he can overcome others and become the strongest leader. In addition to these individuals with distinctive personalities, more than 30 other students welcomed Aizen. It's just that there is an awkward smile on one of the immature faces. Hyuga Hinata looked at Aizen timidly and whispered to himself, "This idiot, it will be the genin exam soon. He joins our class now, I am afraid that he will not have the qualifications to graduate." As early as by the river, Hinata used Byakugan to observe Aizen, and she found that there was no chakra fluctuation on the opponent, just an ordinary teenager. More importantly, their students will take the genin placement test soon. Aizen joins at this time, and it is likely to replace the position of Naruto Crane Tail. Well, now that the introduction has been completed, as usual, new students will have to take a chakra test. Iruka took out a round crystal ball from under the podium, and a dim fluorescent covering its surface, seemingly flowing with a mysterious power. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Aizen asked suspiciously, "Chakra test?" Iruka explained with a smile, "Yes, this is the first step. Each student will take a chakra test, which will help me understand your approximate strengths, and I can specify a special course in the future. As a ninja, chakra is the most basic power, and the strength of chakra often determines the power of ninjutsu. Of course, in addition to chakra, the strength of a ninja also depends on talent, understanding, blood inheritance, ninjutsu practice, and so on. However, chakra is the most important link. This crystal ball is a tool specially developed by our Konoha Shinobi village to test the chakra of the Ninja Academy. You only need to inject the chakra in your body into this crystal ball, and it will emit different colors." Iruka shook the crystal ball in his hand, and suddenly emitted a soft dark blue light, which represented that Iruka possessed Chunin's strength. There are 5 colors of the crystal ball, divided into students, genin, chnin, janin, and shadow level. Their corresponding colors are white, green, blue, purple, and red. There are also strong and weak differences in the same level. The darker the color, the greater the concentration of chakra. However, above these 5 colors, there is also a legendary gold. This power has already surpassed the shadow level, and only the power of the legendary 6 can be competent. Speaking of the power of the legendary 6 ways, Irika's face is full of admiration. Every ninja has a dream of being strong, Irika is no exception, but because of his talent, he is currently just an ordinary Chunin. 5 colors? I wonder if my spiritual power can awaken the 6th golden color. Aizen's friendly smile seems to be listening to Irika's words attentively. In fact, his thoughts have stayed on the power of the 6 realms. Through the information provided by the system, Aizen has learned that Sage of 6 Paths is the strongest person ever, 10 Tails Jinkraki. The power of the 6 realms in him also represents the top power in the world. Irika smiled and handed the crystal ball to Aizen and said, "Then, Aizen, please inject chakra into the crystal ball, let us see what kind of light you can awaken." Aizen took the crystal ball, looked carefully, and injected chakra into it. At this time, he has become the focus of the entire classroom, and his every move has attracted attention. Everyone wants to see what color Aizen can shine. Buzzing! With the injection of chakra, the crystal ball revived, its interior changed, and a new light appeared. Everyone held their breath and watched the crystal ball attentively. They couldn't wait to see what kind of light it was. It's just that when everyone looked at the crystal ball, they all showed a disappointed expression. There is no green as expected, nor full-bodied white, just plain white. In addition, the white color on the crystal ball is very dim, which shows that the chakra in Aizen's body is less pitiful, and only better than the entry-level students. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be the most rubbish light white. Naruto, it looks like your crane's rear position is about to be replaced. The sound of laughter from a corner of the classroom broke the silent atmosphere, and suddenly everyone burst into laughter. The result of the crystal ball was beyond their expectation. All they did not expect was that Aizen's strength was so weak, it could be said that it was only slightly better than an ordinary civilian. Cut, it's really wishful thinking to join us with this strength. In my opinion, the first repeater in the history of our ninja academy will appear. Look cold, ridicule, ridicule. After seeing the faint white light, everyone's attitude changed. In this world where there are many strong people, no strength can only be destined to be ridiculed. Hey, I knew it was such a result a long time ago, and I hope he won't be hit. Hinata sighed in frustration, praying inwardly that Aizen would be confident. However, no one noticed. Inside the crystal ball, there is a bright golden color hidden in the richest part of the white light. The new book is for collection and flowers. I hope you can greatly support it. Chapter 7. The ridicule spread to every corner of the classroom, everyone had a mocking smile on their faces, and even Mr. Irika's expression became awkward. They did not expect that the chakra in Aizen was so thin, and only a pale white light appeared, which meant that Aizen could only control a small amount of chakra, and could not even complete a single ninjutsu display. However, they didn't know that Aizen had only a small amount of chakra after practicing for only one night. This kind of training speed, even if you look at the entire ninja school, is a top genius. More importantly, under the pale white light, there is an imperceptible golden light hidden. The reason why the crystal ball produces golden light is precisely because of the spiritual power in Aizen. Spiritual power belongs to another kind of power, which is beyond the scope of chakra. Student Aizen, it's a pity that the light white light appears on the crystal ball, which means that you only have an entry-level chakra. This shows that you are still far from being able to graduate from ninja school. Yulika looked at Aizen regretfully, and expressed helplessness at this result. Don't worry, Teacher Ilika. I will practice more in the future and try to catch up with my classmates as soon as possible. Aizen's expression has not changed. There was still a gentle smile on the handsome face. It's good for you to have this mentality. I believe that the day of graduation will come soon. Yulika smiled and comforted Aizen, constantly cheering for him. Gradually, the ridicule in the classroom disappeared. The emotions of all the students returned to calm, because the arrival of a crane tail just added a little fun to their boring student life. Yulika pointed to an empty seat next to Hinata and said, Aizen, for the time being, you will sit next to Hinata classmate. Okay, teacher. Aizen nodded humbly and slowly walked to the empty space next to Hinata, ignoring the strange gaze from all around. How can the sleeping lion care about a group of ants? When Aizen walked to the empty seat, he saw Hinata's familiar face and smiled and said, Higa Hinata, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Hinata was timid and weak, and simply nodded and smiled at Aizen. Because of shyness, too much words are poured out. Higa Hinata, really a kid full of innocence. Aizen gave Hinata a deep look and smiled inwardly. She saw a déjà vu figure from Hinata's body. At this time, Irika's loud voice sounded again, Dear students, today's class is a ninjutsu class. We will review the transformation technique taught a few days ago. The classmates I will name later will demonstrate the transformation technique in front of me one by one, turning yourself into a teacher. Irika holds a list of students in his hand, where the names of all the students are lined up. He began to name by name. Number 1, Uchiha Sasuke. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. When Sasuke's name rang, the eyes of the female students flashed with excitement. In their hearts, Sasuke is confident and powerful, handsome and cold, and is a dream prince charming. However, Sasuke turned a blind eye to these gazes, and his only heart was the pursuit of power. Sasuke stepped onto the podium, without saying anything, and quickly nodded his hands. In just an instant, his appearance became Irika. Perfect, worthy of being an elite student in this class. Yulika stretched out his thumb and gave a thumbs up to Sasuke. No matter when, genius always attracts attention. Next, Akim Ichichi, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Higa Hinata and other Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang took the stage to demonstrate the transformation technique, and all passed the assessment successfully. In addition to them, the rest of the students also passed the assessment smoothly. At the end, only the last two people remained on the list. Uzumaki Naruto, Aizen-suke. Naruto, a recognized crane tail, failed the first few exams. Aizen, because of the crystal ball test just now, is considered to be a crane tail. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. After waiting for a long time, Naruto walked to the podium excitedly after hearing that he was called. He looked at Irika mischievously, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth. Irika looked at the problem college, and felt a headache immediately, and said helplessly, Naruto, cast the transformation technique and become a teacher. No problem, this little thing can't trouble me. The corners of Naruto's mouth became wider and wider, and his hands quickly formed seals. With a bang, a thick white mist appeared. Seeing this familiar thick fog, Irika's eyes were filled with relief. After tossing for so long, Naruto finally learned the transformation technique. However, when the thick fog cleared, Irika saw a scene that made his blood spurt. Smooth long hair, snow-white skin, perfect body, big watery eyes, slender white arms. What caught Irika's eyes was not his appearance, but a beauty who never touched his eyes. The enchanting eyes, the fascinating figure, especially the pair of big waves dazzled Irika. SEU technique. Naruto, you. Irika blocked Naruto's maddening nosebleed while severely reprimanding Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto's SEU technique can only last for a short period of time, and most of it is wrapped in white mist, only he can see it. Hey, Mr. Irika, I passed the exam. You see you have a nosebleed. Naruto made a face at Irika and walked off the podium excitedly. After Naruto's farce is over, only Aizen is left. At this time, Irika looked at Aizen hesitantly, and didn't intend to call Aizen on stage to demonstrate. Because Aizen came to the Ninja Academy on the first day, and had not studied ninjutsu before. However, to Irika's surprise, Aizen stepped onto the podium by himself. "Student Aizen, because you are a new student, you don't need to participate in this assessment," Irika hurriedly explained to Aizen, for fear that he would make the same roar of laughter just now. "No, such a simple ninjutsu is easy." Aizen's indifferent response caused an uproar in the classroom. Even the genius Uchiha Sasuke cast his eyes. Because even he asked himself that it was impossible to skillfully use the transformation technique through observation. Aizen didn't say too much, his hands quickly formed seals. In the same way, with a bang, the thick fog reappeared. How can it be? Everyone was dumbfounded. After the dense fog dissipated, Aizen's appearance completely changed to Irika, and it was more vivid, slightly better than Sasuke. Many people thought they were wrong, and quickly rubbed their eyes. However, the fact is that Aizen succeeded. You can master ninjutsu through observation. Such ninjutsu talent is even stronger than Konoha Sunin. Irika swallowed heavily, cold sweat on his forehead. Aizen's unparalleled talent is fully demonstrated. P.S. I hope you can continue to support and collect my 2 books. Thank you all greatly. Chapter 8. There was no sound in the classroom, and the atmosphere became very strange. Everyone looked at the podium dumbfounded, their eyes filled with unbelievable. Originally, those students who tried to watch Aizen make a fool of himself became speechless and looked shocked. They never expected that Aizen would be able to successfully perform the transformation technique for the first time just by observing. This kind of defying comprehension is unheard of before. Student Aizen, is this your first transformation technique? Irika wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked solemnly. If Aizen had previously practiced transformation technique, then his success this time would become very ordinary. However, if Aizen is performing transformation technique for the first time, so this means that he has the savvy to go against the sky. In the classroom, almost everyone's eyes are on Aizen. Obviously, Irika's problem is exactly what they want to understand. Yes, Mr. Irika. This is the first time I have performed transformation technique. Aizen's face rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile, with a sense of humility and kindness. Wow! Suddenly, an uproar sounded, and even the faces of those talented students became extremely solemn. You know, they practiced constantly at that time, and finally they could master the transformation technique proficiently. Just when everyone thought Aizen was just a super savvy, but Chakra was weak. Aizen's words caused an uproar in their hearts again. Not only is it the first time to use transformation technique, even Chakra started practicing last night. At this moment, the classroom seemed to explode, and everyone had a dumbfounded expression. Many people even suspected that they had heard it wrong. What? I started practicing Chakra yesterday? Are you true? Irika was emotional and his face flushed. If what Aizen said is true, then this transfer student is not only a crane, but a genius. Yes, Mr. Irika. Aizen's face was calm, and he didn't become complacent because of his performance against the sky. Coupled with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. In just an instant, Aizen left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Humble, low-key, gentle, and kind. However, many students expressed dissatisfaction. Because everything is Aizen's unilateral words, and there is no proof. At the age of 13, I practiced Chakra for the first time, don't lie. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the corner of the classroom, a student sneered dissatisfied. It's just that his words resonated with many people, and they also said that they were helpless. Aizen smiled at the questioning eyes. He calmly stepped off the podium, steady and confident. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether other people believe it or not, because these questions and ridicules are nothing more than children's tricks. Moreover, appropriate doubts are more conducive to his future disguise. Okay, everyone keep quiet. Now that the test of transformation technique has passed, then we will proceed to the second test, magic technique. Irika waved everyone to keep quiet. His words ignited the atmosphere, and once again attracted everyone's attention to the assessment. Next, I will take you to a closed room. There are 1,000 kunao stored there. However, out of the 1,000 kunao, only one is real. What you need to do is very simple. As long as you find out the real karma within the stipulated time, you can pass the test. Another point is that the use of blood relay limits is prohibited in this assessment, and everything depends on your own sense of smell. Irika explained the test rules in a simple and clear way. This test mainly assesses the talent of each student in illusion. The shortest time used indicates that the affinity for illusion is higher. Illusory. Aizen sat in the seat and smiled slightly. Perhaps for other students, this assessment is very difficult. But for Aizen, who has mastered Kaika Suijutsu, there is no difficulty. Some are happy and some are sad, and some students who are already proficient in illusion are relaxed and happy. Another student who is good at physical skills has a sad face. Soon, all the students were taken to a huge house. On the door of this house, there is a peculiar magic circle, as if sealing some kind of power. This is the place for special assessment. There is a magic circle under the cloth of Hokage in the past, which can make the entering students have a kind of illusion. As Irika gently opened the door, a black passage suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When they look like the end of the tunnel, they seem to feel a mysterious power. The students named by me must go to the end of this passage and find out the real kunao. Of course, every time kunao is found, I will relocate it. So, each of you's the opportunities are all the same. Irika looked at the list of students in his hand and said aloud, the first one, Hyaga Matsumoto. This time, the first student to participate in the assessment was a member of the Hyaga family. He took a deep breath, and then stepped firmly into the tunnel. Everyone waited quietly. They didn't know anything about the situation in the house, and they were nervous and curious inside. As time passed slowly, everyone's hearts also jumped tightly. At this time, 15 minutes had passed since Hyaga Matsumoto entered the room. Just when everyone was impatient, Hyaga Matsumoto's figure finally appeared, with a handful of kunao in his hand. Obviously, he passed the test. It's just that Hyaga Matsumoto was panting, and the sweat on his forehead was the size of a bean, which showed that he had consumed a lot of energy to complete the task. 15 minutes and 30 seconds, this result is so-so. Irika patted Hyaga Matsumoto's back encouragingly, and continued to recite the name of the next student. The second student, Akim Ichichi. Upon hearing the point of fame, Akim Ichichi walked into the passage with a sad face. About 25 minutes later, Chichi walked out of the tunnel out of breath and successfully completed the task. After Chichi, the students entered the room one after another. Although they all successfully completed the task, the time they spent was not the same. The fastest was Suzuki, which took only 6 minutes. The slowest person took 30 minutes. In the end, only Aizen was left. Next, Aizen-suke. Aizen, ranked last, once again attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to see if Aizen was uttering a wild word or was it real. P.S. I want to collect it. I hope anyone who has read this book can collect it. In addition, some small details are not in place. I hope you can forgive me a lot. I will take your opinions seriously and write this book well. Chapter 9. Aizen has attracted the attention of everyone because they want to recognize Aizen's strength. Student Aizen, relax your mind. Go ahead, I believe you can do it. Irika nodded to Aizen. The only thing he could do was to keep cheering, and Aizen could only rely on Aizen himself for the rest. Aizen stepped forward, step by step towards the passage. In the end, his upright back disappeared from everyone's sight. My score is 10 minutes. I don't know if he can surpass me. Hinata looked at the empty passage, her clear eyes twinkling. In the room, Aizen looked around in surprise, and said, I think this is the place for testing. Looking at the past, there are sharp kunao all around. They are randomly placed in every corner, and there are thousands of them. The appearance of these kunao is exactly the same. If it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false with the naked eye, it is no wonder that some people take 30 minutes. Aizen's eyes swept across every corner of the room, and he found that it was really difficult to find the true one out of 1,000 incomprehensions with his eyes alone. It's just that all these are clouds in front of Aizen, who has Kaika Suijutsu's power. Aizen opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed from the depths of his pupils. In the next moment, the kunao in front of me quickly disappeared, leaving only a handful of kunao. Counting it all, I only spent less than a minute. I'm afraid the record has already been broken. Aizen sneered, dismissing the so-called recording. However, he stayed quietly in the room for 6 minutes before finally choosing to leave. Aizen knew in his heart that if he left the room in less than a minute, it would definitely cause an uproar. This kind of anti-sky performance had already broken records. In this way, it will attract the attention of others with a high profile. For Aizen, this is a disadvantage because it is not conducive to his disguise. Aizen knows the truth about the tree's strong winds and the shots, so the time for him to leave the room finally freezes at 7 minutes. When Aizen's figure appeared, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Aizen to complete the task in such a short time. 7 minutes, not bad. Aizen, your grade is second only to Suzuki. Irika took the kunao in Aizen's hand, and a look of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Aizen's performance was beyond his expectations, and he was relieved. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It seems that he is really talented, and his future achievements are certainly not bad. Many students have changed their views on Aizen. They thought that Aizen was ranting, but they didn't expect Aizen to be a genius. 7 minutes, that's great. Suzuki was able to win the first place, largely because the Uchiha clan was naturally good at illusionism. But I didn't expect that he was so good. Hinata carefully looked at Aizen's back, a hint of appreciation flashed in her beautiful eyes. Originally, Hinata thought Aizen was just an ordinary civilian, but he didn't expect Aizen to be so talented. It's just that Hinata, who is shy, will not congratulate Aizen in person like other classmates. She will only silently put the words of blessing in her heart. Of course, all the students didn't know that Aizen broke the illusion in just a moment. In front of Kaika Suijutsu, any illusion is a joke. Okay, the results of the illusion test this time have come out. Suzuki is still among the best. And it only took 6 minutes to find out the karma. However, our new classmate Aizen is also very good, only 1 minute slower than Suzuki. Irika cast an appreciative look at the two of them, and then said, then, next is the stage of ninjutsu testing. I will take you to a place dedicated to testing ninjutsu, where I will teach you a kind of ninjutsu test. The most basic Thunder Shield ninjutsu. Hearing this good news, all the students were very excited. Because the reason they want to be a ninja is to master the ever-changing ninjutsu and become a strong man. Soon, a group of students, led by Irika, came to the new venue. There are huge boulders here, and the grounds are solid. This test will test your talents for comprehension of ninjutsu. I will teach you the most basic Thunder Shield ninjutsu, Lightning Strike. Irika pointed his finger forward and said, did you see those little rocks? There are a total of 50 identical rocks here, which are also your targets for testing the power of ninjutsu. Later, after you master the Lightning Strike, you will face it. The stone is released. The higher the damage of the stone, the stronger the power of ninjutsu. Hearing Irika's explanation, all the students suddenly frowned. Because Thunder Shield ninjutsu is not so easy to master, it is even more difficult for them to master ninjutsu in a short period of time and use it proficiently. I'm optimistic, this is a lightning strike. Irika's hands quickly formed a seal, and in a blink of an eye, a sizzling electric current gushed from his fingertips, hit the ground with a bang, and suddenly smashed a big hole. Is this ninjutsu? It is really powerful. Aizen's eyes burst out with a sharp glow, and the desire for new power awakened the blood in his heart. Then, follow me to learn Jian from now on. While Irika demonstrated, the trainees imitated simultaneously, and time gradually passed. It's just that, despite trying time and time again, not everyone has learned to flash lightning, because not everyone has the thunder attribute chakra. Next, just like before, the classmate who was named by me, stepped forward and flashed lightning strikes. Irika took the list of students and read aloud. The first one, Maeda Taikoka. The named student stepped forward confidently and faced the huge stone formation in front of him. It's just that, due to the fact that he just took control, his knot printing speed is very slow and looks very clumsy. Fortunately, Taikoka Maeda finally completed the seal. Lightning style, lightning strike. A small electric current shot from his fingertips, and finally hit the stone. However, after a flash of light, only a pale white trace was left on the stone. Oh, I knew it would turn out to be like this. Taikoka Maeda returned to the team dejectedly, his face full of disappointment. Although he has the thunder attribute chakra, his talent in ninjutsu is slightly inferior. Next, those chakra students with thunder attributes cast lightning strikes on the boulder one after another. Among them, the most powerful is Suzuki. His lightning strike blasted a large hole in the stone, almost through the entire stone. As for the other students, each has its own strengths. The most helpless is those students who don't have the thunder attribute chakra, they can only stare at the side. Even the most dazzling genius of the Hyoga family, Hyoga Niji, has nothing to do. Aizen was still the last test. He walked forward calmly, his back to everyone. When he felt the gaze from behind, the corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. He raised his hands, and still performed the seal according to the method taught by Irika. However, when the ninjutsu Jian was about to be completed, Aizen muttered another sentence in his heart. The 4th of Had, by Lei. Seeking collection, collections are not rising well. I hope you can support me a lot. Chapter 10. The 4th of Had, by Lei. At the last moment of Jian, Aizen did not use chakra, but the spiritual power hidden in the body. Because only spiritual power can perform the kid technique. In fact, Aizen has mastered lightning strikes through many exercises. However, he discovered that the operation form of the lightning strike was similar to the 4th Had White Thunder. As a result, Aizen changed his original intention. If the previous illusion assessment was because I didn't want to expose Kaika Suijutsu's power, I chose to rank 2nd. Aizen has no hesitation in this test of ninjutsu power. Due to the mutation of the spiritual power seed, the chakra in his body merged with the spiritual power, and the spiritual power can be hidden in the chakra at any time. Therefore, even if he is using spiritual power, outsiders can't see it at all. The shining thunder light shoots out from Aizen's fingertips, dazzlingly dazzling, like a shooting star across the air. This white thunder is unique, both in form and concentration, far surpassing anyone before. In an instant, the lightning flashed rapidly, and finally bombarded the boulder with a violent force. Boom! A loud and deafening noise came out, and all the students felt a tingling pain in their ears. They looked at the front in surprise, only to find that it was covered by richness. Why his lightning strikes seem powerful and can cause such a big movement? Did he succeed? Did he penetrate the boulder like Suzuki? It's a terrible movement. Is it really the first time he practiced lightning? For a time, many questions emerged in the students' minds. They can judge from the shape of the white thunder alone, that the power of Aizen's lightning is far above them. Countless eyes condensed on the dense fog, and they couldn't wait to see the result. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Was it a mere illusion, or was it shocking the audience? Gradually, the thick fog began to dissipate, and the huge rocks were also faintly visible. At this time, everyone held their breath and stared tightly, their eyes full of expectation. When the dense fog dissipated completely, there was a scene that stunned them. The expected breakdown boulder did not appear. Some are just broken stones everywhere. Looking around, not only the boulder itself, but the surrounding stones were also affected, all turned into rubble. Seeing this scene, the audience was silent and unbelievable. Guru! A heavy swallowing broke the silence, and all the students looked at Aizen's back in shock, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Even Irika was speechless, and the stormy sea turned inside. It's not that he hasn't seen a genius, but he has a savvy like Aizen. This is the first time I have seen a monster that can destroy a dozen boulders just for the first time. This kind of talent is one of the few in the entire Ninja Academy. In front of Aizen, even the legendary Konoha Sunin and the genius rebel Uchiha Itachi were eclipsed. Irika seemed to see a star of tomorrow born. Except for Irika, the expressions on the faces of the other students are complicated. There are shocks, surprises, and admiration. However, more are envy. They admire Aizen's aptitude and savvy. When they first met Aizen, they all thought that the new transfer student was going to replace the position of Naruto Crane Tail. However, Aizen responded with actions time and time again. Not only is he not the tail of a crane, but he is also a rising star who has the inverse Tenten gift and can compare with the legendary figure. The beautiful eyes of the non-girl students are shining, and the gaze looking at Aizen is a little more gentle. At their age, they themselves appreciate being rich and handsome. Regardless of whether Aizen is talent or appearance, they all meet the requirements of Prince Charming in their hearts. However, Aizen doesn't care about all of this. His goal has been achieved, showing unparalleled potential. Aizen is so high profile because he has a plan in his mind. Through the introduction of the system, Aizen learned that there is a hidden ninja organization in Konoha, Anbu. Anbu, the full name Konoha Tactical Assassination Unit. It is a special organization directly under Hokage, which specializes in assassination and investigation tasks. As a pivotal force, every member of Anbu is an elite ninja out of 100. They are all outstanding ninjas of the same level and possess great strength. In the history of Anbu, there have been many outstanding geniuses, such as Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Water, and so on. It is not this that attracts Aizen the most, but the particularity of Anbu. Because whenever Anbu members perform tasks, they wear special masks. It is this point that led Aizen to show off his talent in a high-profile manner. Because once Konoha's upper-level fancy, after joining Anbu, he has too many possibilities to be able to execute his plan naturally. Because Aizen has a terrifying power that no one else can imagine, Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu's ability, coupled with Anbu's particularity, is almost perfect. From the beginning, Aizen planned everything. He believes that after this assessment, his deeds will surely be heard by Konoha's senior executives. At that time, plans to join Anbu in the future will also be within reach. Chapter 11. Aizen's amazing performance shocked the audience, and even Irika was impressed by his terrifying talent. In fact, they didn't know that what Aizen used was not a lightning strike, but the fourth of Had, Bailei, who had incorporated spiritual power. As a man who once stood on top of Shinigami, Aizen's control of Had has reached the limit. It is naturally effortless to use a low-level Had like Bailei. Although his strength is lost, his experience on Kid will not be lost. Therefore, the White Thunder cast by Aizen can cause such a destructive power. However, due to lack of spiritual power, Aizen can barely use the first 15 Kid technique. To release the number 90 Kid technique without singing as before, there is still a difficult way to go. Okay, that's the end of today's test. Dear students, you have to practice hard and try to match Aizen. Irika's voice awakened the shocked students and brought their thoughts back to reality. Ugh! Many students sighed helplessly, and they were deeply hit by the cruel reality. Originally, the genius Sasuke was like a big mountain weighing on them, but he didn't expect another Aizen, who was even more against the sky. Don't be discouraged, 3 days later is the time for our sorting meeting. At that time, our mentor will be assigned based on your performance. You will form a new team. After Irika stabilized the emotions of the students, he gave a very exciting news. Taking group exams means that they have the qualifications for preliminary graduation. However, if you want to pass the exam and officially become a genin, you need another test. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After forming a new team, there will be a special genin as your new mentor. As for whether you can become a genin, it depends on your ability in passing the assessment of that mentor. Irika's gaze swept across the tender faces, and a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. As the first mentor of these children, he has always done his best. Now, it's finally time for them to graduate. Of course, grouping does not mean that you can successfully become a genin. As far as I know, the assessment of those elite genin is very strict. It is not easy to get their recognition. The elimination rate is as high as 60%. Irika's remarks aroused thousands of waves at once, and the faces of all the students changed in shock. The elimination rate of 60% means that only less than 20 of them can become genin. In the end, those who are eliminated can only return to the ninja school to retake, looking forward to the next qualification. No? What is the purpose of graduating from ninja school? One student complained with dissatisfaction. They worked hard in the academy in order to become a ninja. Who knows, graduation is only a preliminary qualification, the real test is yet to come. That's just to select students who can become genin. Irika sighed and couldn't bear to tell the students this cruel news. Damn it, is it so difficult to be a ninja? Many students clenched their fists angrily and were dissatisfied with this regulation. In fact, they are not confident in their own abilities, for fear that they will not be able to pass the test of genin instructor, leading to disqualification. The survival of the fittest is a very fair rule. The reason why Konoha's ninja is able to shock countries is precisely because of this strict system. To become a qualified ninja, we do not rely on lip service, but real strength. Irika shook his head, helpless with such cruel regulations. He can only try to calm the emotions of the students and try his best to boost their morale. In the end, all the students reluctantly accepted this rule. Under Irika's advice, they left the college one after another. 3 days are very precious to them, and it must not be delayed for a moment. However, Irika left Aizen alone. Student Aizen, originally you were not eligible to participate in the genin test. Because they all passed the clone technique test and got the qualification for graduation. However, your talent is too strong, I make an exception to allow you to participate in the genin qualification test. Irika took out a small scroll from his arms, handed him to Aizen's hand, and said, "Here is the clone technique's method of forming seals. I hope you can practice well. Don't worry, with your talent, you will definitely be able to pass the test." Aizen took the scroll happily and smiled respectfully, "Thank you Irika, I will definitely go all out and I will not disappoint the teacher's expectations." Irika gave a thumbs up and praised, "Your mentality is very good, and the teacher appreciates this. Although your start is slow, I believe you will catch up with them." Later, Aizen thanked Irika again and again, and finally left. He can't wait to understand the mystery of clone technique. The breadth and depth of ninjutsu has awakened the long-lost blood in Aizen's heart. Irika looked at Aizen's thin back and was deeply moved. He seemed to see a genius ninja born out of nowhere in the future, shocking the world of ninja. Seeking collection, seeking collection, seeking collection. There are 2 more tonight. Gaikiya Collection. Chapter 12. In the north of Konoha village, in front of an ordinary house, Aizen stood quietly outside the house, and did not immediately step into the house. After bidding farewell to Irika, Aizen returned here. He looked at this spacious room calmly, a trace of disdain flashed from the depths of his pupils. Secretly monitoring this kind of trick is as ridiculous as a clown in front of him. However, because of his strength, Aizen can only choose to hide in the dark. However, how could Aizen, whose heart is taller than the sky, be willing to let others down? The moment he received Irika's scroll, Aizen strengthened his determination and defected to Konoha. Just like lurking in the soul world for hundreds of years, Aizen finally defected from the soul world, ruled the virtual circle, and became the master of the virtual night palace. Today, this scene will also happen in Konoha Shinobi Village. Aizen believes that with his top talent and hundreds of years of experience, it is not difficult to restore peak strength. After all, his status quo is just a loss of power. As for Had and Bakud, they are still proficient, but due to lack of spiritual power, they can barely display the first 15 kid. Out of vigilance, Aizen did not want to stay in the house. Unless you meditate to refine spiritual power, because that looks flawless. Clone technique, creating a shadow ninjutsu without entities, can disrupt the opponent's vision and achieve unexpected results. Aizen looked down at the scroll, and Irika's introduction to clone technique emerged in his mind. He slowly opened the scroll, and clone technique's method of printing was recorded in detail on it. Aizen looked at the scroll attentively, feeling the way of forming a seal. It has a deceptive effect, which is somewhat useful. Aizen raised his hands and quickly formed 3 seals. Wei Yin. Clone technique. With a bang, a thick white mist rose, and 2 figures appeared beside Aizen. These 2 figures are exactly the same as him, they look lifelike. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Is this the clone technique? Sure enough, it has a strong deceptive effect. Although Aizen is satisfied with the effect of clone technique, he is not satisfied with the power. Because what clone technique forms is just a virtual image, it doesn't have any attack power. Although this kind of ninjutsu can play the role of blinding eyes, it is still too tasteless in general. Aizen, who owns Kaika Suijutsu, has top illusion skills and naturally disdains clone technique. What he really needs is the powerful shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique, with entity, also has chakra. Not only has the offensive power, but also can skillfully apply various ninjutsu. Unfortunately, shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu. According to Aizen's current status, he is not qualified to practice. Suddenly, an idea came to Aizen's mind. If he uses the energy of the fusion of spiritual power and chakra to perform clone technique, what will be the effect? Aizen's heart moved, and the chakra in his body quickly condensed. A blue light gushes out of the spiritual power seed. Under his control, the 2 forces quickly merged. Clone technique. This time, Aizen was full of confidence. In just an instant, the clone technique seal was completed, and the new energy turned into a powerful force and merged into ninjutsu. Thick fog still appeared, but this time, the system prompt sounded. The trigger condition, clone technique, and Kaika Suijutsu. Turn on the hidden reward, shadow clone technique. The system unexpectedly gave Aizen a surprise. He never expected that he would use his spiritual power to perform clone technique. Unexpectedly, by accident, the hidden conditions were opened, and the shadow clone technique was obtained. At this moment, Aizen was happy in his heart. He didn't know that it was precisely because of spiritual power mutation that led to the birth of shadow clone technique. This is really a key ninjutsu. If I can master it proficiently, then Kaika Suijutsu's disorientation function will be impeccable. Suddenly, Aizen felt a throbbing in his head. He felt the shadow clone technique's formation method in his mind. Then, I will try your strength. Aizen's rapid formation of seals completed all of the shadow clone technique's seals in an instant. Boom! A thick fog sounded again, and two figures appeared beside Aizen. They are completely different from the clones just now, because Aizen can feel the traces of chakras flow from his clones. Shadow clone technique, done. Aizen's heart moved, and the two figures each blasted forward, and the roaring sound of breaking wind sounded, full of strength. Yes, just the first time I use it, there is such a strong force. If my chakra is enough, the number of shadow clone will increase. Aizen was satisfied with the power of shadow clone technique, and once again devoted himself to the display of ninjutsu. Throughout the night, Aizen used shadow clone technique again and again. In the end, he could actually separate 5 shadow clones. Ask for collection, ask for collection, ask for collection, and tell important things 3 times. Gaikyu everybody greatly collects. Chapter 13. After a night of training, Aizen has completely mastered the shadow clone technique. In the end, his limit can be divided into 5 clones. This feeling is so wonderful, 5 powerful entities. Shadow clone communicates with the body-mind, so Aizen can feel the state of each shadow clone. Although shadow clone's power is weak, Aizen is also ecstatic. I have 5 clones in just one night of practice. I don't know how many shadow clones can I score when the chakra in my body soars. Through the practice of shadow clone technique, Aizen understands the importance of white chakra more. In this brand new world, chakra is the foundation of everything. It's a pity that the chakra in my body is limited. After a night of practice, it has been exhausted. Otherwise, I can continue to break through. Aizen shook his head regretfully, but immediately recovered his calm. He understands that refining spiritual power and chakra can't be rushed, it needs to be practiced step by step and steadfastly. Only then can you gradually become a top powerhouse. Back then, he had been lurking in the corpse soul world for hundreds of years, quietly acting behind the scenes. It was only when Aizen believed that he was strong enough to sweep the Godi I-13 team before he revealed his true strength. The top priority is to refine spiritual power and chakra first. Aizen stepped into the room full of surveillance. Although when practicing ninjutsu, Aizen did not want to be exposed to the monitor, and chose to practice in the open space outside the house. However, when it comes to refining spiritual power, Aizen is not afraid of danger. Because he only needs to sit quietly and use his mind to urge the spiritual power seeds in his body to continuously refine spiritual power. Although the process was very slow, it was flawless, and only a teenager who was completely meditating could be seen on the other side of the monitor. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Aizen didn't practice shadow clone technique again, and kept meditating like an old monk entering concentration. His mind was completely concentrated on the spiritual power seed, and he tried his best to refine spiritual power. It is gratifying that after these 3 days of refinement, the total amount of spiritual power and chakra in Aizen's body has exceeded the previous several times. It's only a short distance away from chakra, which reaches genin level. However, while practicing, Aizen also found a thorny problem. He found that the further to the back, the slower the refinement of chakra and spiritual power. This speed is inversely proportional to the total amount of chakra, which means that the more chakra in his body, the slower the speed of refining chakra. No wonder there is a huge gap between ninjas of different levels. I don't know, what kind of strength do those so-called shadow level powerhouses have? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. A raging fire ignited in Aizen's heart, he always pursued perfection. This time, stepping on the top of the genin world was his only purpose. The morning sun began to pour on the earth, everything revived, and the birds and flowers fragrant. In the early morning of the 4th day, Aizen rushed to the ninja school early. Today is a special day, students will be divided into groups. Ninja Academy. Irika stood on the podium with a serious look, glanced across the immature faces, and said loudly, "From now on, you are the ninjas who can stand alone. However, you may not be qualified yet, and the real test is yet to come. From now on, the village will appoint a genin as your instructor. You will also perform tasks under his leadership. Whether you can successfully become a genin depends on your ability to pass the assessment of that instructor. Irika gazed at the group of children with satisfaction, feeling quite unwilling to give up. From now on, he will no longer serve as the tutor of this class of students. Next, I will be grouped. Based on your previous performance, I have set a list of groups. Irika picked up a roster from the podium and said loudly, the 10th class is composed of Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, and Yamanaka Ino. In a corner of the classroom, Shikamaru had a lazy expression and complained, it's really troublesome, but we have to group. It's great, you can go to eat barbecue after dividing into groups. Chichi doesn't care about grouping, he is full of delicious grilled meat. I was in a group with a slacker and a foodie, my goodness. Yamanaka Ino couldn't look directly, with a look of helplessness. Later, Irika continued to pick up the list and read, Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Hey, the so-called grouping is just too more cumbersome. Sasuke's face was plain, without any expression. For him, there is no difference between one more person or two people, he only believes in his own strength. Great, I got my wish with little Sakura. Naruto leaped high, dancing and cheering. Okay, Naruto, be quiet. Irika motioned to Naruto to calm down, picking up the roster and continuing to chant, next, Class 8. This class is quite special. There will be 4 members. They are Inyuzukaga, Abarame Shino, Hyga Hinata, and Aizen Suke. For collection, add 1 more for every 50V collection, 1 for 1000 rewards and 1 for 500 flowers. Sunset Red is about to debut, and other girls will soon be on stage. All kinds of ambiguous, passionate, conspiracy, everything, I hope you will greatly support you. This book is by no means unsupervised, so please rest assured. Chapter 14. The 8th class is special. There will be 4 members. They are Inyuzuka, Abarame Shino, Hyga Hinata, and Aizen Suke. Following Irika's loud announcement, whispers sounded from every corner of the classroom. Many colleges are puzzled, because the previous group has only 3 members, why in the 8th class, there will be 4 people. Ms. Irika, why are there 4 people in their group? It's not fair. As the most naughty student in the class, Naruto was the first to stand up and protest. Yes, it's not fair at all. With Naruto taking the lead, other students also stood up to protest. Because once grouped, it means that tasks will be performed in groups in the future. 1 more person means more strength. Cough cough, all classmates stay calm and restless. Naturally, I will be divided into groups like this after careful consideration. Irika seemed to have expected the students to respond like this a long time ago, and he waved his hand calmly to signal the students to calm down. My decision depends on 2 things. First, Inyuzuka has a keen sense of smell, Abarame Shino can control insects, and Hyga Hinata has Byakugan. The abilities of the 3 people are biased towards detection, in general the strength is moderate. Irika looked at the trainees with a smile, and patiently explained, his ability is biased towards investigation, and the test results are average. Therefore, the group of 3 of them is very plain. Irika's words hit the nail on the head. Although the 3 of Hinata and the others are very good at investigating, their strengths are not outstanding, so it is natural to be separated. On the other hand, Aizen joined us 3 days ago. He started slowly and was weak. Arranging him in the mediocre 8th class will not affect the average distribution of students' strength. Irika glanced at Aizen, a look of regret flashed in his eyes. If Aizen had practiced in the ninja school from the beginning, his strength would have improved by leaps and bounds and would rank among the best. Hearing Irika's analysis, the trainees were thoughtful and their emotions returned to calm. Irika is not false, Aizen only practiced ninjutsu 3 days ago, and there is still a gap between them. Coupled with the fact that the 3 of Hinata are unremarkable, these 4 people form a group, which seems to be reluctantly acceptable. Interesting, I would be divided into a group with that kid. Aizen looked at Hinata from a distance, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. On the other side of the classroom, Hinata seemed to feel the gaze from Aizen for a long time. She deliberately avoided, her face flushed and she bowed her head shyly. 4 people, great! I can't wait to see the strength of Teacher Jainin. Inyazuka Tooth was full of enthusiasm, and his fighting heart kept rising and falling. 4 people? It was beyond my expectation. Abarame Shino leaned back on the chair. He was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see the expression on his face. However, he can still feel calm in his tone. If everyone has no objections, then the 8th class members have decided so. Irika looked at the students with satisfaction, and a smile was raised on the vicissitudes of life. Next, Irika once again picked up the list of students to group. After a period of time, the group was finally assigned. Except for the 8th class, the rest of the groups are all 3. All the students have been assigned and disbanded. This afternoon, you will go to the place designated by your group and wait for Teacher Jainin to come. Irika sighed and relaxed. He finally let go of the burden. During this period, he has been teaching every student with his heart. However, from now on, he will no longer serve as a mentor to these children. Yes, Mr. Irika. The students reluctantly said goodbye to Irika and left the classroom one after another. In the afternoon, the scorching sun shines on the earth, and there is a kind of dry heat in the blowing spring breeze. Each student arrived at the gathering place of their respective team. The meeting place of the 8th class is by a small river south of Konoha, where there are bushes and trees, and there are green shades all over it. It is a relatively remote suburb. Next to a towering tree, 4 immature figures waited under the shade of the tree. It is silent and full of tranquility and peace. Suddenly, a grumble of dissatisfaction broke the silence. Inyazuka grumbled dissatisfiedly, "What? Why the Teacher Jainin hasn't arrived yet? We have been waiting for a long time." Next to him was a young dog with white hair and a cute fluffy look. "Don't worry, as long as we are not late." Abarame Shino leaned against the tree trunk and said calmly. Hinata did not speak, but waited quietly. She has a relatively introverted personality and has never taken the initiative to speak up. Aizen was not silent. He took the initiative to stir up the topic and talked with the 3 in a friendly manner, looking familiar. In the end, Aizen's enthusiasm broke the divide between the 4. Except for the shy Hinata, Inyazuka's Aizen is in full swing. Abarame Shino on the side inserted a few words from time to time, often hit the nail on the head, with unique opinions. "Yo, kids! To my surprise, you guys arrived so soon." A sound like a silver bell rang, and the 4 of them looked around and saw a figure of Meow Man. With smooth long hair, clear eyes, suet-like skin, and slender figure, Lianbu easily seems to exude infinite charm. Konoha Jainin, the sunset is red. Chapter 15. With smooth long hair, clear eyes, suet-like skin, and slender figure, Lianbu easily exudes endless charm. There was a beautiful shadow in the eyes of the Aizen 4. Yuri Hong, the ninja exuding the beauty of mature actresses, is slowly walking towards them. Her black curly hair was blowing in the wind, casually draped on the incense shoulders. The pair of red pupils are as eye-catching as red crystals, which adds a bit of charm to the evening red. "Oh, kids, I didn't expect you to come so early." A gentle smile appeared on Yuri Hong's beautiful face, especially her eyes, which seemed to exude infinite charm, which made people couldn't help but be intoxicated. "Hey, you are our mentor." Inyazuka looked excited and couldn't wait to start the assessment. He was very active by nature, and he was really aggrieved after waiting for such a long time. It turned out to be a woman, but as long as she has the strength, it makes no difference. Aberame Shino lifted the sunglasses and looked at Yurihong deeply, without much expression, still expressionless. Only Hinata's gaze was watching Yurihong tightly, because the red color gave her a beautiful feeling. Especially the kind of mature feminine charm that makes Hinata longing for a girlish heart. Hinata's face flushed, and she greeted Yurihong shyly, without much words, looking straight and silently watching from the side. Unlike the three of them, Aizen is the most enthusiastic person. With a gentle smile on his face, he respectfully stepped forward to greet Yurihong. From beginning to end, his attitude was very humble, and his face was always filled with a sincere and friendly smile. Teacher Jainin, hello. I am Aizen Suk, and I will also be your student in the future. I hope I can give you more advice in the future. Aizen's enthusiastic self-introduction and sincere appearance made Yuri especially valued. A very impulsive kid, a calm and mysterious facial paralysis, a shy girl, and a passionate teenager. Yurihong's gaze swept over Inyazukeya, Aberame Shino, and Aizen one by one, and then said, "How do you say it? You guys feel very strange." 4 kinds of people with completely different personalities will be divided into a group. But it's not a big deal. From now on, the 4 of you will be in the same team. You must adapt to each other's personalities so that you can form an excellent team. This is what I hope you can achieve. Yurihong is serious. Looking at the 4 people, a power that only Jainin possesses quietly spread. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Then, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yurihong, and I am a newly promoted Jainin from Konoha village, and I am also your mentor. From now on, I will lead your 8th class on missions. The seriousness on Yurihong's face was swept away, replaced by that kind of gentle smile, as bright as the sun, warming people's hearts. Although her character is stern and naked, she has a very friendly attitude towards students. Teacher Hong, hello, my name is Inyazuka, a member of the Inyazuka clan. I am Aberame Shino, a member of the Aberame clan. My name is Hyga Hinata and I am the eldest daughter of the Hyga family. Inyazuka, Aberame Shino, and Hinata introduced themselves one after another, and took the initiative to show their favor to Yurihong. They have a good impression of this beautiful female tutor, so they are happy to get close to Hong. Well, very good. But to get back to the point, I heard that your graduation test this year is clone technique. Then, I will test you again. Yurihong coughed slightly, and solemnly said, each of you demonstrates the clone technique once, let me see your strength. Ha, Teacher Hong, is this your assessment? It's too simple. Inyazuke laughed confidently. Before Hong gave his order, his hands were imprinted with clone technique. With a bang, another Inyazuka tooth appeared beside him after a white mist passed. What an impulsive kid! However, your clone technique is perfect, and the test passed. Yurihong frowned slightly, and then smiled admiringly at Inyazuka Taga. Then, let me demonstrate it again. Aberame Shino came to Yurihong and performed the transformation technique simply and neatly, which was also praised by Yurihong. Mr. Hong, let me try it too. Hinata's voice was gentle and delicate. She lowered her head slightly and came in front of everyone, performed a clone technique, and finally passed the test as well. Aizen, you are the only one left. I hope you are just as good. Xianghong smiled at Aizen and motioned for him to move forward. Aizen's face showed hesitation, he paused for a moment, and walked in front of everyone. However, Aizen's speed of not printing is not as proficient as the other 3, and his technique is a bit rusty. Although he successfully used the clone technique, the effect was not satisfactory. The clone looked a little weak, obviously, this was because of the initial mastery of clone technique and his unskilledness. Student Aizen, you can only use clone technique reluctantly, and you have to work harder. Yurihong didn't blame Aizen, but instead encouraged him. Because she knew that Aizen, as a beginner, was able to master clone technique within 3 days and was already very successful. Aizen touched her head awkwardly, and sighed, "I see, Teacher Hong. I will continue to work hard to narrow the gap with my partners as soon as possible." Well, this kind of attitude is very good. However, I am here to remind you. Don't think that you can pass the assessment if you can use the transformation technique. Just foreplay, the next is the highlight. Xirihong took out 3 bells from her arms and said slyly, "Did you see? I have 3 bells in my hand. Your task is very simple. It is to grab these 3 bells from my hands. However, I want to remind you, there are 4 of you." Xirihong paused for a moment, and said in a low tone, "This means that the person who does not get the bell will lose the qualification to become a genin. Ask for collection, ask for reward, ask for flowers, ask for everything." During the period of the new book, the guarantee was updated twice, and it broke out after it was released. Chapter 16. Little Ghosts, I only have 3 bells in my hand, which means that one of you will definitely be eliminated and lose the qualification to become a genin. Xirihong raised the bell in her hand, and a meaningful smile appeared on her beautiful face. "What? There are only 3 bells? Teacher, you did it on purpose." Hokage complained with dissatisfaction. He could not understand Yurihong's approach. It is not easy for every student who can graduate from the ninja school, but it has to go through such a cruel test. There is nothing deliberately or unintentionally. The ninja assessment is originally the survival of the fittest. If you can't even accept this, what qualifications are there to be a qualified ninja? Xirihong has a serious expression. Although she is a woman, she has a meticulous personality. She is known as the hero of Konoha village. Forget it, yay. Since Teacher Hong has set this rule, we can only abide by it. Aizen stopped the impulsive Inyazukeya and became a peacemaker. His gaze swept across the 3 Hinata people one by one, and said sincerely, "If the 3 of you feel unfair, I will voluntarily withdraw from this assessment. After all, I am just a transfer student, and even clone technique can barely master it. The 3 of you, the strength is stronger than me, and I deserve to be qualified for this assessment." In the scorching sun, the innocent Aizen had a humble smile on his face, and the sincere eyes made Inyazukeya stunned. They never expected that Aizen would make such a decision. You know, becoming a ninja is the dream of every student. No, Teacher Hong is right, the survival of the fittest. Before the assessment has started, how can you know that you can't get the bell? So I oppose your suggestion. Abarame Shino shook his head, disagreeing with Aizen's approach. For him, it is important to be a ninja, but the most important thing is to rely on his own strength to get the spot. I don't agree. Hinata shook her head resolutely. Although her voice was small, she also expressed her opinion. I also oppose it, and I hope to rely on my own strength to get the bell. Inyazukaga smiled at Aizen, his eyes full of admiration. Aizen's humble attitude won his approval. Very well, kids. You already know how to be modest. This is a good start. I'm starting to like you a little bit. Xirihong looked at the group of humble children, and the beauty was filled with relief. Her voice changed, and then she said, "However, don't think the teacher will release the water." After dozens of sounds, we separated. This hidden forest is my hiding place. You want to get the bell from my hand. We have to rely on our own ability. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. 10. 9. 8. Yurihong's unhurried countdown affects the hearts of the 4 Hinata. They frowned slightly, and their hearts were tense. 7, 6, 5. As time passed by, the 4 students felt like a year, bearing a heavy pressure on their backs. At this moment, Inyazuka's figure suddenly moved. He smiled slyly, kicked his feet, and used the body flicker technique to pounce towards Xirihong. The bell is about to arrive. Seeing the bell's shadow expanding in his pupils, the smile on Inyazuka's face grew brighter. However, something unexpected happened to him. Brush. Yurihong frowned, her figure disappeared instantly, and when she reappeared, she had already appeared behind Inyazuka. I haven't said the beginning yet, get me back. Yurihong firmly grasped Inyazuka's collar and slammed it hard, his body flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground. Is this the strength of Jainin? Too fast. Whether it was Abarame Shino or Hinata, their pupils were suddenly weak, and their eyes were full of shock. Before, they could not see the movements of Yurihong at all. This beautiful teacher easily subdued Inyazuka's teeth. This terrifying strength turned up the stormy sea in their hearts. Aizen's gaze was also full of surprise, as if seeing unbelievable things happen. It's just that his heart is calm. Because although Hong has agility, it is nothing more than that in Aizen's eyes. Teacher Hong, you are too heavy. Inyazuka struggled to get up from the ground, grumbling grumblingly. Boy, I haven't said the beginning yet, this time I will teach you a lesson. Yurihong said solemnly, next, I will give you another chance. As long as you get a bell from my hand before the night, you can pass the test. After suffering a loss, the 4 little chickens nodded their heads like pecking rice, and did not dare to act impulsively, because Yurihong's strength deeply shocked them. 3, 2, 1, spread out. Following Yurihong's order, the 5 figures disappeared in this forest instantly. The real assessment has begun. Chapter 17. Following the order of Yurihong, including Yurihong, the 5 figures instantly dived into the forest and disappeared. This forest is full of vegetation and shaded by trees, making it an excellent place for camouflage. It is for this reason that Yurihong has set the meeting place for the 8th class here. She wants to pass this forest to let the students experience the difficulties of Yue's survival and test their teamwork. From among a hidden bush, the graceful figure of Ziriong hides in it flawlessly. She glanced over several corners around her and smiled. As a ninja, concealment and hiding are the most basic skills. It seems that everyone is doing very well. As a Jainin, Yurihong's perception ability surpasses ordinary people. She has sensed the hidden positions of the 4 students. I don't know what way you will come up with to snatch the bell. Yurihong smiled, and the white jade teeth shone brightly in the sun. On the other side, on a big tree that needs to be surrounded by several people, Abarame Shino cleverly uses leaves to cover herself, which looks flawless. He calmly observed the surrounding terrain, trying to find a perfect place to wait for the opportunity to attack Yurihong. I don't know what actions those 3 will do. I just hope that Inyazuka will not be impulsive, and easily expose his position. In that case, hiding also loses its meaning. Abarame Shino's gaze passed through the sunglasses, staring straight ahead. He vaguely felt that Yurihong was hiding there. Among the waist-high grass, a figure lay quietly on the ground, lurking like a hound. It was Inyazuka. His sensitive nose sniffed the scents on the ground from time to time, as if he wanted to use the scents on the ground to judge the exact position of Yurihong. Not far, I can feel Teacher Hong is in the small forest in front of me. Inyazuka's eyes were fiery and hot, and his body crawled forward, moving towards the front silently. As a ninja of the Inyazuka clan, both his sense of smell, hearing, and vision are much better than ordinary people. Therefore, Inyazuka decided that Yurihong must be in front. Sure enough, shortly after Inyazuka was lurking, the red sunset figure appeared. Her beautiful eyes were constantly sweeping around, her eyes were loose, and she looked defenseless. Ha! Teacher Hong really relaxed his vigilance. Inyazuka didn't immediately make a move, but continued to lurch. He was waiting for an excellent opportunity. As the evening red approached, his body undulated slightly, ready to go like a hound. Just as Yurihong was about to step into this small forest, Inyazuka's teeth moved. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. He kicked his feet and threw it out in the air. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals and used clone technique. In an instant, the three Inyazuke rushed toward the sunset from different directions. Hey! It's hidden so deeply. The setting sun blushed and panicked, as if he hadn't expected that Inyazukaga would suddenly appear. However, when the three figures were about to pounce on her, a sly smile appeared on Yurihong's face. Boom! 3 Inyazuka's teeth pressed onto Yurihong's body, and 2 of them disappeared at the same time. That is just an ordinary clone technique, only images, not entities. Hehe, I finally caught you, Teacher Hong. Inyazuka's face showed a triumphant smile. However, what he never expected was that Hong's figure disappeared along with his clone. What? This is Shadow Clone. Inyazuka's teeth were dusty, and he immediately realized that he had been deceived. When he tried to escape, he was kicked by a slender white jade leg, and the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball, hanging on the tree embarrassingly. Boy, you are too innocent. The real Sunset Red came out of the woods. She looked at the Inyazuka tooth hanging on the tree and shook her head slightly. At this time, not far from here. Abarame Shino said regretfully, sure enough, I failed. Inyazukaga was too impulsive. With the strength of Teacher Hong, how could he show his flaws? He remained motionless and continued to hide like an insect. Abarame Shino believes that only by calmly waiting for an opportunity can he get the bell. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the fallen leaves on the tree began to fall. A sound of heaven suddenly sounded in Abarame Shino's ear, are you here to watch the scenery? Abarame Shino's face changed in shock, he turned around hurriedly, but saw a jade-white arm flicking heavily on his forehead. This force made his body fly upside down and fell into the bushes embarrassingly. Yurihong patted his palms relaxedly, and said lazily, boy, although your hiding method is correct, there are too many flaws. At the other end of the forest, Aizen and Hinata lie in ambush here. When Inyazuka and Abarame Shino revealed their coordinates one after another, they were easily cleaned up by Yurihong. Hinata's heart was also flustered. Through Byakugan, she sensed that a huge chakra was approaching rapidly, and it seemed that she had locked her coordinates a long time ago. Teacher Hong is really too strong. It is really hard to get a bell in her hand. Hinata was downcast, she was not confident about her strength, she could only sigh helplessly. Hinata's eyes swept back from time to time, and Aizen was hiding there. Inyazuka and Abarame Shino failed one after another. Only the 2 of them did not reveal the coordinates. Aizen sits cross-legged under a big tree. He turned his back to the tree, so no one could see his expression clearly. Shadow clone technique? Only those 3 little ghosts can be fooled for this kind of trick. A sneer appeared at the corner of Aizen's mouth. Although Yurihong is quite Jingyan, but this kind of strength is still not in the eyes of Aizen. His eyes were covered with a layer of light blue, and he had already seen through all the disguise. It's just that, since they all failed, of course I will also fail. Aizen raised his mouth and smiled wickedly. He will continue to pretend until he perfectly fits into the big family of Konoha. P.S. Seeking collection, seeking collection, seeking collection. Chapter 18. Hinata looked ahead nervously, her white jade hands clasped tightly. That weak heart was going up and down, and any wind and grass could shock her. Earlier, through Byakugan, she had already sensed the evening red chakra from a distance. Huge, strong, and majestic. This also made Hinata even more frightened. Her weak body was tightly leaning against the tree trunk, and her heart was beating with peng-peng. Swipe it! A gust of wind and grass sounded, as if a fast-moving object was approaching. Here, Teacher Hong is here. Hinata's body was tight, and the nervous heart hung high. After turning on Byakugan, Hinata can clearly see things around 1 kilometer. What caught her off guard was that there were several traces of the flow of chakra veins around her. Isn't the clone a virtual image? Why are there signs of chakra mobility? Hinata was flustered, and she found that those figures showed signs of chakra flow. Originally, in the ninja school, they only had contact with clone technique, but did not understand shadow clone technique. Now, what Xirihong is displaying is the shadow clone technique, which can make each clone possess chakra and condense the entity. Hinata kid, I found you. The silver bell-like sound of Xirihong sounded, and the shadow clones surged together, surrounding Hinata. At this moment, Hinata was completely panicked. She couldn't even tell which was the real one. Gentle fist. In the panic, Hinata's fighting spirit was aroused instead. She condenses chakra on both palms. Hinata stepped out and took a palm. When the second step is taken, take another palm. The two gentle fist offensives were shot fiercely towards those sunset reds. Gentle fist? Although powerful, there are too many flaws. Those few Xirihong pounced at the same time, two of them rushed towards Hinata's palms. With a bang, those two sunsets turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. However, another Yurihong suddenly appeared behind Hinata, and his palm was about to pat down. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Just as the tragedy was about to happen again, a long ambush voice sounded. Lightning style, lightning strike. A dazzling white flash of thunder flew out of the woods, passing through the air like a meteor, and shooting towards the red body of the evening. Hey! There was an ambush. Yurihong frowned, but turned around to see Aizen's figure. However, Bai Lei quickly hit her body and then exploded suddenly. Xirihong's clone turned into a white mist for a time. Student Hinata, are you okay? Aizen crossed the jungle, trotting all the way towards Hinata. He has been waiting here long ago, waiting for Xirihong to come. Although Shadow Clone has chakra, it disappears easily. Aizen's lightning strike wiped out all of Xirihong's Shadow Clone. However, just when Aizen thought that Yurihong was recorded, Hinata exclaimed, Aizen, be careful behind. Before Aizen turned his head, a soft palm of his hand was pressed against his back. Aizen only felt a scent coming from her ear, which made people fascinated. Xirihong smiled slyly, boy, I expected you to ambush. However, the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. Those just now are my shadow clone. After saying this, Xirihong took a palm shot, and Aizen's figure flew upside down. Coincidentally, that direction happened to be where Hinata was. Ouch! Aizen fell to the ground in pain and let out a cry. It's just that he felt a soft feeling on his back. Aizen looked back, but found himself embarrassingly pressing on Hinata's body. That softness is Hinata's little white rabbit. Student Aizen, can you please get up quickly? Hinata's ears were flushed, and her white face was full of blood, like a red apple. She has no masters, she can only keep squeezing the palm of her hand. Sorry, I blame Teacher Hong for being too strong. Aizen got up awkwardly, and completely shifted the responsibility to Xirihong. Before Hinata was taken advantage of by her, it made him feel uncomfortable. It's too weak, the four of you are really too weak. To be defeated by me one by one, really disappointed me. Xirihong appeared again, but her face had a lost expression. The performance of the 8th class members disappointed her. The other two brats, come out too. Xirihong's gaze swept across the grass on both sides and shook his head disappointedly. Ugh! Inyazuka and Aberame Shino sighed helplessly, and walked out of the grass together. The four of the 8th class looked very embarrassed, and they were all taught by Yurihong once. Not only did he not touch the bell, but fell to the point of grief. It's too weak. Not only are you weak, but you don't care about teamwork. I am very dissatisfied with your performance, which means that all four of you are disqualified for the assessment. Xirihong sullenly said angrily. Her remarks felt like a bolt from the blue, which struck hard on the hearts of the four people. Seeking collection, asking for a reward. To thank for the reward. It will be 3 shifts tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I hope you will continue to work hard. Chapter 19. All 4 of you lose the qualification for the assessment. Xi Rihong looked at the 4 people sternly, her expression deeply disappointed. What, why? Inyazuka snarled dissatisfied. He waved his fists and yelled, indeed, we didn't grab the bell. But, we won't lose the qualification for the assessment. Xi Rihong's face was cold, and her beautiful face seemed to be covered with frost. She stared at Inyazuka coldly, and snorted disdainfully, it's useless to shout, you little devil, none of you are qualified to be a ninja. Even the calmest Aberame Shino's mood was affected. He clenched his fists, his eyes hidden under the sunglasses contained unwillingness and anger. Aberame Shino tried to restrain his emotions, but was indignant in his heart. As a member of the Aberame clan, if you can't become a ninja, it will be a lifelong shame. Hinata has a weak personality. Although she did not say anything, she bit Sakura's lips aggrievedly, and silently resisted the decision made by Yu Rihong. The kid is a kid after all. No wonder it fails. From start to finish, you never thought about teamwork. Xi Rihong shook her head disappointedly, her tone becoming colder. Although she is a female ninja, her character is a female man. Teamwork. The 4 Hinata were surprised at the same time. They recalled that they seemed to be fighting alone from start to finish without any teamwork. Inyazuka Toga is brave and impulsive. Although Aberame Shino is calm, he overestimates his strength. Although Hinata has Byakugan, his personality is too introverted. As for Aizen, although he has the intention of teamwork, but it uses Hinata as bait. Xi Rihong explained the weakness of the 4, leaving them speechless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Do you know why I chose the assembly point here? Because relying on this forest, you can take care of each other and lie in ambush. As long as the 4 of you work together, I will not be able to break one by one, and you may even get a bell. Xi Rihong stated her intention that the key to this assessment is teamwork. Similarly, after grouping, you become a team. The relationship between you is no longer a classmate, but a companion. As a ninja, the most important thing is the bond with your partner. The sunset was red, and her face turned red, and she excitedly told her true thoughts in her heart. Ugh! The 4 of Inyazuka sighed heavily and their heads were downcast. They wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason. Because they were indeed cleaned up by the red. Let's go, the ninja school is where you belong. Xi Rihong waved her hand mercilessly and expelled the 4 of them. The 4 looked at each other, unwilling but helpless. They can only witness the figure of Xi Rihong go further and further, and finally disappear in the forest. The atmosphere was solemn, and the 4 remained silent. At this time, Aizen took a step forward and said, let's not be discouraged. In fact, Teacher Hong is right, there is no teamwork between us. Yet, I also agree with you. The advantage of our Aberame clan is to control insects. I could have passed messages to you through insects. But for myself, I finally failed. Aberame Shino gently pushed the sunglasses upwards, a kind smile appeared on his face. I'm also very selfish. Our 5 senses in the Inyazuka clan surpass ordinary people. I have already caught the trace of Teacher Hong with the smell, but I just want to be reckless. Inyazuka scratched his head awkwardly, his personality was the most impulsive, and he was also the first person to be cleaned up by Yuri Hong. If I stay by your side, through Byakugan's blind spot detection, I can also cover you. Hinata lowered her head slightly, her voice as small as a mosquito. She shyly admitted her mistake, her small face seemed to be stained with 2 red clouds. We have the 5 senses beyond ordinary people, the Byakugan induction without dead ends, the insects all over the forest, and the powerful lightning strikes, but we still failed. Hong's approach is correct. We lacked teamwork and we were eliminated for granted. Failure is not terrible. The terrible thing is that we cannot see our weaknesses. Aizen summed up all the mistakes, and constantly comforted the other three. His enthusiasm continued to inspire the fighting spirit of the three. The original frustration was swept away, replaced by high morale. After the four of them regained their confidence, their mentality also recovered. Just as they turned and were about to leave, the sound of heaven rang again. Very well, kids. It seems that you have realized the importance of teamwork and know how to use the advantages of each member. This is the significance of the establishment of the 8th class. The red sunset figure reappeared. She slowly walked out of the woods, with a gentle smile on her face, and said, "It seems that you can reflect on yourself and find the reason. I decided that all four of you passed the assessment and became a qualified genin. Seeking collection, seeking collection, seeking collection." Chapter 20. Ah, what did you say, teacher? We passed the exam. Whether it's in Hokage or a Shino, the expressions on their faces are very wonderful, with a hint of daze and surprise. Qualified? What's the matter? Hinata's small face was flushed, and her smooth face, which can be blown with her fingers, was covered with a light red because of excitement, which made her look very cute. Even Aizen was taken aback. He didn't expect Xirihong to change his mind and let all four of them pass the assessment. Do you know what is the most important requirement for being a ninja? Yurihong gazed at the four people with blank faces in relief, and said, "Ninjas must be calm and cautious to complete the mission. Among them, the most important point is companions." The eyes of the four Hinata stared at Yurihong tightly, and they seemed to feel the weight of the word companion from her beautiful eyes. Ninjas must never give their backs to the enemy, but they can entrust it to your newcomers' companions. This is the spirit of teamwork. Xirihong's eyes were firm, and her stern look made her look heroic. Originally, you have lost the qualifications for the assessment. However, you quickly realized the meaning of teamwork. Therefore, you have the qualifications to become a ninja. Hearing these words again, the faces of all four of them showed surprised smiles. The original depression was wiped out, and his fighting spirit was restored. After all the hardships in the ninja school, he has finally become a genin. From today, I will lead you to carry out tasks. The name of our team is called Konoha Class 8. Xirihong gave a thumbs up to the four of them, her beautiful face with a smile of Fengqing. Her temperament is very special, rigorous, and gentle, which makes people can't help but feel good. Great, I finally became a ninja. Hokage cheered and shouted constantly. Aizen stood beside him and smiled slightly, also feeling ecstatic. His handsome face has always been filled with a gentle smile, which makes people feel that he is naturally low-key and humble. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Don't be happy too early. Before carrying out the task, we have to do another thing. As your mentor, I will teach you ninjutsu in the future to help you grow smoothly. Yurihong proudly said, "Although I am not good at ninjutsu, I am one of the best ninjas in Konoha. Therefore, in the future, my teaching will be based on illusion." Illusion. Hinata, Hokage, and Abarame Shino nodded at the same time. As early as in the ninja school, they learned that ninjutsu, physique, and illusion are the three major combat skills of ninjas. Earlier, in the ninja school, Irika taught them the most basic Thunder Shield Ninja. It's just that not every student can learn it, because they don't have the Thunder attribute chakra. But illusion is different, there is no specific attribute requirement, only talent is needed. Maybe you have no idea about true illusion. Look, this is my master illusion. Sunset Hong smiled slightly, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Just a few seconds later, her figure slowly twisted, and finally disappeared completely in front of the four. How is it possible? Where did the teacher go? The three Hinata were dumbfounded, and Xirihong disappeared in front of them silently. Aizen's expression was equally surprised, but there was a trace of imperceptible disdain hidden deep in his pupils. Magic tree bound kill. The sweet voice of Xirihong sounded out of nowhere, and the four of them were about to turn around, but they were shocked to find that the intertwined tree roots rose from the bottom of their feet and gradually formed a big tree. The branches of the tree held them tightly to Chen Rao, making them unmovable. Damn it, what's this trick? Inazukaya struggled desperately, but couldn't move. Chen Rao's body was tightly branched, making him difficult to breathe. It's over, kids. Suddenly, Inyazuka Tooth felt a chill from his neck. He looked down, but found that Xirihong was holding a handful of kyu on his neck. Xirihong's figure appeared behind the four, with a sharp kunao on their necks. As long as Xirihong exerted a little effort, they could easily end their lives. This is illusion, which can take the life of the enemy without knowing it. Once I hit my magic tree, I will be tightly rooted by Chen Rao and unable to move. Only by cracking the illusion can I move freely. However, it is of course impossible to do it with your strength, unless it is a genius against the sky. Xirihong's unhurried explanation made the four of them feel the power of illusion. In her opinion, it is a matter of course that the Hinata four were caught in her illusion. After all, the four of them are just rookies who have just become genin. I am afraid that only the illusionist genius can see through his illusion, but it is a pity that none of the four are. Can only the heavens break the illusion? Aizen groaned in his heart, and a touch of blue rushed into the depths of his pupils, and Kaika Suijutsu's power emerged. Suddenly, all the branches that were bound to him loosened. His palm immediately grabbed the kunao resting on his neck and moved it away. How is this possible? Yurihong stared at everything Aizen was doing with her mouth stunned, and the storm turned up in her heart. Because Aizen really cracked her illusion. Ask for collection, ask for flowers. Recommend a book, Girl Summon, the author is a cute girl, everyone can pay attention to it. Chapter 21. How is this possible? You can crack my ninjutsu. This time it was Yurihong's turn to be surprised. She stared at Aizen, who was able to move around freely, her breathing became rapid. The pair of white rabbits also continued to fluctuate with their violent breathing, drawing a perfect curve. This magic tree-bound kill is mysterious and unpredictable, and it is one of the famous tricks of the sunset. As Konoha's top phantom ninja, she is confident that few people can break her skills. Unexpectedly, Aizen, who looked inconspicuous, could easily crack it. Is he an illusion genius without a single chance? Xirihong was shocked in her heart, her gaze stayed on Aizen for a long time, silent. He had heard some clues from Irika's mouth earlier, Aizen is a ninjutsu genius. Now, Aizen has easily broken his magic tree bound to kill. This shows that Aizen not only has a strong talent in ninjutsu, but also a peerless genius in illusion. Aizen smiled at Xirihong, and easily broke free of the shackles of the big tree. Student Aizen actually solved the illusion of Teacher Hong, my god, isn't this true? Inyazukaga was stunned, thinking he had hallucinations. Rubbing his eyes quickly, he found that Aizen was standing opposite him and looking at him with a smile. It's amazing. Teacher Hong said that only peerless geniuses can be immune to his illusion from the beginning. I didn't expect that Aizen is not only amazing in ninjutsu, but also has the same powerful talent in illusion. Hinata sighed in shock. However, her beauty is more of worship. Although Aizen has a low start, he has a strong talent. So Hinata is also happy for him from the heart. It really surprised the teacher, Aizen. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful illusion talent, and you won't be affected by my tree-bound kill. This talent is already at the level of the man back then. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Speaking of the man, Yurihong frowned and her expression became solemn. Uchiha Itachi, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. He had a strong talent for pupil skills at an early age and was good at illusion. In terms of illusion, Konoha has few people who can make Red jealous, and one of them is Uchiha Itachi. It's just that this genius ninja defected to Konoha a few years ago and became a vicious S-rank rebel. Teacher Hong, when you performed ninjutsu, I felt red and white in my mind, and when I regained consciousness, I was bound by the big tree. But this feeling quickly disappeared and I regained my ability to move. Aizen scratched his head awkwardly, staring at the shocked gaze tightly. With the dazed expression on his face, he couldn't tell why he was able to crack the illusion. Oh, it's really a mistake. Yuri Hong sighed heavily, and she saw Aizen's face blankly, and even panicked. I understand that Aizen broke his illusion only by chance. However, this also shows that Aizen's talent in illusion is extremely powerful. Illusion, solution. Yuri Hong's hands were sealed, and the tree was released, and the three Hinata regained their ability to move. The three of them looked at Aizen enviously. The power of illusion made them yearn for. However, Aizen is born with a huge advantage. However, this is also a good thing. In Yasukaga, the three of you are all sentient ninjas. Now that there is an illusion genius Aizen, the cooperation of your team will be ever-changing in the future. Yuri Hong gave Aizen a thumbs up, and was very happy for him. The most important thing is that Yuri Hong himself is an illusion ninja, and naturally hope that one of the academy is good at illusion. Okay, let's end this matter. From now on, I will teach students in accordance with their aptitude, according to your own characteristics. Yuri Hong's beautiful face showed a kind and friendly smile, like a caring big sister next door, making people feel warm from the bottom of their hearts. She walked up to the four of them and said solemnly, "Okay, back to the topic. Now that our 8th class has been established, then of course start the task." "Great, I can finally start the mission." Inyazuka's teeth leaped high, cheering constantly. It has always been his dream to become a ninja and perform tasks. In our Konoha Shinobi village, missions are generally divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Similarly, ninjas are also divided into 4 levels. They are Genin, Chunin, Jainin, and Naruto. Yuri Hong solemnly said, each ninja has different mission permissions. For example, D-level tasks can only be performed by Genin, but C-level tasks can be performed by Genin and Chunin. As for A-level tasks, Jainin-level personnel are required to execute. So, the 4 of you are the most rookies and only have the full power to perform the D-level mission. Tomorrow, we will perform the first D-level mission. At that time, I look forward to your performance." Hearing these words, everyone cheered. They can't wait to perform the task and experience the real ninja life. Chapter 22. This is the outskirts of Konoha, with grasses all over it. On weekdays, people are rarely visited. In this quiet morning hour, it is even more impossible for anyone to appear. Suddenly, a slight voice broke the silence. "Hinata, I have already smelled it," confirming that it was fleeing in this direction. Inyazuka Tooth moved cautiously in the woods, continuing to lock on the whereabouts of the mission target. Behind him, Abarame Shino is performing the secret skills of the Abarame clan to control the bugs in the suburbs to find out information. Not far away from the two of them, Hinata turned on Byakugan and looked carefully in the direction Inyazukaga said. Her main task is to lock the mission target through Byakugan's super long visual range. In the other direction, Aizen was cautiously lurking, constantly approaching the mission target, and gradually forming an encirclement. This is a strategy set by their team to track mission goals through Inyazuka's 5 senses beyond ordinary people. Then use Abarame Shino to control the bug to locate the approximate range of the target. In the end, Hinata's Byakugan thoroughly found the precise location of the mission target. Then, Aizen is responsible for outflanking from the other side to prevent the target from escaping. I have seen it, hiding in the grass motionlessly. Hinata fixed her eyes and said with joy. It's now, do it. Inyazuka yelled, arched his body, and launched an offensive like a hound. Hearing his voice, Aizen moved at the same time on the other end, rushing towards the target. Although their movements had already made a lot of noise, the four of them moved quickly, swiftly, and powerfully, and immediately surrounded the mission objectives. "Hey, I finally caught you." Inyazuka's movement was the fastest. He slammed hard, pressing his entire body on the black shadow in the grass. Meow meow meow. There was a cat cry. Four people completely surrounded the mission target. They gazed at the dark shadow in Inyazuka's arms with joy, with a triumphant smile on their faces. The goal of their D-class mission was the cat that was lost by a local tyrant. As long as they find the cat, they will complete the task and get a reward. Very well, kids. You successfully completed this mission, let's go back to Konoha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Rihong's figure suddenly appeared. Along the way, she was tracking four people and observing how they performed their tasks. But this time, the four people in the 8th class worked closely together to complete this task flawlessly, which made Rihong very satisfied. "Teacher Hong," I said, "can I change some other tasks? These days, we either help others find pets, or take care of children alone at home. Why are these trivial things I can hardly accept?" Inyazuka's mouth twitched slightly, complaining listlessly. "Yeah, Inyazukaga is right. This kind of boring task will only waste our time and has no other effect." Even Aberame Shino, who has always been calm, began to complain. Although his secret technique of insect control has been tempered in the past few days, it has always been overkill. "Haha, kids, don't be discouraged." Rihong looked at the four people in Class 8 tenderly, and comforted, "Don't be discouraged. This is a time that every ninja must experience. I think back then, teacher, I also performed this tedious and boring task again and again, constantly accumulated experience. Oh. This is the truth, but I still can't accept it in my heart." Inyazuka's teeth fell dejected, and the original high motivation was almost wiped out. "However, your efforts are not in vain. In the past few days, your performance is obvious to all. To encourage you, 3rd Hokage rewards you with a ninjutsu scroll." Ninjutsu scroll. Even Aizen was attracted by Yurihong's words, and his eyes exploded with a sharp glow. Yurihong took out a ninjutsu scroll from her arms, held it high, and said, "Fire style, great fireball technique. Although this is a basic fire style ninjutsu, it is powerful. Great fireball technique." Hinata, Inyazuka Tooth, and Aberame Shino were ecstatic. Only when they suddenly realized that this is fire style ninjutsu. In an instant, the expressions of the three of them solidified, all their ecstasy emotions disappeared, and only disappointment and helplessness remained in their eyes. The three of them don't have the fire attribute chakra, so they can't practice this ninjutsu. "Mr. Hong, is Grandpa 3rd generation teasing us?" Inyazukaga was indignant, and the huge contrast of ecstasy and plummeting made him feel unbalanced. Painful realization. "Calm down, 3rd generation is getting older, and it's natural to get confused occasionally." Yurihong is also very helpless, because she knows that the three of Hinata are practicing family secret arts, and there is no fire attribute chakra at all. The remaining Aizen seems to be a ninja with thunder attributes. However, many geniuses have multiple attributes chakra. Yurihong raised her eyebrows and said, "Aizen, open this scroll and see if you can master it." Aizen did not shirk off, took the scroll from Yurihong's hand, and slowly opened it. According to the record on the scroll, great fireball technique needs to produce 6 marks. Aizen's face was calm, followed by the gesture recorded on the scroll and began to seal. Next, something that made Yurihong stunned happened. Originally, she just had the mentality of trying, so that Aizen Jian didn't have much hope. However, Aizen not only mastered the Jian method once, but also successfully performed ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of great fireball was spit out from Aizen's mouth, scorching the hot wind, and swept forward. The scorching high temperature seemed to burn everything. Chapter 23. A huge fireball spouted from the blue mouth, the heat wave swept all over, and the temperature of the air rose instantly. He actually learned it. Yurihong stared at the majestic great fireball dumbfounded, and surprised Sakura's lips with her white jade hands. Originally, she just had a fluke mentality and asked Aizen to give it a try. Unexpectedly, Aizen not only knows himself without a teacher, but also performs the fireball technique flawlessly. What does that mean? Aizen is not only an illusionist genius, but also possesses the thunder attribute and fire attribute chakra. This kind of talent against the sky is definitely 1 of 100. Unexpectedly, Aizen's talent is more terrifying than I thought. The word genius emerged in Yurihong's mind. Although Konoha has appeared in many geniuses, Konoha Sunin, Uchiha Itachi, Hitaki Kakashi, etc. of the Mega Ninja world have appeared. However, Aizen's talent is not weaker than them. It's too strong, classmate Aizen. Do you really remember it? Just watched it once and mastered the not printing method. Inuyasukaya yelled loudly, except for shock in his heart, there was nothing but exclamation in his heart. Abarame Shino didn't say much, but stared deeply at Aizen. From this moment on, Aizen left an indelible impression in his heart. It's great, Aizen, it's really amazing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Hinata stood aside and peeked at Aizen secretly, feeling happy for him from the bottom of his heart. However, when the scene of Aizen pressing on her body appeared in her mind, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's nothing, it's just a fluke, not to mention this is just the most common fire-style ninjutsu. Aizen scratched his head constantly, slightly shy. Although his performance was amazing, there was always a humble and gentle smile on his face. This low-key attitude made Xirihong's eyes a little bit more admiration. Xirihong suddenly felt that Aizen was her greatest achievement among all the students. Not only is he talented, he has a humble and kind personality, and he is keen to unite with the team. This kind of mentality is really commendable for a genius. Okay, you have worked hard these days. Let's go back to rest early this time. 3 days later, we will gather here again. At that time, I will teach you the most basic body flicker technique. Zirihong's beautiful eyes are full of love. Looking at this group of energetic students, she didn't hesitate to express how precious youth is. After disbanding, Aizen walked alone on the way back to his residence. He recalled the great fireball technique, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kind of junk ninjutsu is useless in his opinion, and its power is not even as strong as Kid S. For Aizen, who was able to release the number 90 Kijutsu without singing, he still looks down on this kind of low-level ninjutsu. Showing such a powerful talent, finally gained the trust of Xirihong. Aizen smiled knowingly, his eyes full of confidence, as if everything was under control. The development of the plan was carried out exactly in accordance with his expectations. After these few days of disguise, he has left a humble, low-key, and kind impression in everyone's hearts. It's just that this is just the first step in Aizen's plan. Next, he will continue to show unparalleled talent, but he will not show all his strength. That way, Konoha can be cultivated without being suspicious. Aizen stroked the body of Kaika Suijutsu that hung around his waist, and muttered in a low voice, "When will it be your turn to appear? I look forward to that day." Aizen has not used Kaika Suijutsu for a long time because he is waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for everyone in Konoha to see Shikai. Once a lofty emperor, how could Aizen be willing to be trapped in Konoha? When the time is right, Kaika Suijutsu will make its debut. Just as Aizen was lost in thought, a sound like a silver bell came from behind him. The voice was weak, even a bit shy. Aizen turned around, but saw Hinata standing not far away with a flushed face. She bowed her head shyly, and her 2 small palms held tightly. Obviously, Hinata's heart is very nervous. "Student Aizen, can I buy you a bowl of ramen? I want to collect," the collection is not rising enough, I hope you will continue to support me a lot. Flowers, evaluation tickets, I'll come here for rewards. Chapter 24. Aizen, can I treat you to ramen? In the sunset, a beautiful shadow appeared in front of him. Hinata is pure and beautiful, the unique girly temperament is like a soft white lotus, which is not stained by the silt. She clasped her hands, nodded and lowered her eyebrows, and 2 red clouds appeared on her smooth face. The 2 charming little dimples on the cheeks add a touch of cuteness to Hinata. Hinata classmate. Aizen looked at Hinata in surprise, the other side's shy and timid appearance made him shine. He smiled slightly and said, "Are you going to invite me to eat ramen?" Okay. Although Hinata has been in contact with Aizen not long ago, he left a deep impression on him. Although Hinata is shy and introverted, she is a strong girl. Whenever he saw the success of his companions, Hinata would silently encourage him. Although the words are the least, the mind is the heaviest. Seeing the innocent Hinata, Aizen couldn't help but think of another person. Hina Mori. Deputy Captain of the 5th Division of the Godei 13th Team, a former subordinate of Aizen. Hina Morintao is very affectionate and simple, and is easy to be exploited. I admired Aizen very much, and was eventually used by Aizen because of his excessive trust in Aizen. Now Aizen sees the same shadow from Hinata. Hinata's personality is also kind and weak. This reminds Aizen of the days when he was in the soul world. Aizen walked towards Hinata and smiled gently. "Hinata classmate, have you been following me all the time?" "Ah, no." Hearing Aizen's words, Hinata's ears were red, and he quickly shook his head shyly, saying, "Because I also walked this way back to Hyaga's house, so I met you on the way." "Oh? What a coincidence. Then let's go together." Aizen looked at Hinata, who was a head shorter than her, and smiled slightly. "Okay." Hinata nodded happily, her voice as subtle as a mosquito. Standing in front of Aizen at such a close distance, her heart throbbed. The 2 of them walked together all the way, and gradually walked towards Konoha village. It's just that the 2 people's moods are completely different. Aizen feels relaxed and leisurely. Hinata's heart was nervous, and the deer bumped into each other. "Why don't we go to the Il Ramen shop, where the taste is the most authentic?" Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hinata whispered, "However, you should not be familiar with Konoha. Let me lead the way." Aizen nodded slightly, letting Hinata lead the way. He quietly observed Hinata's back, a gentle smile lifted from the corner of his mouth. For Aizen, such peaceful days have been missing for hundreds of years. He only enjoyed this moment of tranquility when he was in the soul world. Gradually, the 2 of them came to a ramen shop full of voices. It was twilight, and the ramen shop was overcrowded and business was booming. The 2 chose a remote corner to sit down. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming ramen arrived in front of them. "Student Hinata, the ramen is here, let's get started." Aizen was about to greet Hinata for dinner, but found that Hinata looked melancholy and seemed to be worried. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my mind?" Hinata, who was in a daze, nodded reflexively, then shook his head quickly, and said with a strong smile, "Nothing, I'm just in a daze." "Student Hinata, we may have known each other not long ago. However, I can listen to your thoughts and relieve your worries." Aizen chuckled lightly. How could he not see Hinata hiding from his eyes? "Ugh!" Hinata sighed in distress, and said weakly, "As an outsider, you don't understand how I feel." "Why?" Aizen raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. "Our Hyuga family is divided into a clan and a branch house. I am a member of the clan. It's just..." Hinata paused for a moment and said sadly, "My identity is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and the family has high hopes for me. But in a competition, I lost to my sister Hyuga Hanabi, who is 5 years younger than me, so my father Hyuga Hayashi was very disappointed in me." "Ugh! Hinata sighed again and said, "Whenever I see my father, I can feel the disappointment in his eyes. I want to try to prove myself, but my talent is not enough, and I have always realized mediocrity." After hearing Hinata's talk, Aizen nodded thoughtfully. He pointed out the window and said, "Look at the blue sky at dusk. Does it look like red clouds?" Hinata nodded slightly. "The sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you, you just deceive yourself with your own eyes." Aizen smiled affectionately, "So, your father didn't blame you. The reason why you feel this way is also because of the guilt in your heart. You feel that you have failed his expectations." "But..." Hinata was about to start talking, but was interrupted by Aizen. "Laugh, if the sun is covered by dark clouds, everyone will be sad. As long as you smile, you will find that the so-called guilt is not important. The important thing is how you look at yourself." Aizen's handsome face is filled with a gentle and enthusiastic smile, which makes people can't help but be infected by him. Hinata stared at Aizen for a long time, thinking constantly. Finally, thoughtful, she nodded and smiled at Aizen, "Thank you, I probably understand. As long as the heart is strong, you won't be troubled by negative emotions." The two smiled at each other, and finally let go of their worries and started ramen. At this moment, Hinata felt that, as if the gap between him and Aizen had disappeared. P.S. There was one more, but something happened suddenly today. This one will last until tomorrow. 3 shifts tomorrow. Ask for collections, flowers, and evaluation votes. I hope you will continue to support." Chapter 25. 3 days have passed. Since leaving the Yul Ramen restaurant with Hinata, Aizen has returned to his house in the northern part of Konoha. During these 3 days, he raced against time to cultivate. He practiced ninjutsu wholeheartedly during the day, and sat cross-legged at night, constantly refining chakra. After 3 days and nights of training, Aizen's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the spiritual power in his body has further recovered. Due to the mutation of the spiritual power seed, chakra also rose with the tide, barely surpassing the genin level. As we all know, every ninja is born with different chakra. Uzumaki Naruto was born with a huge chakra, able to use multiple shadow clone techniques at will. However, some ninjas are born with insufficient chakra. You can only barely perform a few ninjutsu tricks and you will be exhausted. These ninjas all have a bottleneck. However, this problem does not appear in Aizen. Because of the existence of spiritual power seeds, he only needs to refine spiritual power step by step to gain powerful power. In the same way, with the recovery of spiritual power, Aizen felt that the power of the kid technique had also increased. More importantly, he has been able to perform the first 35 kid skills initially. Aizen is satisfied with this kind of training speed against the sky. After all, he once controlled Shinigami's power to the extreme. Now even if you start from scratch, it will only get twice the result with half the effort. According to Aizen's estimation, he only needs to keep lurking for a period of time before he can initially recover his strength. However, there is still a difficult road ahead for Ryotsude to return to the level of horror that he had been. On the other hand, Aizen is also in ninjutsu practice at a rapid pace. 3 days ago, he could barely separate out 5 shadow clones. However, now he can separate 10 shadow clones. It's not enough. This level of power can't turn the waves at all. It seems that I still need to continue to pretend. Under the dim moonlight, Aizen regained his original appearance. The usual low-key humility disappeared, replaced by the kind of superior domineering. If the 8th class of people are here, they will definitely feel why 2 completely different temperaments appear in the same person. Unfortunately, they can't see it. Only in the dead of night, Aizen will take off her disguise and restore the domineering dominance of everything. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the early morning of the 4th day, Konoha was outside. It was the familiar woods, and the 4 students from Class 8 gathered here early in the morning. They are looking forward to it, because Xi Rihong will teach them the most basic body flicker technique today. Yo, kids! You are very accurate. A beautiful voice like a yellow aureole broke the tranquility of the morning, and the four of them looked at the source of the sound, but saw a beautiful figure appearing. This figure is graceful, exuding a moving demeanor in every move. It is Xi Rihong. Well, your complexion is very good. It seems that you haven't been lazy in the past 3 days. With a smile on his face, Yuri Hong gently moved Lianbu to the Aizen 4, carefully observed their faces, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Of course, for today's practice, we are all energized. And we just wait for Teacher Hong to teach you ninjutsu. Hokage smiled triumphantly, his eyes full of expectation. Body flicker technique has always been the ninjutsu he has longed for the most. It seems that you all can't wait to learn the body flicker technique. Then I will tell you the principles of the body flicker technique first. Xi Rihong paused for a moment, and solemnly said, the so-called body flicker technique uses high-speed movement technology to achieve the effect of instant movement. Then, she added, of course, there are roughly 3 types of instantaneous techniques. They are space-time ninjutsu, high-speed physique, and escape technique. The 3 Hinata listened attentively, and a scene of teleportation emerged in their minds. Even Aizen was attracted by Yuri Hong's words. It's just that these 3 categories are too difficult for you at this stage. Today, what I want to practice for you is the most basic body flicker technique. Xi Rihong leaped and landed 10 meters away steadily. She yelled, look, I will show you the body flicker technique next time. She condensed all chakra on the soles of her feet and stomped on the ground quickly. In an instant, she stepped on the ground a dozen times in a row. Brush! Xi Rihong's figure instantly disappeared from the 4 of them, and appeared in a clearing 30 meters away. It's too powerful, this speed is beyond catching with the naked eye. The 3 Hinata were incredibly surprised, and their eyes were full of admiration. Although Aizen had the same expression, an unknown contempt flashed across his pupils. In Aizen's view, the speed of Yuri Hong is very fast. But in front of his Shunpo, there is no advantage. As Shinigami's basic skills, Aizen has already mastered Shunpo to the extreme. Aizen is confident that only with his current strength, using Shunpo can easily surpass Ziriong. Chapter 26. Did you see it, kids? This is the power of the basic body flicker technique, which allows you to move quickly over short distances. Yuri Hong smiled slightly. She saw shock and admiration in the eyes of the 4 Aizens, and the degree of fascination made her very satisfied. It's so cool, I also want to learn this instant technique. Hokage shouted, his eyes full of energy. The impulsive wildness hidden in his bones was awakened again. Inyazuka Toa is right. The instant technique is very useful for investigation missions, and it is an essential ninjutsu. Abarame Shino gently lifted the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Although outsiders could not see his appearance, they could feel the hot gaze. Teacher Hong, hurry up and teach us. After learning the instant technique, it will be much more convenient for us to perform those trivial D-level tasks. Aizen couldn't wait to ask Yuri Hong to teach. The enthusiasm was even higher than that of Inyazukaga. Xi Rihong waved them to calm down, and said, it's a good thing that you have this kind of enthusiasm. However, you must first understand the principles of the basic body flicker technique. The principle of the basic body flicker technique. The 4 of them looked puzzled and looked at each other. They suddenly discovered that they really didn't understand the principle of body flicker technique, and only had blood. Every ninjutsu has its principles, even the basic body flicker technique is no exception. Xi Rihong coughed slightly, and the plump white rabbit kept undulating. She solemnly said, the so-called basic body flicker technique is to condense chakra on the soles of the feet, step on the ground 10 times in an instant, and use the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. The speed of movement varies with the ninja's chakra level. Similarly, the finer you master chakra, the farther you can move. After Xirihong raised her feet, the Aizen foresaw a layer of light blue chakra condensed on the solace of her feet. But, based on our current level, what should we do? Aizen looked puzzled, tilted his head and asked eagerly. Seeing Aizen's anxious appearance, Yurihong secretly smiled and said, "Don't worry, all you have to do is to gather chakra on the solace of your feet. It's that simple." 4 people questioned at the same time. "Try it first, kids." Yurihong smiled and shook her head, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knows very well that with the strength of the Hinata 4, it is difficult to condense chakra on the solace of the feet for a long time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Sure enough, when the 4 tried, they encountered difficulties one after another. Although they can keep chakra quiet on the solace of their feet, they can maintain impermanence for a long time, let alone step on the ground quickly. Hey, hey, hey. After some attempts, the 4 were exhausted and sweating profusely. They can barely step on it for a few times, and there is no use for eggs. It's too slow. It's no wonder Teacher Hong is not optimistic about us. Inyazuka lay tired on the ground, panting constantly. He is the most wild, and he is the most reluctant to admit defeat. Helpless, tried many times but couldn't succeed. Hinata's tired face flushed with sweat. Although she has a strong personality, she did not give up easily. However, the ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. She still failed. Don't be discouraged, although it is the basic body flicker technique, it is not so easy to learn. You know, the teacher back then I also suffered a lot before I could barely master it. Xirihong smiled and shook her head. She graciously scanned each of her immature faces, feeling relieved in her heart. Although the children in Class 8 are not talented, they are full of energy, which makes her appreciate. How about, Aizen, can you master the basic body flicker technique? Yurihong came to Aizen and asked with concern. In her opinion, only the talented Aizen can quickly master the body flicker technique. Aizen hesitated and said, Mr. Hong, although I have failed many times. However, I think I should barely master the body flicker technique. Puff. Inyazuka, who was holding the canteen drinking water, spit out a large mouthful of water and almost choked him to death. Not only him, but Hinata and Abarameshino were stunned. They even suspected that they had heard it wrong. No, is he really so perverted? Inyazuka slumped to the ground, muttering weakly. Really, Aizen? You can show it to the teacher. Even though Xirihong was shocked, she could barely accept it. Because she knows that a genius can never be measured by common sense. Well, I will try my best. Aizen got up and walked towards the open space ahead unconfidently. It can be seen from his expression that he is not completely sure. At this time, the eyes of the 4 people, including Yurihong, focused on Aizen's body. They all want to see if miracles can continue to happen to Aizen. Aizen hesitated for a while, and finally made her determination. With a thought, he mobilized chakra to condense on his feet. Suddenly, his feet jumped like a whirlwind, stomping on the ground 10 times quickly. Brush! Aizen's figure instantly disappeared from the field of vision. How can that be? Xirihong's mouth opened wide, forming an O shape, and her heart shook violently. The next moment, Aizen's figure reappeared, but it was already 20 meters away. He appeared in the air, then stumbled to a pause, barely gaining a foothold. Although the performance was not perfect, the Dujin stunned the other 4. They never expected Aizen to be so amazing and gorgeous. Not only ninjutsu, illusion, but even the talent on the instant technique can be called evildoer. P.S. Here is a point to explain, this basic body flicker technique, I can't find the principal explanation on Baidu. I can only use the shaved in the pirate to forcefully explain, I hope you can understand. If you can find it, please leave a message in the book review area, and I will refer to the revision. Chapter 27. Although Aizen's performance is not perfect, his amazing realization has brightened everyone's eyes. A distance of 20 meters. This means that Aizen has been able to accurately condense chakra for a short period of time. Although this is easy for Jainin, but appearing on a rookie who has just become genin is unprecedented. Teacher Hong, I'm sorry, I can only do that. Aizen sighed disappointed as he watched the moving distance of only 20 meters. Don't be discouraged, classmate Aizen. You can achieve this level, it is far beyond my expectation. Xi Hong walked towards Aizen gently, bent down slightly, and gave him a beautiful smile, as approachable and charming as a big sister of a leader. Student Aizen, Teacher Hong is right. You can learn the body flicker technique. It's already amazing. You look at the three of us, we fell to dust and we still couldn't master chakra accurately. Inyazuka's teeth continued to encourage Aizen on the sidelines. As a classmate, since he envied Aizen's talent, he was also happy for his achievements. Although Abarame Shino didn't speak, the kind smile on his face already expressed everything. Hinata looked at Aizen silently, his face flushed slightly. Whenever she looked at Aizen's eyes, her heart throbbed. That feeling made Hinata feel very strange. Both excited and nervous, my heart is full of beautiful longings. Gradually, the 8th class has formed an inseparable team. They have recognized each other. Although Aizen's start was low, everyone continued to encourage him and silently support him behind his back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. They believe that with Aizen's powerful talent, they will soon be headed up. Perhaps, under his leadership, the 8th class will rise among the newcomers this year and become Konoha's most shining star. Thank you for your encouragement, I take it too seriously. Aizen raised his head slightly, the disappointed expression on his face was swept away, returning to the gentle smile of the sun in the past. Well, this is the mentality necessary for a good ninja. Don't worry about the 4 of you. Cultivation is not a matter of overnight. Only by accumulating slowly can you accumulate. Yuri Hong casts an appreciative look at Aizen. Aizen is not only talented, but his mentality is also the best choice. Coupled with that humble and gentle personality, it is perfect. Such an excellent seedling would become his own student, which makes Xi Hong happy. In her opinion, the appearance of Aizen is also the gospel of Konoha. Okay, let this one of the basic body flicker technique practice aside in advance. Actually, I have another important news to tell you today. Seeing that the 4 of them returned to the carefree look they used to be, Xi Hong quickly changed the topic. In fact, she had always wanted to speak, but couldn't find the right opportunity. What is the important news? Isn't it that Grandpa 3rd generation is going to reward us with ninjutsu again? Inyazuka's eyebrows were raised lightly, and there was a burst of sharp light in both eyes. For him, the more ninjutsu, the better. As long as you can practice ninjutsu, you will never refuse. Think of beauty, kid. Any rewards must be given out according to the number of tasks performed. 3rd Hokage can be shrewd. Yuri Hong shook her head, and then said, this matter is very important to you. 1 month later, in our Konoha Shinobi village, the Chunin exam will be held. Chunin exam. Hearing Xi Hong's words, the 4 of them were stunned, and then there was a burst of light in their eyes. For them, although they have just become a ninja. However, they also aspire to become more powerful ninjas. So they are more eager to get the title of Chunin. Yes, it is the Chunin exam. The so-called Chunin exam is an exam for those who want to become Chunin genin in Konoha village, Seiin village, and surrounding small countries. Yuri Hong continued unhurriedly, this is not only to increase the feelings between the allies, but also to ease the tension between the major powers. So this Chunin exam will be a lot of attention. If you can be there. It shines in this grand event and will have a small reputation in the ninja world. Great! I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Inyazuka raised his fist high, shouting with excitement on his face. Not only him, but the Aizen trio are looking forward to it. This feast of talented ninjas from all countries has filled them with fighting spirit. Ask for collection, ask for collection, ask for collection. Gaikyu everything. Chapter 28. Yesterday, Master 3rd Generation called each of our Jainin teachers to determine the date of the Chunin exam. As a tutor, each of us has a recommended place. Xi Rihong stared at the 4 immature faces with valiant grace and smiled cordially. I see all your efforts during this period. I believe in your potential. Therefore, all 4 of you have been recommended by me. Great! The 4 cheered, and their hearts were filled with ecstasy. Xi Rihong looked at the 4 innocent students, her beautiful eyes gleaming with compassion and love. Although she is the mentor of the 4 Aizens, she never puts on airs, but lives in harmony like the big sister next door. However, don't be too happy too early. As far as I know, this time Chunin exams are strong, and every ninja village has talented ninjas. Xi Rihong's voice became heavy and interrupted their cheers. Genius ninja! The 3 of Hinata were stunned, and then unanimously looked at Aizen. During this period of time, Aizen's repeated Jingyan performance made them numb. For Konoha alone, 2 newcomers, Suzuki and Niji, participated. Not to mention those who have graduated for many years but have not yet passed the entrance examination of Chunin. Xi Rihong's eyes are full of worry. Confidence is one thing, but strength is another. After all, the 8th class has graduated in less than a month. In the Cheyenne village of the same 5 powers, a genius has also appeared. He is even considered to be the most popular in this Chunin conference. Xi Rihong thought of the information she had seen from the intelligence scroll. Her expression became very solemn. The biggest favorite, who is it? It's so strong. Aizen's 4 complexions were heavy, and they had already seen the seriousness of the situation from the expressions of Xi Rihong. Gaara. Even Xi Rihong felt that the name was full of magic, as if it represented darkness and Xiaoyu. Gaara? Never heard of it. The 4 of them shook their heads, their eyes blank. In fact, they all know nothing about outside information. At that time you will know. Remember, before the final game, don't have a dispute with Gaara. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Xi Rihong said earnestly. He was afraid that the 8th class students were not afraid of tigers when they were born with calves, so he would provoke Gaara with death. But you don't have to worry so much. After all, there is still a month left. During this period, I will try my best to train you. Yuri Hong resumed her moving smile and continued to encourage the 4 Aizen. Don't worry, Teacher Hong. Isn't that a genius? We also have one. I believe that under the leadership of Aizen, we will definitely be able to make it to the finals. Inyazuka enthusiastically put his arms around Aizen's shoulder and smiled. Not only him, but Inyazukaga and Hinata also cast trusting glances at Aizen. Gradually, after showing a strong talent, Aizen became the core of the 8th class. Next, the 4 of the 8th class began to practice penance again. Not only the instantaneous technique, but also the clone technique and physical technique are also practiced at the same time. Under the guidance of Xi Rihong, they found shortcomings one after another. After constant corrections time and time again, everyone has progressed to varying degrees. The progress made by the 4 in different areas is also different. Since the other 3 are practicing family secrets, Aizen is far ahead in ninjutsu. However, Hinata, who is a female stream, is the best in physical skills among the 4. Due to the particularity of the Hyoga family, Hinata masters Gentle Fist, a super strength body technique. After a whole day of training, the 4 of them were exhausted and supported them with their hands, leaning against the ground. Very well, you are diligent out of my expectation. According to this kind of progress, I believe you will achieve good results in 1 month. Yuri Hong looked at Aizen with relief, nodded and smiled. After this period of contact, she feels that the team is becoming more and more cohesive, united and harmonious. During this time, in addition to the daily guidance, you have to practice hard when you return to your residence at night. However, my company will continue to take you on tasks and increase your actual combat experience. Xiri Hongyu earnestly exhorts. There is only 1 month, which is quite urgent. Only by racing against time can we gain more powerful strength. Well, disband, continue training tomorrow at this point. Xirihong smiled slightly and let the 4 of them go back to rest. The night is getting late, approaching dusk. Aizen walked alone on the familiar path that day, his face calm and steady. Toshiro's face showed a confident and calm look. If according to the past situation, he will return to the residence soon. However, today there is an anomaly. Okay. Suddenly, Aizen stopped, frowning slightly. He felt signs of flashing figures on both sides of the path. Hey, the reaction is sharp. 2 figures suddenly flashed out of the grass on both sides. They were wrapped in black clothes and wore a strange mask. They couldn't see their appearance at all. You are. Aizen's face was solemn, as if facing an enemy. Have you heard of the Root organization? We are members of the Root. The voices of the 2 men in black are cold, making people feel like they are in the 10,000 years ice cave. Recommend a new book written by a friend, Comprehensive Man, Beyond Reincarnation. I hope everyone will pay attention. The new book needs support. Chapter 29. The Root Organization? I have never heard of it. Aizen's face was plain, and he was not confused by the appearance of the 2 mysterious people. However, in fact, he has never heard of the Root Organization. Humph, you didn't know that our existence was normal. With just half a month since you joined Konoha, how many secrets can you know? The 2 men in black snorted coldly, and the black cloaks fluttered in the wind. Against the backdrop of the dark night, there seemed to be a sense of murder. Do you know what? Please don't block my way, I have to hurry back to practice. Aizen's face was gloomy, even in the face of the 2 powerful Root members, he still did not flinch. That kind of natural aura faintly confronted the 2 of them. We will find you, and naturally have our purpose, so why bother to leave? The 2 Root members looked at each other, their eyes flickering fiercely. They moved quietly and gradually approached Aizen, forming a horn-cutting trend. Aizen's face is solemn, and he can feel the pressure of the vast chakra inside the 2 of them. Murderous aura was in the eyes of the 2 Root members, and it seemed that if they didn't agree with each other, they wanted to kill them. It's just that Aizen didn't flinch, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, instead he stepped forward. Hey? That look! At this moment, the 2 members of the Root organization seemed to have seen an unbelievable scene. They felt an unparalleled domineering in Aizen's eyes. It seems that there is an ancient noble soul hidden in this young body. That kind of powerful self-confidence is born with the supreme charm to control everything. More importantly, when this look looked at them, it seemed as if a superior master was despising an insignificant ant. That kind of contempt makes them feel ashamed. It's just that the look that made them feel terrified disappeared. In addition, the 2 of them were deeply shocked, and when they regained consciousness, Aizen's eyes returned to calmness, even full of vigilance. They stared at Aizen for a long time, but didn't find any clues, they could only shake their heads in a daze. It seems to be just an illusion. A teenager who is only a teenager can't make me feel fear from the soul. Soon, the 2 of them recovered their inner peace again. They just didn't know why, but they subconsciously didn't push forward again, they just kept a distance from Aizen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The atmosphere returned to solemnity, as if nothing had happened, but the backs of the 2 Root members had been wet with cold sweat. The hallucinations they thought made them feel the trembling in their souls, as if they had gone through a ghost gate. What do you want? Aizen was not afraid of danger, facing the 2 men in black, still keeping calm. It's very simple. Our leader has taken a fancy to your talent and wants to invite you to join our root organization. The two men in black opened the skylight and spoke bright words, directly explaining their intentions. Your leader? Who the hell is it? Aizen looked puzzled. Although he was lurking in Konoha, he didn't know much about Konoha's dark side. Shimura Danzo, Lord Danzo. He valued your talent, so he ordered us to come in contact with you. Speaking of Danzo's name, the eyes of the two men in black were full of admiration. In their hearts, Danzo's orders are everything, even if they sacrifice their lives. They must be fulfilled. Oh, that's the case. It's just that I still understand what your so-called root organization is sacred, so why are you talking about joining? Aizen smiled slightly, and there was no mood swing in his plain eyes. Our roots, also known as Anbu Training Department, are an independent organization directly affiliated to Konoha veteran Shimura Danzo. It is not controlled by Naruto nor under the jurisdiction of Anbu during the day. It is a completely independent organization. The eyes of the two men in black flashed with pride, and then said, "You can call us the Konoha Assassination Organization. Because we are all engaged in the dark side of Konoha, and we are not as open and upright as Anbu. Everything is done for Konoha's peace. We are like tree roots that take root in the soil, providing infinite nutrients for Konoha, nourishing its growth." The two men in black had a pause, looked sharply at Aizen, and said, "After explaining so much, you must know something about us. How is it, have you made a decision?" Aizen didn't answer their questions immediately, but looked at them calmly. He knew that it was part of his talent that he deliberately showed that Danzo, who was hiding in the dark side of Konoha, was attracted to him. This was just what he wanted. "Let's go, take me to meet your leader." The night was dim, and the figures of the three quickly disappeared on this path. Konoha Village, in a hidden house. Here is magnificent and spacious. Although the location is remote, it gives people a sense of loftiness. At this time, the door to the room was pushed open, and three figures entered the room. It was the Aizen three. When Aizen entered the room, his eyes were instantly attracted by the old man's shadow sitting in the first place. Although this figure looks old, his eyes are piercing, steady and confident. He just sat there, naturally exuding a kind of superior aura, without anger. Cruel, scheming, and unscrupulous. This is his first impression on Aizen. This old man is the leader of the root organization and one of Konoha's veterans, Shimura Danzo. Seeking collection, seeking collection, seeking collection. Aizen is going to be behind the scenes, everyone will wait and see. Chapter 30. Shimura Danzo sat in the first position majestically, and the moment Aizen stepped into the house, his eyes focused on Aizen. The cold eyes were full of majesty, and the breath of the superior was naturally released. Danzo's sharp gaze fixed Aizen tightly, as if he wanted to see through his inner thoughts. Aizen is indifferent, not afraid of Danzo's sharp eyes. He unhurriedly followed behind the two men in black, and gradually came to Danzo. "Well, you are finally here." Danzo's voice was vigorous and powerful, and because of the thick chakra, it made others sound like thunder and rumbling. "You two step back, it is enough to leave him alone here." Danzo waved his hand gently, and the two members of the root organization stepped back respectfully. From beginning to end, their gazes at Danzo were full of admiration, like fearless dead men. After the two root members left, only Aizen and Danzo were left in Noda's house. The atmosphere fell into a solemn, only silent confrontation between the two. "Well, you don't know me yet. The old man is Shimura Danzo, who is also Konoha's veteran." Although Danzo's face was densely wrinkled, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, which not only possessed the youthful vigor, but also the stability left by the years. "The veteran of Konoha? No wonder it makes me feel so dangerous." Although Aizen's face was calm, her heart was very alert. Because Danzo's pressure on him is too strong, this feeling is several times stronger than when facing the evening red. He didn't know that Danzo and 3rd Hokage were from the same era, and they were both disciples of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although he has reached the twilight age, he is powerful, and Konoha is also a top-notch existence. Hehe, in the face of my coercion, being able to remain so calm is indeed a genius. Danzo cast an appreciative look at Aizen, although he didn't like Aizen's appearance. However, a rookie who has just become genin can maintain his composure in front of him. I wonder why you found me so much trouble. Aizen calmly stood in front of Danzo. He knew that he could not be too outrageous, nor could he show fearful expressions. Because facing a cruel person like Danzo, as long as he shows a slight regression, he will end in tragedy. As expected of a genius, I like to talk to smart people. Although you have only been in Konoha for half a month. However, I know your performance during this period of time. Danzo stood up and stared at Aizen with majesty. Hong Sheng said, ninjutsu genius, illusion genius, and the speed of cultivating chakra is also rapid. To be honest, your incomparable talent is even the envy of the old man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Aizen wrinkled slightly. He did not expect that Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, had been collecting Aizen's information. Actually, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even the old man also doubts your identity. However, no matter how much power I mobilize, I still can't get the slightest information about you. As early as the day Aizen joined Konoha, Danzo caught sight of him. It's just that Aizen has always performed perfectly, without flaws. Coupled with the fact that the root organization cannot inquire into Aizen's intelligence, this also makes Danzo believe that Aizen is just an ordinary civilian. Suddenly, Danzo's eyes became very sharp. He glared at Aizen and asked, if you are not an undercover agent from an enemy country, it's okay. Otherwise, don't blame the old man for being ruthless. A huge chakra burst out of Danzo's body, forming an invisible coercion. What surprised him was that Aizen didn't flinch at all, he still faced it calmly. Hey, it seems that you are not an undercover agent. Otherwise, with the old man's huge intelligence network, it is impossible to find out the slightest information. Danzo snorted, not wanting to dwell too much on this topic. He paused for a moment and said, presumably you also know that the Chunin exam will be held in a month. Well, Teacher Xirihong has already signed up for me. But does this matter have anything to do with our meeting? Aizen asked suspiciously. The Chunin exam in the calendar is an opportunity to enhance the country's prestige. In the past, we Konoha shinobi were geniuses, and we often shine in the Chunin conference. However, this year, a genius appeared in the country of sand, Gaara. Danzo frowned, his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. As long as the genius that poses a threat to Konoha, he wants to eradicate it. My reason for looking for you is very simple, that is, I have taken a fancy to your talent. I hope you can stop Gaara at the Chunin conference and defeat him. Danzo said his purpose, just didn't want Gaara to be the limelight. Master Danzo, not only you, but even Teacher Yurihong thinks Gaara is the strongest newcomer. Then, how can I defeat him with my strength? Aizen shook his head and said sadly. This old man has naturally considered this. As long as you agree to join the root organization, I will give you this scroll of ninjutsu. It contains Konoha's many ninjutsu. I believe that with your talent, you can quickly master it. Danzo threw an olive branch to Aizen. As a condition of the transaction, Aizen must join the root organization. Join the root organization? But, I only have Genin's strength. Aizen let out a long sigh and expressed his worries. Hey, the so-called restriction is just a useless move that the stubborn fellow Hiruzen came up with. There are no restrictions on my root organization, as long as you are loyal enough. Danzo naturally understands that Aizen's restriction refers to the premise that Konoha Anbu joins at least Chunin level. Affirmed by Danzo, Aizen chuckled lightly and said, since I joined Konoha, I am also a member of Konoha, so I will naturally try to intercept Gaara as much as I can. I agree to join the root organization. But I have a condition: this month during the period of time, you can no longer monitor me and let me devote myself to cultivation. I agree, as long as you guard Konoha faithfully. Both conditions are understandable. Danzo's eyes were calm, and he simply responded, retreat. If it disappears for too long, it will cause Hiruzen's suspicion. Well, let's say goodbye first. Don't worry, Master Danzo, I will definitely practice hard. Aizen smiled slightly and left the house facing the smile. After Aizen left the room, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by the kind of killing intent that went deep into his bones. At this time, Aizen had a will to kill Danzo. Because Danzo is too dangerous and an unstable factor. In an instant, Aizen regained his peace and returned to his home in the northern part of the village with a bit of joy in obtaining a ninjutsu scroll. He believes that with the help of ninjutsu scrolls, he will become stronger in the Chunin exam a month later. At that time, it will be the day when Danzo died. P.S. I don't like Danzo very much, Landa will kill him sooner or later. In addition, all your daily flowers and comments will be voted for this book, thank you all. Chapter 31. A secret grove in the north of Konoha. At this time, the night was very quiet, and the surrounding people were rare. Only the bright moonlight shone, and there was no sound. After Aizen left the root organization, he did not return to the house full of surveillance. Instead, he chose to come to this hidden forest. It was late at night, and the night was dim, and he was not afraid of being followed. Aizen's purpose is simple, just to see the value of ninjutsu scrolls. He came to a small pile of rocks, and with a thought, he disappeared in place with a brushing sound. Shunpo. When he reappeared, Aizen had landed firmly on a boulder 50 meters away. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be able to do well. If Xirihong saw this scene, Hwarong would be shocked. During the day, Aizen barely used the basic body flicker technique, but it was amazing enough. But now, Aizen can easily move a distance of 50 meters with Shunpo. This kind of performance against the sky is beyond common sense. Let me see if the so-called scroll of ninjutsu is really worthless. Aizen calmly opened the ninjutsu scroll without much fluctuation in his heart. He can't wait to get the scroll of ninjutsu, not just to increase his strength. Aizen knew very well that with Danzo's scheming character, it would never be possible to give him high-level ninjutsu for nothing. This ninjutsu scroll is likely to record various low-level ninjutsu, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. However, for Aizen, this is enough. His purpose is to master more low-level ninjutsu so that he can shine in the Chunin exam. According to the information provided by Yurihong, the final of the Chunin exam will be highly anticipated. Almost all Konoha's ninjas will be there, and even top ninjas from other countries will also come. At that time, it will be the moment of Kaika Suijutsu Shikai. Aizen slowly opened the ninjutsu scroll and saw a dazzling scene. There are many kinds of ninjutsu on the scrolls, not only fire style, lightning style, and even wind style. The 5 elements ninjutsu is recorded in the ninjutsu scroll. Although it is not powerful, it has a wide range of types. Fire style wind fairy fire technique, water style water dragon bomb technique, wind style breakthrough, earth style heart decapitation, lightning style heavy mines. Aizen looked at these basic ninjutsu, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, these garbage ninjutsu are naturally insignificant. What's more, it is easy for Aizen to master these ninjutsu. Because he has a huge whole card, a mutated spiritual power seed. The chakra in Aizen is different from other ninjas and does not require deliberate practice. He only needs to continuously refine spiritual power seeds to easily obtain chakra. The most important thing is that Aizen's chakra has also mutated and can switch attributes at will. This means that Aizen can practice all kinds of ninjutsu as he likes, and is not restricted. Aizen's gaze swept across ninjutsu one after another, and he memorized the knot printing method by heart. His IQ and talent were unmatched, and he easily mastered all kinds of low-level ninjutsu. Water-style Water Dragon Road. Aizen stood up and knotted his hands, and in an instant, chakra quickly condensed in his mouth. Boom! After chakra spit out from his mouth, it condensed into a majestic water dragon. The deafening dragon roar resounded everywhere, breaking the tranquility of the night. Following the lightning strike and the great fireball technique, Aizen once again used another type of ninjutsu. For genin, the power is pretty good. Aizen smiled slightly, not paying attention. For him, mastering the 5 attributes of ninjutsu is easy. It's just that these low-level ninjutsu are tools for his disguise. Throughout the night, Aizen practiced various low-level ninjutsu. They will be proficient in sports again and again. After trying all night, he thoroughly mastered these ninjutsu. The next day, Aizen got up early and rushed to the training ground. This day is of great significance because they have to compete with Class 10. Seeking collection, seeking collection, seeking collection. Chapter 32. In the early morning, Aizen rushed to the previous meeting place. Today is an important day for them, because they will compete with the 10th class. Konoha Class 10, led by Sarutobi Armas. The members are Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Yamanaka Ino. Because of the brief contact in the ninja school, Aizen is no stranger to Shikamaru, Chichi, and Ino. Although they are young, they have a resounding title, Pig Deer Butterfly. Pig Deer Butterfly, the alliance of the 3 families of Konoha Shinobi Village. The Nara clan symbolizes deer, the Akamichi clan symbolizes butterfly, and the Yamanaka clan symbolizes pig. The 3 families used their advantages to complement each other and formed a powerful combat combination, the Pig Deer Butterfly. The pig, deer, and butterfly combination of the past dynasties is composed of a member of the family of the patriarchs of the 3 tribes. In the battle, the Nara clan with high IQ is generally the leader and responsible for planning, the powerful Akamichi clan is the main attacker, and the Yamanaka clan, who is good at perception and mind control, is responsible for assisting. Although the new pig, deer, and butterfly are still young, their potential is endless. Because of the relationship between Asuma and Yurihong, so they arranged the competition easily. This is not only a competition between different classes, but also an opportunity for common progress. On the training ground, students from Class 8 can already be seen. They attached great importance to this competition and arrived at the meeting point early. Aizen, you are finally here. I heard that today we are going to compete with the 3 guys in Class 10. Hokage greeted enthusiastically, with an expression of eagerness. I've heard about this. I hope the 4 of us will work hard together. After all, the 3 of them are very strong. Aizen's gentle smile is still the usual low-key and humble attitude. Only his words were opposed by the 3. Student Aizen, don't be humble. With your perverted talent, how can you be afraid of those 3 guys? The 3 Hinata chuckled. They knew that Aizen's terrifying talent was comparable to the geniuses in Konoha's history. While the 4 of them were chatting constantly, a sweet silver bell broke the tranquility of the morning. Very well, kids, it seems you are all eager to try. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Several figures appeared in front of Aizen. The leading 2 walked side by side, like a pair of close lovers. The woman is glamorous and beautiful, with a graceful figure. The man has a strong body and steady pace. They are Sarutobi Asuma, Sunset Red. Behind the 2 of them, 3 students followed. The one on the left is walking lazily, complaining to the person in the middle from time to time, as if participating in this competition is a very troublesome thing. On the right is a sturdy little fat man. The moment he saw him, the word foodie came to mind automatically. Only the girl in the middle is slightly normal, except that she has a frown on the torment of the 2, and she is secretly struggling. The three of them are Shikamaru, Ino, and Chiji. Ms. Asuma, I said, can you not be so troublesome and just let them win? Shikamaru complained listlessly, and the languid appearance made Asuma's mouth twitch. That's right, isn't it a wonderful thing to go back to eat barbecue earlier? Chiji thought of the delicious grilled meat. And the corners of his mouth surged. You two fools, be serious. Yamanaka Ino can't stand the two. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. It seems that your three students are very interesting. Yuri Hong's beautiful eyes swept across Shikamaru's three people, and a charming smile appeared on their beautiful faces. All three of them are weird, just get used to it. Asuma smiled awkwardly. At first he couldn't understand that three strange characters would fall into a small group. Mr. Red. Seeing the arrival of Class 10, the four Aizen greeted them enthusiastically. Surely you are familiar with each other. Today, our 8th class is going to compete with the 10th class. Rihong smiled slightly, and constantly eased the atmosphere. Since they practiced ninjutsu in the Ninja Academy, Shikamaru and Inyazuka have known each other a long time ago. Although Aizen only stayed in the ninja school for a few days. But it also left a deep impression on them. Well, the purpose of the competition here is very simple. It is to let you discover your weaknesses and make progress together. Rihong cleared her throat and said solemnly. In fact, trainees can only train with their peers after being divided into classes. Although this can increase the degree of tacit understanding, it will also subtly ignore its own weaknesses. Only by competing with different people can you fully expose your weaknesses and make continuous improvements. The rules are very simple. It is to compete with each other. I hope you can do your best to achieve the best results. After Rihong's words fell, the pig, the deer, the butterfly and the three stepped out side by side, looking forward with scorching eyes. The four people in Class 8 visited each other, and finally Hinata, Inyazuka, and Abarame Shino challenged each other. The first competition begins. It's cold, ask for something to keep warm. Chapter 33. Aizen did not play in this competition. Because there were only 3 people in the 10th class, Yuhihong decided to send out Hinata, Inyazuka, and Abarame Shino in order to be fair. Because Aizen himself entered the Ninja Academy as a transfer student, the start was slower than the average student. So letting him take the place of anyone would seem to upset the balance. Rihong didn't know that Aizen's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, far beyond her imagination. After getting Danzo's ninjutsu scroll, Aizen has mastered 5 types of ninjutsu. Even if he doesn't use spiritual power and kid art, his strength has completely surpassed Genin. Aizen had no objection to this decision, because he didn't know the strength of the pig, the deer, and the butterfly, and didn't want to make a haste. After discussion, they set the venue for the competition in the center of this vast forest, on that clearing ground. Hinata, Inyazuka Toa, Abarame Shinai and Zhu Lujo are now on both sides of the clearing, looking at each other. They are gearing up one by one, eager to try. As passionate young people, they all yearn for victory and satisfy their eagerness to win. Even the lazy Shikamaru, his eyes are full of determination to win. With the red command, the competition began. The figures of the 6 turned into a group of black shadows, running fast forward. They looked at each other with fiery eyes, eager to win this competition. Since the competition has just started, both parties are just simple trials and physical skills confrontation. At this time, Akimichichi's advantage is reflected. With a fist and a kick, he was violent and vigorous. As his opponent, Inyazuka Toa was firmly suppressed. Inyazuka's greatest advantage is the cooperation with Shinobu. However, this competition is strictly forbidden to participate in the ninja dog, so Inyazuka can only tragic soy sauce. On the other side, Shikamaru calmly looked at Abarame Shino. The latter's unpredictable appearance made him feel painful. Because of fear of trouble, Shikamaru did not take the initiative to attack, Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Abarame Shino has a calm personality, and when he sees Shikamaru, he doesn't plan to attack, so he doesn't do anything. The two faced each other silently. Only Hinata and Ino are fighting fiercely. The two of them have completely different personalities. One is timid and introverted, the other is energetic. Although Hinata owns the gentle fist of the Hyuga family, he did not take the initiative to attack because of his timidity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ino launched a fierce attack. Aizen watched quietly. Although his expression is calm, his heart is full of disdain. He is confident that he can easily solve the six of them without using spiritual power. The battle continued, and the 8th class quickly fell into a disadvantage. Without the cooperation of Shinobu, Inuzuka's combat power was reduced sharply. Hinata is struggling more and more. She has a weak personality and can only be suppressed by the wild Ino. In the end, there was no chance to fight back. Only Abarame Shino has the upper hand slightly. He is strong and well balanced in all aspects. Read, it seems that my student is slightly better. Asuma showed off triumphantly. From his perspective, it was only a matter of time before Inuzuka and Hinata failed. Hey, the Inuzuka clan lost the Shinobu, and their power naturally halved. Besides, there is still a genius in Class 10 who hasn't made a move. Yurihong turned Byakugan and looked at Aizen expectantly. She has high hopes for Aizen and believes that he is the key to comeback. Oh? Aizen Yanusuke? Although I have heard of his deeds, where is the time for cultivation? Are you sure that a rookie can turn defeat into victory? Asuma once heard about Aizen from Chiji and the others, and knew that this was a genius. However, he is not optimistic about Aizen. Potential does not mean strength, everything depends on the accumulation of time. If you don't compare, how can you know the result? Xirihong smiled slightly, and shouted at the 6 people who were in a fight, well, this round of competition ends here, you guys stop. This sudden voice made the 6 people look puzzled, and they stopped one after another. Xirihong explained, since there is another student in our 10th class, we will move on to the next link, one-on-one competition. This time we will send Aizen students. You can send one person to compete with Aizen students. In doing so, Yurihong played a role of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, not only to avoid the failure of the 3 Hinata, but also to give Aizen a chance to show off. He believes that in a one-on-one situation, Aizen can definitely defeat the pig deer butterfly. Student Aizen, come on, I believe in your strength. Yurihong cheered for Aizen, hoping that he could drown out the 10th class party. Don't worry, Teacher Hong. Although I have only practiced for half a month. But just when everyone thought Aizen was determined and ready for the next round of competition, Aizen said something they didn't expect. But one-on-one is a waste of time. Just let the 3 of them play together. Aizen's words were like a fuse, instantly detonating the stale atmosphere. Chapter 34. One-on-one is a waste of time. You 3 should go on together. Aizen's words were arrogant and arrogant, like a fuse, instantly detonating the anxious atmosphere. The pig, the deer, and the butterfly were stunned, and they even suspected that they had heard it wrong. Even Xirihong was caught off guard. She didn't expect Aizen to be so arrogant that she would utter arrogant words to choose 1 and 3. You know, although the pig, the deer, and the butterfly are not the most dazzling geniuses, their strength is definitely not bad. The 3 tribes have a long history and have a pivotal position in Konoha. The family's secret technique has been mature and powerful after years of development. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of the 3, the power of ninjutsu is even stronger. Hey, interesting, this kid's tone is so arrogant. Asuma was stunned, and then Yin and Yang weirdly teased. He was unhappy with Aizen's words, because it was tantamount to saying in a disguised form that he had no way of teaching. Yurihong's expression was dull, and he immediately returned to nature. On the contrary, there is a little more admiration in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, Yurihong is full of expectations for Aizen. Even this impossible thing, she thinks Aizen can do it. Do you want to pick 3? Your tone is too big, right? The other 3 people in your 8th class just almost lost to us. Akim Ichichi hugged his shoulders, complaining dissatisfied. In his opinion, Aizen's behavior is provocative. Even Shikamaru, who has always been indifferent, frowned slightly, unable to understand Aizen's provocation. It's very simple, you will know the result after playing against it. Aizen is simple and clear, and doesn't want to explain too much. How are you going to test it? Or do you simply rely on physical skills like just now? Yamanaka Ino asked fiercely, but he looked like a female man. No, that's a kid's thing. I think we can use ninjutsu at will, and you can also use family secret skills. Aizen shook his head and said something that shocked them even more. Use secret technique. The 3 of them were speechless, and the use of esoteric skills and physical skills were already 2 different things. Once the secret technique can be used, this means that the advantages of the 3 can be fully utilized. However, Aizen took the initiative to say that from the beginning to the end, all 3 of them were looked down upon. Damn, I must beat you up. Akim Ichichi went shirtless, gritting his teeth fiercely. Aizen, are you sure that you can use ninjutsu in this round of competition? That would be very detrimental to you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Xirihong asked suspiciously. She thought Aizen was impulsive, and she boasted about going to Haikao. However, Aizen responded calmly, no, but I think they lose faster. Hey, I have a personality. But being too open is not a good thing, but it will make my face be beaten and swollen. Asuma snorted and frowned. Being ridiculed repeatedly in front of Zenmu's Xirihong made his old face unbearable. Okay, since you have this confidence, I believe you can do it. Then let's start the competition. Yurihong gave Aizen a charming smile. From beginning to end, her eyes stayed on Aizen, and she ignored Sarutobi Asuma. After Yurihong announced the start, the 2 sides confronted each other. Aizen is calm, and the pig, deer, and butterfly are ready to go. Shuriken darts. This time, the Zuladi 3 did not rashly choose to fight tightly. They threw their shuriken darts tacitly and shot Aizen from 3 directions. Fire style, great fireball technique. Aizen didn't say a word, his hands quickly formed a seal. The next moment, a huge fireball ejected from his mouth, swallowing all the shuriken darts. Fire style ninjutsu? I didn't expect him to have chakra with 2 attributes. Shikamaru was shocked. They thought Aizen was a ninja with lightning style attributes, but they had more fire style attributes. Hurry up and use the secret technique, otherwise you will only lose faster. Aizen's sharp eyes, his calm appearance, made the pig, deer, and butterfly even more unhappy. I want to beat you up. Chi was irritated. He had never been underestimated. Although his size is huge, his speed is extremely agile and full of explosive power. Partial doubling technique. When Chi's heart moved, chakra was condensed in the palm of his hand, and it suddenly became several times larger. Boom! Chi slapped hard and made a loud bang. Has he succeeded? The eyes of the people in the field battle were concentrated, but their eyes were temporarily blocked by thick smoke. When the thick smoke dissipated, Aizen's figure disappeared, and the place where he was originally became a big pit. Hey? Where are his people? Chi's face was puzzled, but he heard Yamanaka Ino shout anxiously, Chi, be careful behind. Akim Ichichi turned around, but was surprised to find that Aizen was already behind him. It's just that instead of attacking, he showed a sly smile. Finally caught you, shadow imitation, launch it. Shikamaru smiled knowingly, at this moment his shadow on the ground just covered Aizen's shadow. Chi, do it, he has been anchored by me. Shikamaru smiled slightly, as if he had a chance to win. It's just that this smile stagnated in vain. Because he discovered that the Aizen in front of him was just a clone, the real Aizen appeared behind him. Boom! Aizen kicked out and kicked Shikamaru fiercely. He hit with a backhand, and a white thunder shot out from between his fingers, blasting forward. Bailey collapsed the area where Chiji and Shikamaru were. They were caught off guard and fell into the pit. Seeing the two companions buried, Ino's face faded. She was about to sneak attack on Aizen. But seeing Aizen stepping on the ground 10 times in a row, he came to her in an instant. "Give up, you are too weak." Ino felt a chill on her neck, but saw Aizen holding a shuriken on her neck. The pig, the deer, and the butterfly are all defeated. Chapter 35. Everyone had never expected that the competition would be over as soon as it started. Shikamaru and Chiji were buried in the collapsed ground, and Ino was subdued by Aizen. This result stunned everyone. Especially the evening sun is red, and the beautiful eyes flicker. Although she has confidence in Aizen, she does not think Aizen can beat the pig, the deer, and the butterfly. However, Aizen not only did it, but was so crisp and clean. It's too strong. Whether it's ninjutsu, clone technique or body flicker technique, they are all so perfect and seamless. The Hinata trio who were in the appearance battle were elated, and the sullenness in their stomachs was swept away. Aizen Jingyan's performance made them proud. Hinata looked at Aizen shyly, her delicate face covered with red clouds. She feels that Aizen is more and more confident and powerful, full of charm. That feeling is very strange. Hinata remembered what Aizen said to her that day. "Laugh, if the sun is covered by dark clouds, everyone will be sad." Hinata couldn't help but smiled knowingly, and a mysterious smile appeared on her delicate face. Asuma's face was pale, he felt hot on his face, and he mocked Aizen just now for not knowing the height of the sky. Unexpectedly, the pig, the deer, the butterfly and the three would fail at once. The huge contrast left his mind blank, and he felt ashamed in front of Xi Rihong. He has always been Xi Rihong's suitor. Although the two have a close relationship, they have never confirmed their lover relationship. This time, Asuma wanted to show off his teaching ability, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Aizen in public. The 3 students he carefully taught did not hold on for a few rounds in Aizen's hands. "You lost." Aizen put down the shuriken in his hand and looked at Ino calmly. Being watched by Aizen at such a close distance makes Ino feel shy even if he has an open personality. She suddenly found that Aizen had a handsome face, and with the self-confidence between raising her hands and feet, her charm exploded. Student Aizen, so handsome. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this moment, Ino forgets to fail. She looked at Aizen obsessively, her eyes flickering. If Sasuke is a cold-blooded pride, then Aizen is a low-key confident genius, equally charming. Well, now that the outcome is divided, Aizen, come back. Yurihong looked at Aizen appreciatively and announced the end of the competition. With her eyes, she can naturally see the details just now. Aizen's body flicker technique is beyond her imagination, fast and steady, unexpectedly. You know, Aizen barely mastered body flicker technique yesterday. Today, I can use it skillfully. This kind of defying comprehension makes Xi Rihong feel ashamed. But the more Aizen is Jingyan, the happier she is. Before she knew it, Aizen had a heavier weight in her heart. She is not like a mentor, more like a caring big sister next door. Take it, he is too strong. Akim Ichichi has no fighting spirit, and resumes the appearance of eating goods. I knew I had surrendered directly, and it was so troublesome. Shikamaru shrugged lazily, leaving the incident behind. For him, the most important thing is to take a warm nap. Ino didn't say a word, just stared at Aizen tightly. She was infected by Aizen's charm just now. How? This is the strength of our 8th class. Although Aizen has a low start, he has made the most progress. Inyazuka was triumphant, forgetting the fear of being dominated by Chiji just now. Well, since the competition is over, there is no need to discuss it. However, I saw a shining supernova. Yuri Hong once again cast her admiring eyes on Aizen. From the beginning to the end, her beautiful eyes only focused on Aizen alone, making Asuma envy and envy on the side. Next, I hope you can remember what I said. In the Chunin exam, you may encounter Yewei's trial of survival. At that time, I hope you can cooperate with each other. Yuri Hong glanced across each immature face, and solemnly said, you not only represent yourself, but also Konoha. Therefore, you must unite against the outer village ninja. The 7 people nodded thoughtfully. Yuri Hong and Asuma nodded in relief. They didn't want Konoha's genin infighting to allow ninjas from other countries to take advantage of the void. Only in this way, in the face of a strong enemy, will it be able to gather greater visibility. Asuma, since the trial is over, then you take the 3 of them back. I also want to teach Aizen their ninjutsu to improve their strength as soon as possible. Yuri Hong said calmly to Asuma. Immediately afterwards, her gaze stayed on Aizen again, her gaze filled with appreciation. But, didn't you agree to go enjoy afternoon tea together? Asuma looked embarrassed and sank inwardly. No, let's get together next time. For a while, I'd better focus on Aizen classmates and them. Yuri Hong's tactful decline brought Asuma's heart to a freezing point. After Yuri Hong turned around, Asuma's face was pale. He remembered that Yuri Hong was Aizen classmates, and suddenly clenched his fists in anger. In the past, whenever he asked for a date, Yuri Hong would happily agree. But after Aizen appeared, everything changed. Yuri Hong is not only getting colder and colder towards him, but also for Aizen to release pigeons in public. This made Asuma feel that he was slapped in public. In the end, Asuma left angrily. However, from beginning to end, Yuri Hong didn't even look at him. Her beautiful eyes always stay on Aizen, a dazzling genius. Seeking collections are not rising fast enough. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I hope you will be able to smash flowers, evaluation votes, and so on. Chapter 36. The test between the 8th class and the 10th class is just an episode. After they left, the 8th class practiced ninjutsu diligently under the careful guidance of Yuri Hong. This time the competition made Hinata, Inuyasukage, and Abarame Shino realize the strength of the other groups and their weaknesses. So they practiced more diligently, and their eyes ignited their fighting spirit. On the contrary, Aizen was in the limelight and showed his talents to the fullest. From the moment he defeated the pig, the deer, and the butterfly, his position in Yuri Hong's heart has skyrocketed and he has become the most eye-catching supernova. This day's training is like daily, with 4 aspects of training including ninjutsu, illusion, body flicker technique, and body technique. When the day passed, everyone made a lot of progress. When the evening disbanded, Yuri Hong left Aizen specially and invited him to eat ramen together. Yul Ramen Shop. Student Aizen, this is the first time you come to Yul Ramen restaurant, right? Yuri Hong sat elegantly and tasted the hot ramen, and asked with a smile. It's not actually the first time, because classmate Hinata had eaten ramen with me before. Aizen chew slowly and feel the deliciousness of Yul Ramen. As Konoha's specialty, Ilaku Ramen is so delicious that even Aizen likes ramen. Oh? Hinata classmate? With her shy character, it's really rare. Yuri Hong smiled slightly and easily understood Hinata's girlish heart. Aizen is super talented, has a gentle and friendly personality, is low-key in life, and with that handsome face, she can really fascinate the ignorant girl easily. Even she has an appreciation for Aizen. Such a rare genius in a century is a great blessing to be her student. Hehe, although Hinata looks timid and introverted, he is kind in heart and simple in character. It is also a very pleasant thing to be a person she trusts. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Aizen tilted her head and smiled softly at Yuri Hong. Looking at Aizen's immature but angular face, Rihong was stunned. This time, she felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if she was unhappy that Aizen praised Hinata. How could it be that I would have such thoughts? Rihong shook her head suddenly, cutting off her previous thoughts. She never expected that she would join a young girl to fight for the wind and be jealous. This made her beautiful face cast a red glow, which made her look even more beautiful and moving. Teacher, why are you blushing? Aizen smiled slightly and asked suspiciously. Ah, nothing. The ramen is too hot, so I blush. Rihong panicked the explanation. Immediately, his white arms stretched out in front of Aizen, flicked his forehead affectionately, and smiled, concentrate on your ramen, don't worry about the teacher. After doing this, Rihong quickly retracted her arm and turned her head to the side. At this time, her face was flushed, revealing two cute dimples, charming and moving. After enjoying the delicious ramen, the two left the aisle ramen shop. At the time of parting, Rihong turned her head, smiled back at Aizen, and said affectionately, "Come on, Aizen, I believe you will make a blockbuster at the Chunin conference and become an outstanding Chunin." Aizen smiled gently and said, "Well, I will surely let the name of Class 8 ring through the ninja world." After looking at each other for a long time, the two finally returned to their residences. It's just that the mood of the two is different. Aizen is still calm, and the appearance of enthusiasm hides an indifferent heart. And Rihong seemed to be back in her girlhood, nervously sprouts. After returning to the residence, Aizen didn't waste any time, and immediately sat cross-legged to refine the spiritual power seeds wholeheartedly. He has mastered all the ninjutsu on the ninjutsu scroll, and now only needs to increase the spiritual strength. 1 month passed slowly. During this month, in addition to daily training, Aizen continued to refine spiritual seeds at night. With his amazing talent and hundreds of years of training experience, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In the execution of ninjutsu again and again, the 8th class's relationship became more and more harmonious. Aizen is more integrated into the big family of Konoha. Almost everyone admired Aizen, the genius, and gradually agreed with him. Although Aizen only showed part of his strength during the day, in fact, he has recovered quickly, and even the kid technique has gradually recovered to the top 81. After 1 month has passed, Aizen's strength has been restored to half, and he can completely perform the number 80 kid technique. In a blink of an eye, the Chunin exam is coming. Chapter 37. In a blink of an eye, a month later, the Chunin exam finally arrived. Although it was early in the morning, Konoha was already full of voices. The tranquility of the morning was broken by all kinds of lively noises. In the past, the streets where there were not many people were busy, and there were many new faces that they had never met before. They all carry different ninja forehead protector on their foreheads. Konoha, Sa Yin, Cao Ren, Yin Yin, and so on. These young and energetic ninjas all come from the land of fire, the land of sand and the surrounding small countries. They walked in groups of 2 or 3, curiously and cautiously on the streets of Konoha. Their purpose is only me, and that is to stand out at the Chunin conference and become a shining star of the ninja. Is this Konoha? It's really more prosperous than our Takano country. Many ninjas from small countries shined brightly, their country is remote and poor. But Konoha is different. As the center of the country of fire, Konoha is prosperous, and even more powerful Hokage sits at the center of it. In the north of Konoha, an empty flat land. The 4 members of Class 8 gather here. After a month of mission training, the tacit understanding between them has improved, and there is a seamless cooperation. Aizen came to the fore in many missions and became the core of the 8th class. The other 3, headed by him, get along well. Teacher Hong is so late, every time. Inyazukaga started another complaint. The 4 of them gathered here very early, but they did not see Rihong's figure appearing for a long time. Be patient. Although Teacher Hong is late, she never misses an appointment. Abarame Shino just said these words quietly, and was silent again. He has a calm mind and is not as impulsive as Inyazukaga. Yet, wait patiently. I think she will be here soon. Aizen smiled and soothed Inyazuka's emotions. The gentle smile on his face was contagious and could soothe fluctuating mood. Sure enough, soon after Aizen's words fell, Xi Rihong's figure appeared. Sorry, kids. I'm late, just wait if you don't ask me. A clear and moving smile hung on Xi Rihong's beautiful face. That kind of Meiyan's smile seems to be able to warm the whole winter. Here are 4 student registration forms, which are your qualification certificates for the exam. This afternoon, you will teach them to room 301 of the Ninja School for registration. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yuri Hong took out 4 registration forms from her arms and handed them one by one to Aizen. It's that simple. Inyazuka asked suspiciously. No, this is just to confirm qualifications. The real first round of exams will be held tomorrow. Xi Rihong shook her head and said, don't be so optimistic. As far as I know, there are hundreds of participants this time. It is not easy to stand out from the crowd. The 3 of Hinata's faces were solemn, and their hearts were full of worries. Only Aizen was calm and composed, with his young appearance. Don't worry, based on your performance this month, I believe you will definitely be able to enter the final round of exams. Xi Rihong boosted morale and calmed the emotions of the 4. She believes that under Aizen's leadership, the 8th class will definitely attract everyone's attention. You guys leave. See you in classroom 301 this afternoon. Xi Rihong asked them to disband and go back to adjust their status. In the past, the 8th class only had internal training, and did not fight against ninjas from other villages. This time, they will experience a real test. Ninjas from all countries will collide with fierce sparks. In the afternoon, the blazing sun burned the earth mercilessly. Everyone's emotions are as hot as the sun. Out of a tacit habit, the 4 of the 8th class arrived at the Ninja Academy early. They saw many unfamiliar faces here, and many of them were former graduates. These old students are arrogant and domineering, and they don't regard the 8th class in their eyes. They think they are powerful and can easily crush newcomers. Among the many people, 3 figures attracted lazy eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha Class 7. The 3 of them, headed by Sasuke, walked towards each other. Ha, isn't this Inyazuka Tooth? How is your puppy? Naruto greeted enthusiastically, looking familiar. Harano Sakura also greeted with a smile, only Sasuke's expression was flat and haughty. Hey, isn't it just having Uchiha's blood succession boundary, pretending to be cold? Abarame Shino snorted and sneered sarcastically. He couldn't understand Sasuke's cool expression. If you say that in the past, Sasuke's strength was superior to the crowd. So the appearance of Aizen changed everything. Maybe other people don't know the strength of Aizen, but the people in Class 8 know very well that Aizen has the strength to crush the 3 of them. In comparison, although Sasuke is also a genius, he can only be regarded as mediocre in front of Aizen. Sasuke frowned, and when he was about to scold him, "Don't interrupt," with a disdainful voice. "Are you Konoha's ninjas? They look very weak." Everyone turned around at the same time, but saw 3 figures slowly stepping into the gate of the ninja school. The person in the lead is very demonstrative. He has dark red hair and a big gourd on his back. He was hailed as the strongest dark horse in this Chunin convention. Gaara. There is one more tonight. Chapter 38. Are you Konoha's ninjas? They look too weak. The red-haired Gaara embraced her arms and carried a big gourd behind her back. His expression was cold and indifferent, and he couldn't see any mood swings. Zhong's disdainful gaze, as if looking at a group of ants. "Who are you?" The arrogant Gaara instantly attracted all eyes. Even the cold Sasuke frowned slightly, and he felt a strong threat from Gaara. Humph! I don't even know the proud son of our Cheyenne village, it's really naive. Kankuro, dressed in a black robe, spoke sarcastically, his eyes sharp, like a sharp knife. But when he looked at Gaara, he became awed, even a little afraid. The proud son of heaven? You Sharon are really arrogant. You dare to speak wild words in the land of our country of fire. Sasuke stepped out, staring at Kankuro tightly. His calmness and self-confidence brought an invisible oppression to the other party. Hey, I don't see you Konoha shinobi's such madness. Kankuro tore off the mask on his face, his eyes became extremely sharp, and there was a vague murderous surging. He untied his hands, and the cloth strips wrapped behind his back fell automatically. Hey, stop, don't you want to use the crow? Temari is beautiful and beautiful, with the yellow double whip fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of heroism to her. This kind of arrogant and confident guy can only be tamed with strength. Kankuro was full of fighting spirit and tried to use the puppet despite Temari's dissuasion. However, before he released the puppet, he was stopped by a cold and unforgiving voice. Stop, Kankuro, I was embarrassed to be there. Gaara shouted angrily and said in a low voice, it's the most shameful to lose yourself because of the quarrel. Do you remember the purpose of our coming to Konoha? When Kankuro looked at Gaara, he instantly turned into a docile sheep. He hurriedly said in a low voice, but, Gaara, listen to me, they were the first to find the fault. Shut up, be careful I killed you. Gaara yelled. At this moment, almost everyone felt a strong killing intent rushing away. Their faces changed in shock, and they broke into cold sweats. Only Aizen, who was watching from the sidelines, was calm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Very interesting boy, but unfortunately too weak. Aizen smiled slightly, pondering alone inwardly. In his opinion, these quarrels are all petty quarrels, belonging to children's playhouses. Let's go, we are not here to joke with them. Genin at this level will only waste our time. Gaara glanced contemptuously at the 8th and 10th classes, and turned around disdainfully. Gaara was about to leave with Temari and Kankuro, but was stopped by Sasuke. Stop! A ninja of this level? Let me see your strength. Sasuke kicked his feet and rushed towards Gaara like lightning. As Konoha's genius ninja, he was quite confident in his own strength and would never allow him to be underestimated by the ninjas of other countries. Sneak attack! Gaara tilted her head calmly, watching Sasuke's figure getting closer, but indifferent. Brush! In an instant, Gaara's figure disappeared and appeared on the big tree beside. He looked down contemptuously, and mocked, at this level of speed, I want to run into a hair of mine. Hey, are you the strongest among them? It seems that Konoha's ninja is nothing more than that. It really disappoints us. Kankuro sneered. Let the atmosphere on both sides become more solemn. The speed is so fast. Fight with Kakashi. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly and asked, who are you? Cheyenne village, Gaara. Gaara replied calmly, never looking at Sasuke straight from the beginning to the end. What, you are the biggest dark horse, Gaara. Everyone's eyes flickered, and the stormy sea turned up in their hearts. Only then did they understand why Gaara is so arrogant. He is the strongest player that even third Hokage is optimistic about. Kankuro yelled impatiently, if you know, get out of here, don't waste our time. Just when Sasuke couldn't understand Kankuro's arrogance and was about to shoot again, a figure appeared behind Gaara like a ghost. Your strength is not bad, but it's too arrogant, so you will die early. Gaara's hairs stood up, and he turned around in surprise, but saw Aizen's disdainful gaze. From the beginning to the end, he didn't notice anything. Aizen appeared behind him. Boom! Before Gaara could react, Aizen popped a finger and knocked Gaara away with great force. Gaara staggered and almost fell to the ground. His figure flashed to the side of Kankuro and Temari. The three were together in tacit understanding and were hostile to Aizen. You dare to shoot Gaara, it's really a death-seeking behavior. Kankuro surged with murderous intent, clenching his fists. Don't speak wild words lightly, it will only reveal your weakness. Aizen smiled slightly, that strong confidence seemed to be in control. At this moment, all eyes are on Aizen. They seemed to feel an elegant and powerful emperor looking down on 3 trivial ants. That kind of invisible power, trance made them feel awe in their souls. There are 3 more changes tomorrow, please collect. Chapter 39. Don't speak wild words lightly, it will only reveal your weakness. Aizen smiled slightly and stood condescendingly on the tree. Gaara frowned, and the murderous intent gradually surged in her heart. With a thought to him, a large amount of sand came out of the big gourd behind him, floating around him. First provoked by Sasuke and then attacked by Aizen unexpectedly made Gaara angry. He really moved the killing intent, ready to kill. Forget it, Gaara. This is Konoha's site. If you rush it, it will only hurt us. Temari continues to discourage Gaara to avoid conflict. She went on to say, the chances in Chunin's exam are that there is no need to do it here to expose our strength. Gaara pondered for a moment, and finally put all the sand in the gourd. He looked at Aizen meaningfully and said, interesting guy, I hope you don't become my opponent in the Chunin exam, otherwise. When saying the last word, Gaara's eyes were cold and merciless, full of Xiaolu. Brush. The 3 of them didn't have too much entanglement, and they used the body flicker technique and left the place. From beginning to end, Aizen remained calm, and even Gaara's provocations couldn't move him. With Aizen's higher-than-sky mentality, he naturally disdains to care about a few small bugs. Let's go, let's also rush to the ninja school. Aizen regained her former gentleness, which made people unable to help but feel good. He leaped slightly and fell in front of the 3 of Hinata. After saying goodbye to the 7th class, they rushed to the ninja school. Sasuke, I finally found a guy cooler than you. Naruto gloated. Originally he thought that Sasuke would steal the limelight, but he didn't expect Aizen to come out and stun the Gaara trio. Aizen-suke, Gaara, this Chunin exam is getting more and more interesting. Let's go, Naruto, little Sakura. Sasuke ignited a fierce fighting spirit and rushed to the ninja school with Naruto and Sakura. Ninja school, read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Unexpectedly, there will be so many people. Inuyasha exclaimed. Looking around, there are people in the aisle. They are wearing different ninja costumes, all genin from major countries. It's normal. Every Chunin exam is a grand event, and all major countries attach great importance to it. Abarame Shino calmly walked ahead, not paying much attention to the ninjas around him. Aizen said calmly, let's go, and get to class 301 as soon as possible. Teacher Hong is still waiting for us there. The 4 people walked all the way, and soon arrived at the destination, classroom 301. But, to their surprise, it was surrounded by dozens of ninjas, as if they were blocked by someone. There seems to be a dispute before, let's go and see. Inuyasha's character is the most impulsive, and his eyes burst out with sharp light. When they came into the crowd, they saw 3 people pitifully lying on the ground. Their way was blocked by 2 fierce genins. Please, let us in. A boy with thick eyebrows has a blue nose and swollen face, begging for mercy constantly. No, I dare to come to take the Chunin exam like this, brother, I advise you to forget it. The 2 obstacles hugged their hands and looked down at them condescendingly, and their words were full of sarcasm. But the thick eyebrow boy just wanted to step forward, but was kicked again. Inuyasha said worriedly, it's really heavy to start. It seems that it is not easy for us to get into No 301. No, we don't have to go in. Let's go. Aizen shook his head slightly and was about to leave. Why, Aizen, isn't this the destination we want to go to? Hinata's face flushed, puzzled. This is just an enchantment under the illusion. In fact, this is only the second floor. Aizen smiled slightly. Naturally, he couldn't hide this little trick from him. Let's go, there is no need to waste time here. Aizen turned around calmly and hurried towards the passage on the third floor. The three Hinata looked at each other and followed Aizen suspiciously away from the crowd. After the four of them left, behind a hidden gate, two figures hid here. They turned out to be the two shadow clone that blocked the way just now. The two of them looked closely at Aizen's gradually moving away back, their eyes flickering. They are Xi-Rihong's subordinates, no wonder they can see through the illusion barrier in an instant. This year's exam seems to make us examiners look forward to it. Chapter 40. Ninja School, in front of classroom 301. You are very punctual, fellow students. Mei Yan's moving Yurihong is waiting in front of the classroom. She is charming in red, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Teacher Hong, you are finally ahead of us this time. Inyazuka Tooth made a face and said mischievously. Hehe, you didn't expect it, it's really beyond my expectation that you found here so quickly. Xi-Rihong showed a fascinating smile. She paused slightly, and said regretfully, although this is something to be encouraged, I have bad news to tell you. Ah? What's the bad news? Isn't it the cancellation of our exam qualifications? Inyazuka's expression was shocked, and she asked hurriedly. That's not enough. It's just that this bad news will be very bad for one of you. Xi-Rihong shook her head and sighed helplessly. What the hell is the bad news, Teacher Hong? Don't scare us anymore. Inyazuka's heart is tense, for fear that he will be disqualified. The other three have a solemn expression. Especially Aizen, his heart sank. If he is disqualified for the exam, then he will temporarily change the plan. According to the regulations of this Chunin convention, all participants must form a team. Each team can only have 3 participants. In other words, you now have 4 people, which means that one of you must form a separate team. To avoid breaking the balance, Yurihong turned his attention to Aizen, and said regretfully, unfortunately, Aizen, due to Third Hokage's decision, you can only form a single team. As for Hinata, the 3 of them form another team. What? Why? Our 8th class is a group, why should we separate? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Both Abarame Shino and Hinata were aggrieved. On weekdays, the 3 of them train with Aizen and cooperate with each other tacitly, gradually taking Aizen as the core. Now that they are forcibly separated, the long-lasting tacit understanding vanishes. More importantly, Aizen is alone, it is easy to be sieged, and there is a high chance that he will be eliminated. Please forgive the teacher, I have tried my best. Fairness is relative. If you form a 4-person team, it would be equally unfair to other ninjas. Xi-Rihong sighed heavily and looked at Aizen guiltily. It's okay, don't be so pessimistic. I believe that even if we are separated, our 8th class can reach the end. Aizen still had a gentle smile on his face. It's just that his smile this time is entirely from the heart. For him, there is no fairness or unfairness. Because he can dominate everything himself. On the contrary, after leaving the 3 of Hinata, Aizen can execute the plan more freely, and can even expose his strength as he wants. So forming a team alone is a great thing. You have such a mentality, and I'm relieved. Aizen, I believe you will be able to shine. Xi-Rihong came to Aizen and looked at this handsome face affectionately, a strange feeling flashed in her eyes. Hinata was watching everything quietly in the corner, and when she saw Yurihong's affectionate movements, she felt a sorrow for some reason. She bit her lower lip and clenched her fists. Well, you can go in. From the moment you step into this door, new challenges will await you. Xi-Rihong stepped aside and gave way. The 4 of them walked side by side and entered classroom 301 with confident smiles. When they stepped into the door of the classroom, they were immediately attracted by the loud voices here. There are crowds of people here, and Noda's classroom is almost squeezed. There are about 100 people. Ninjas from different ninja villages are gathered here. No, there are so many people. The 4 people were surprised with emotion. Not only is there a lot of ninjutsu in the classroom, everyone gives them an unfathomable feeling and is a strong opponent. Aizen and the others saw a lot of familiar faces, Gara 3, Pig Deer Butterfly 3, and some other Konoha genin. Afterwards, the 7th class and the 3rd people also arrived one after another, and gradually the entire classroom was overcrowded. Suddenly, a stern shout broke the silent and lively atmosphere, and suddenly the whole classroom fell into silence. With a bang, several figures appeared, the head of which had terrifying scars on his face, and looked fierce and vicious. Marino Ibiki, Konoha's special genin, was also one of the chief examiners of this conference. His appearance means that the first exam is about to begin. Chapter 41. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I am the chief examiner for the first examination of Chunin's selection examination. Ibizai's resolute face was full of scars, making him look hideous, as if he was born with a fierce aura. His sharp eyes kept sweeping among the many genins, making them shudder. The original lively atmosphere disappeared, and only the crowd was silent. Under Ibizai's oppression, everyone did not dare to act rashly. It's too exaggerated, it's just the momentum that brought me such a big pressure. Inyazuka Tooth swallowed heavily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wild and active, he was motionless under Ibizai's gaze, like a docile sheep. I'm impatient to wait, everyone is listening. Here, fighting is strictly forbidden without the permission of the invigilator. If you violate it, you will be disqualified for the exam immediately. Did you hear clearly? Ibizai's voice was low, but it contained an indisputable tone. Behind him, several deputy examiners smiled evilly and stared at the candidates with serious eyes, which brought them great pressure. Ibiki saw all the candidates queuing up in an orderly manner following his orders, and said with satisfaction, "Well, now we will start the first Chunin exam. First, hand in your application forms in order, and then pick up the number and go to the corresponding position. Go and sit down. I will hand out written test papers later. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Subsequently, everyone turned in the application form one by one and went to the corresponding position. Fortunately, Aizen and Hinata sat next to each other. As for the others, they are distributed in every corner of the classroom. Aizen looked at Hinata at the next table and smiled slightly. The calm and confident temperament made Hinata blush and turned her head shyly. Ahem. Ibizai coughed slightly, and solemnly said, "There are several rules for this exam. First of all, this exam is subject to a deduction system, with 10 points for each question. No points will be deducted for correct answers, and 1 point will be deducted for incorrect answers. Article 2, once fraud is found, 2 points will be deducted. In other words, once all 10 points have been deducted, they will be cleared from the examination room. The last one, because you are in a group of 3, so the total score is 30 points. Eliminate according to the group score. However, we have an extra special group today." Ibis paused, turned his attention to Aizen, and said, "Aizen-suk originally belonged to the 8th class. Because of the examination system this time, there can only be a group of 3. So you formed a team alone. Therefore, the assessment criteria are also different. You must get a full score correctly to pass the exam." "What? You must have full marks. Doesn't that mean that Aizen will be eliminated if he makes a mistake? This is too unfair." Hinata protested with dissatisfaction, because in a group of 3, it doesn't matter if you make a mistake. As long as the total score of the 3 is high enough, you can pass the level. Humph, this is already the fairest rule. If you don't even have this certainty, then talk about becoming Chunin. Ibizai snorted coldly, and ignored the protest of the 3. However, to his surprise, since Aizen agreed to this rule, he still maintained that calm appearance, as if everything was under control. The character is good. I hope you can pass the level smoothly. Ibis gave Aizen a rare glance of appreciation, and then said, since everyone has no objections, then I announce that the first round of exams has officially started. Chapter 42. The written test begins. When each test paper was opened with joy, his expression was unusually solemn. Because they found that every question is so difficult, especially the 10th question, it makes them even more puzzled. 10th question. 45 minutes after the start of the test, the invigilator will give the title of this question. Please answer it after you fully understand it. It's too difficult. If there is no real material, you can't answer these questions. Most people scratched their heads in annoyance, and they were instantly dumbfounded when they saw the question. It's just that they quickly moved their crooked minds. Rules are dead, people are alive. No cheating does not mean that no cheating is allowed. 10 minutes after the exam started, someone finally couldn't stand his temper and started cheating. Inyazuka was the first to do it. He let Akamaru lie on top of his head, peeking at the answers of the candidates around him, and then communicated through the specific terminology of the Inyazuka clan. Although his behavior was conspicuous, it did not arouse suspicion, because dogs are very active. With Inyazuka's beginning, everyone else also showed their magical powers. Abarame Shino peeped through the audience's answers by manipulating tiny insects. His hand was more ingenious, and it didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. Hyaga Niji used Byakugan's perspective function to read the test paper of the previous candidate clearly and copy the answer satisfactorily. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes and opened Sharingan, copying other people's movements flawlessly, and also wrote down the answer. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Tenten used the pen holder to manipulate the mirror on the ceiling to reflect other people's papers and easily face down the answer. With her help, Rock Lee also copied it. Subsequently, with the help of Ino, the pig, deer, and butterfly trio also got the answer. The 8 immortals cross the sea, each showing their magical powers. When the 45 minutes is up, almost most people have completed the test papers, but there are also many people who were eliminated because they cheated 5 times and were found out of the examination room. Aizen's face was calm, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and he sneered disdainfully. He doesn't need any means of cheating, and he can easily get full marks with his superb IQ and savvy. Although the rules set by Ibizai are quite harsh, in Aizen's eyes, it's just a joke. Okay, 45 minutes are up. Next, I will announce the title of the 10th question. Ibizai looked serious, and said solemnly, the 10th question is still not tested. If you choose not to take the exam, you will lose your qualifications, and people in the same group will also lose the qualifications. However, if you choose to take the exam and don't get the correct answer, you will not be eligible to take the Chunin exam in your life. Ibizai's words were like a blockbuster, causing an uproar. No one thought that the 10th question would be so difficult. Choosing not to take the test is equal to giving up, but if you don't get the correct answer, you can only be genin for life. What kind of shit rule is this? Hasn't anyone here participated in it several times? Many people roared loudly. Ibizai was unmoved, with an indifferent expression, and said, if you are unlucky, I will decide this year. Those who choose not to take the test can leave by raising their hands. This problem is difficult to reach the sky, no matter how you choose, you will have to bear huge pressure. Under the heavy pressure, many people raised their hands. The classroom that had been crowded with people suddenly became empty. In the end, there were only 2 or 7 teams left, including Aizen, a total of 79 people. Ibizai glanced at the 79 people and said, I will give you one more chance at the end, and I can choose again. However, all of them looked firm and did not change their choices. The atmosphere is silent. After a minute, Ibis said in a loud voice, then everyone here, I declare that you all passed the first exam. P.S. The next thing is going to be the highlight. Landa is starting to pretend to be forced. And this week, we guarantee 3 changes every day. I hope you will vote for me with your flowers and evaluations every day. If there are more than 1,000 rewards, I will add more. The more you work harder, the more I will code words desperately. Chapter 43. What? I haven't heard of it. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect to pass the first round of exams just like that. They thought that if they wanted to pass the first round of exams, they would have to suffer a bit in the hands of Ibizai. However, the results were unexpected. What's the matter? What about the 10th question? Everyone looked at each other and looked at Ibizai in doubt. Actually, there is no 10th question. If you talk about it, the second choice just now is the 10th question. Ibizai's long-suffering face finally showed a smile. It's just that his words made the candidates dizzy even more. In that case, didn't the 9 questions just now be done in vain? Many people protested. Just now they tried their best to finish the test questions, but they didn't expect to be busy. The 9 questions are also useful. They are to test your intelligence-gathering ability. Ibizai patiently explained that his gentle appearance caused all the corners of his mouth to twitch, which was quite different from the ferocious appearance just now. First of all, the questions on this exam are very difficult. So most of you can only get answers by cheating. Secondly, we deliberately arranged for 2 Jnin who know the answers to sit in your centers so that you can steal the answers. Ibizai said clearly about the future, but it left all the candidates speechless. It turns out that their little tricks have long been seen through, and everything is under the control of the examiner. In the most dangerous moment, to be able to give courage to his companions and the ability to get out of trouble, this is a necessary qualification for Jnin. Ibizai smiled slightly and said, "Anyway, you have passed the first round of exams and got my approval, so you have to work harder. However, there is a genius among you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz." Ibizai shifted his gaze to Aizen, and praised, "I didn't expect that Aizen student, without relying on any means, relying on his own strength, could answer the 9 questions correctly and get full marks." At the time of the previous decision, Ibizai had already read all the test papers once. Only he found 2 extreme candidates. One is Uzumaki Naruto, who scored 0 points by handing in a blank paper. The other is Aizen, the only one among all the candidates who got full marks on their IQ and insights. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Aizen. There are surprises, appreciation, and doubts. Aizen ignored these gazes. He still maintains a low-key and humble appearance, as if this achievement is just a trivial matter. Aizen smiled kindly every time he saw his eyes, and took the initiative to show them good. This made him leave an impression of kindness and ease of getting along within everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a figure smashed through the doors and windows like a ghost and appeared in the classroom. This unusual behavior caused a riot. What's going on here? When the candidates were at a loss, a slender and graceful figure appeared in front of them. This is a bright and beautiful woman with a slender figure, a bit of heroism in her charm, and full of charm. She looks very young, her skin is white and tender, and she is crystal clear. That pair of plump big white rabbits made many people choose yen 3 points. Konoha Special Jainin, Mitarashi Anko. It's too early to be happy. I am the chief examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. The next exam is waiting for you. Anko waved with one hand, and the cloak on her body swayed in the wind, adding a bit of heroism to her originally majestic. You come with me. Anko yelled and raised his white arms high. However, this is not a mess. Because all the candidates hadn't figured out the situation, they looked at Anko with sluggish eyes, and 2 words appeared in their hearts: weird. Ahem. Seeing this embarrassing scene, Ibizai hurried out to round the field. He sneered, "Anko, a total of 79 people passed the exam this year. 79 people, so many? Your exam is too simple, right? Anko glanced at Ibizai contemptuously, and said, "Look at me, I'm going to eliminate the number of people by a big step. Come with me." Everyone was confused and could only helplessly follow Anko to leave the ninja school. After a long journey, they finally came to a barren countryside enclosed by iron nets. Anko looked at the locked door in front of him, her beautiful face raised a sly arc, and said, "This is the exam room for the second exam, the 44th practice room. It has another name, Death Forest." Chapter 44. Outside the iron fence, there are huge trees and vegetation, together with the cascading mountains. It gives people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Uzumaki Naruto shivered and said, "It's so scary here." "Humph, you will soon know why this place is called the Death Forest." Anko stood facing the wind, a weird curve formed at the corner of his mouth. "Stop lie, ghosts believe you." Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Anko and drank dissatisfiedly. "Brush." Anko waved his backhand, and 2 kunai flew out of his sleeves and stabbed at Naruto. It was just that one of them passed by a Kushinen and cut her hair. Naruto hadn't reacted yet, a blood stain had appeared on his face. "A kid like you, but it will be the first to die." Anko came up behind Naruto and spoke sarcastically. However, her expression suddenly changed, because a handful of kunai pierced her back. "This will give you back kunai." The female grass forbearance stuck out her tongue and handed it to Anko. Her face was pale and her expression was weird, like a cold poisonous snake. "If you want to survive, don't stand murderously behind me." Anko Lu frowned and stared at the female grass nymph in dissatisfaction. "Sorry, I was excited when I saw the blood." Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. The female grass ninja stepped back calmly, as if nothing had happened. Aizen saw this scene in his eyes, and it made his brows frowned. With Aizen's eyesight, it is natural to see the clues. He found that the female grass forbearance brought him a sense of danger. This feeling is only produced when facing third Hokage, and it is even stronger. This female grass ninja, Orochimaru in formal disguise. Interesting, another person who pretends to be his identity. But I don't know what his purpose is. Although Aizen was afraid, she was not afraid. With his current strength, he is confident to kill Orochimaru without using Kaika Suijutsu. However, Aizen did not want to have too much entanglement with Orochimaru, because that would expose his strength in advance and would not be conducive to Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai plan. After this scene passed, the examination room resumed its solemn atmosphere. Then, before the exam, post this first. Anko holds a large stack of paper with 3 words written on it. She held them up high and said, "This is a consent form. Each of you must sign in front of the above. Because you may die here, you need your consent." So after some hesitation, the candidates signed their names one after another. They can pass the first hurdle, and they are naturally strong-minded people. The second exam is simply a challenge to the limits of survival. There are 44 entrances in the Death Forest. You will enter the Death Forest from different entrances in groups. Anko explained it unhurriedly. "Your task is very simple, it is the scroll competition. You have to collect 2 scrolls, Heaven Technique and Earth Technique. It's just collecting scrolls, it's very simple." Inyazuka's toothed brows smiled. His best is to collect items. You have a total of 79 people, originally divided into 26 groups. But this year there is one newcomer, Aizen classmate. You must form a separate group. Anko looked at Aizen regretfully and said, 26 teams, half with the Scroll of Heaven, and the other half with the Scroll of Earth. Your goal is simple, to snatch the scrolls of other teams, gather a pair and reach the middle of the forest. Of the tower, you will be able to pass the second exam. All the candidates frowned. Although Anko said it was light, they knew that this level would eliminate half of the team, cruel and ruthless. It's just, Aizen. Your existence breaks the balance of the pair, so in order to avoid breaking the balance, You alone will have 2 scrolls of heaven and earth, which is considered a special care for you. As long as you can reach the tower safely, even if the task is completed. Anko looked at Aizen meaningfully, her words had another meaning. Aizen has 2 scrolls of heaven and earth, which shows that he will be the common goal of the other 26 teams. As long as they attack Aizen, they can easily get the other half of the scroll. All examinees are smart people and immediately understood the meaning of Anko's words. Their eyes focused on Aizen, as if hunters were looking at their prey. Laugh, ridicule, kill intent. For them, Aizen alone is the easiest prey to catch. Even a genius, it is impossible to retreat in the face of the siege of 3 people. Such a special regulation instantly attracted all the hatred to Aizen. Chapter 45. Laugh, ridicule, kill intent. Countless lights condensed on Aizen, as if he was a lamb breaking into a tiger's mouth. In the face of all eyes, Aizen was calm and composed, without the slightest fear. With his character, he naturally disdains these ants. Who is the prey, who is the real hunter? The moment waiting for the death forest to open, it will naturally be revealed. Well, from now on, you can go to the small black room to exchange for the scroll with the consent letter in your hand. Anko yelled, breaking the silence. The assessment this time was very fair, and every time the scroll was exchanged, it was done in the small black room. This shows that the outside world cannot know what real each team got. If you want to get the corresponding scroll, you only need to rely on real strength. All groups enter the small black room in order to exchange for the scrolls. They didn't know the scrolls in the opponent's hands, except for Aizen. Holding the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth in his hands, he walked out of the small black room calmly, ignoring those coveted gazes. Similarly, the entrance corresponding to each reel is different. There are exactly 44 entrances in the Death Forest, which perfectly disrupted the 27 groups and mixed them together. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Very well, it seems that you are all ready. Then I announce that the second exam of Chunin selection exam will officially begin. Anko gave an order, and each group followed the person in charge of the entrance into the Death Forest. The second exam begins. In the Dead Forest. Aizen walked steadily in the woods, even in the environment of this location, still confident and calm. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He is very aware of his situation and has become the primary goal of all groups. Because under normal circumstances, the dominant group can easily snatch the scroll from a single player. However, all the candidates never expected that in this young body, there is a noble soul that has lived for hundreds of years. Due to the regulations of the second examination system and the uniqueness of the Dead Forest, all candidates can play assassin, which means Aizen can finally tear off the disguised face temporarily and kill. Aizen is not in a hurry to rush to the tower, on the contrary, he deliberately slows down and delays time for other teams. He was convinced that all the teams were searching for him at this moment. Interesting, I don't know who will be the first to find it. Aizen smiled slightly and walked forward calmly. On the other side, Inyazukaga, Abarame Shino, and Hinata formed a team. After entering the Death Forest, they did not rush to attack, but chose a hidden place to set up a trap. Sure enough, they deliberately showed weakness and quickly attracted ninjas from other countries. They got the scroll easily. Fortunately, this scroll happened to be the Book of the Earth they needed. I didn't expect to get the Scroll of Earth so easily. There are still 5 days left. It seems that we can spend these days slowly. Inyazuka tooth stretched, and said cheerfully. However, Hinata opposed his idea and said, no, we can't just look after ourselves. We need to find the trail of Aizen classmate and help him reach the tower smoothly. Abarame Shino nodded and said, Hinata is right, although we are separated now. But Aizen is also a member of our 8th class. We must help him tide over the difficulties. Hinata looked at the sky worriedly and prayed alone, Aizen, you must hold on, and we will find you. On the other side, Aizen has gradually moved away from the entrance and headed towards the hinterland of the Death Forest. It has been deep into it here, and it is easy to show traces of other ninjas. Sure enough, when Aizen stepped into a small forest, 3 figures appeared on a big tree out of thin air. These are 3 ninjas from Rain Shinobi village. They all wear Rain Shinobi's forehead protector on their foreheads. They have been lying in wait here for a long time, just waiting for their prey to be fooled. When they saw that the person who appeared was Aizen, their eyes burst out with a burst of excitement and laughed wildly. Tisk Tusk, you are really unlucky, we found the trail so quickly. One of them, Rain Shinobi, sneered sarcastically, and said, call out all the scrolls in your hands, so that we might consider spare you. In front of the hunters, the prey's struggle is just futile. His words were arrogant, as if Aizen had become their prey. However, it was beyond his expectation. Aizen was not only indifferent, but showed a disdainful sneer. When did you get the illusion that I was a prey? There is one more update later, 4 more today. Chapter 46. When did you get the illusion that I was a prey? Aizen sneered disdainfully, strong and confident. His temperament has completely changed, no longer the gentleness and kindness of the past, and the coldness and mercilessness. It is impossible to imagine that a teenager who looks only 13 years old would have such a strong murderous aura. At this moment, the 3 Rain Shinobi had an illusion in a trance. What appeared in front of them was not a weak young man, but a superior master. Aizen stepped forward. Every step he took, there was an unparalleled domineering exudation. His gaze pierced people's hearts like a sharp knife, and it was intriguing. The 3 men and women Rain Shinobi did not dare to look at Aizen. There was a sense of shame in them, as if they were blaspheming the gods above them. Suffocation, fear, despair. Just one look made the 3 of them horrified, as if they had experienced a ghost gate. This nightmare experience made them unforgettable. The 3 Rain Shinobi sweated out of their backs, and their hearts were flustered. When Aizen took a step forward, they involuntarily backed away, and even the hands of the sword in the hands of the sword trembled slightly. Impossible, he is alone, how could he bring us such a strong oppression? Rain Shinobi's heart trembled. They never expected Aizen to shock them with just one look. This feeling was too illusory. What's the matter, why do you want to keep your distance? If you really want to stab me, you should approach me and attack. Aizen took an elegant step, showing unparalleled domineering. Before the 3 Rain Shinobi could speak, Aizen sneered, or, you are afraid that when you approach me, my figure will suddenly disappear from your eyes. Hateful. The 3 Rain Shinobi clenched their fists and couldn't bear Aizen's arrogance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. If that's the case, it's just an unnecessary annoyance. The combat distance will be meaningful, and it will only be limited to the same strength. Aizen's mouth raised an arc of disdain, and sneered, so the fighting distance between me and you doesn't make any sense. When you die, you still rant, I'm going to kill you. The 3 Rain Shinobi roared in anger, their figures flashed, and they rushed towards Aizen. They couldn't figure it out, but it was Aizen who had fallen into the trap. Why is he still so arrogant? This bad breath is unbearable. Can this level of provocation be enough for you to be recruited? It's a great honor. Aizen was indifferent, letting the 3 Rain Shinobi's figures magnify in his eyes, always indifferent. Damn, I hate the look in those eyes, it's obvious that death is approaching, so what to pretend to be cold? Rain Shinobi roared savagely. They shook their shurikens tightly and stabbed Aizen fiercely. They vowed to kill this arrogant guy. Just when the sharp blade was about to stab Aizen, his eyes became sharp and he muttered, Bakud number 61, Liu Zhangguang Prison. The 3 beams of light appeared out of thin air, each turned into 6 light flakes and shot at the 3 Rain Shinobi quickly, restraining them firmly in mid-air. Damn it, what ninjutsu is this? The 3 Rain Shinobi looked shocked, they had never seen such a weird ninjutsu. They desperately discovered that the more they struggled, the stronger their bondage was. Rain shinobi's hearts are flustered, and their pupils are full of fear. This mysterious and unknown power made them feel desperate. With their strength, naturally they couldn't get rid of Liu Zhang's light prison. They could only watch Aizen approaching step by step, helpless. At this time, they finally understood the meaning of Aizen's words. The positions of the hunter and the prey have been completely changed. Damn it, let us go. The three struggled continuously, but to no avail. When Aizen approached, they felt fear in their souls. The coercion of horror penetrated into the bone marrow, making them shiver. I still have the strength to struggle. It seems that I underestimated you. But I advise you not to be too persistent and step on the ants instead of killing them. This power is difficult to master. The palm stretched out from his sleeve robe and placed it on the scabbard around his waist. Aizen coldly pulled out Kaika Suijutsu and held it high in the air. The sharp blade gleamed with dazzling light under the shining sun, brilliantly dazzling. This Zanpakuto, who once made the corpse soul world look like a tiger, will finally bloom its edge in this world. Clang! A sword was swung, and the shadow of the sword flickered. Aizen stepped gracefully and put Kaika Suijutsu in the scabbard. After he took 3 steps, the 3 rain shinobi's expressions solidified, and their bodies burst suddenly, turning into a blood mist. In the blazing sun, the blood blossoms withered. Aizen left calmly. It seems to kill 3 rain shinobi, just trampling to death a few insignificant bugs. P.S. After enduring for so long, Landa is finally going all the way. By the way, ask for a reward. Chapter 47. With a bland sword, the 3 rain shinobi turned into a cloud of blood. Until the moment of death, their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had encountered an incredible thing. They never expected that Aizen's strength was unfathomable. Since entering classroom 301, Aizen has maintained a humble attitude, making everyone mistakenly believe that his strength is not strong. Because he couldn't feel the arrogance of a genius at all. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water. Aizen, who seems to be low-key, is the real devil. After they died, the scroll with Book of Heaven fell to the ground. If other genins see this scroll, they will definitely score 3 points. However, Aizen was unmoved. Instead, he flicked his finger, and a dazzling white thunder dashed through the air, bombarding the scroll, and instantly vanished into smoke. Even if Aizen doesn't own a scroll, he doesn't bother to get it. Because, as long as he wants, everyone can't escape his clutches. Is that the tower? It's too boring to arrive so quickly. Aizen looked up into the distance, and saw a tower soaring into the clouds. It is the center of the entire Death Forest, and it is also a place full of crisis. He suddenly turned around and hurried towards the east. Previously, relying on memory, Aizen guessed that the Gaara trio should be in the east. Out of curiosity about Gaara, Aizen can't wait to unlock the secrets in his body. Because, at the moment when Konoha village played against each other, Aizen felt close to Gaara that there was another powerful force hidden in Gaara. This kind of power is different from the ordinary chakra, evil and violent, and it is not comparable to humans. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Aizen, who has always pursued the ultimate power, naturally feels interested in it. He didn't know that the one sealed in Gaara's body was the fierce one-tail Shower He. Interesting boy, let me unlock the secrets in your body. Aizen's heart moved, and she used Shunpo. His figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, it was already several hundred meters away. If Mitarashi Anko was there, Hanarong would be frightened. Because of this horrible moment shift, even she couldn't do it. Just after Aizen's figure disappeared, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. The 3 of them are wearing strange costumes, and an 8-note note is engraved on the ninja forehead protector. Yinren 3 people. King, Toss, Sack. They looked at nothing around them, their brows frowned slightly. Just now they heard the sound from here in the distance, there must be ninjas fighting here. However, they had less than 3 minutes to rush over. Could it be said that this battle was over in 3 minutes? The three dared not think further. If this is the case, it means that one of them has overwhelming strength. This result is terrible. Strange, besides Gaara's team, who else has the strength to crush? The Yin-Ren trio were puzzled, because when they first entered the Death Forest, they almost ran into the Gaara trio. However, for the purpose of being cautious, they did not choose to fight. Therefore, they can be sure that this unknown opponent can never be the Gaara trio. Anyway, there are footsteps here. Let's follow the traces of the footsteps. Let's follow the traces of the footsteps. This unknown factor must be eliminated in time, otherwise it will affect Lord Orochimaru's plan. With a fierce look in his eyes, Jin made a decision, and drove the other two towards Aizen's departure. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Aizen, with Shunpo beyond imagination, traveled across a large forest and came to the east of the Death Forest. This place is incompatible with the environment of the entire Dead Forest. There are no dense forests, only yellow sand. At this time, in the center of the yellow sand, the three figures moved forward calmly. The teenager headed by them had a big gourd on his back, and it was Gaara. After entering the Death Forest, Gaara and the others easily killed a group and easily obtained the other half of the scroll. Their only purpose is to break the record of Chunin's exam and feel the tower the fastest. When they thought it was foolproof, Aizen suddenly appeared in front of them. Chapter 48. It's you. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro stopped, their faces changed in shock. The appearance of Aizen caught them off guard. Humph, we haven't found the door yet, you actually fell into the net. Kankuro snorted coldly, his eyes full of fear. For some reason, Aizen always gave him an unpredictable feeling, as if this young body contained infinite power. Gaara's face was gloomy, her sullen eyes stared straight at Aizen, and there was a vaguely murderous intent. Previously in Konoha village, Gaara had suffered a loss in Aizen's hands. This makes Gaara arrogant. If it is said that he did not take action in Konoha because he was afraid of Konoha's ninja, then in the special Death Forest, he can kill as much as he wants. Although we are not interested in scrolls. However, since you delivered it yourself, then we laughed at it. Kankuro relied on Gaara's fierce power and thought he had a chance to win. Previously, they had encountered 3 small teams, all of them were killed by the Thunder's means, and they easily obtained the scrolls. If you count Aizen's scrolls, they can already make up 3 pairs of Heaven and Earth scrolls, and their performance is outrageous. Great look, but on what basis do you guys get the scroll from my hand? Aizen smiled slightly, showing her elegant and noble gentleman's demeanor. He went on to say, "Isn't your scroll ruined in my hands?" Aizen's words are plain and impermanent, but it feels like a matter of course. It's like eternal truth, beyond doubt. This guy. Not only Kankuro, but even the calm Temari looked at Aizen in amazement, speechless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. You know, every group stays away from them, and doesn't dare to shake them head-on. However, Aizen not only took the initiative to find the door, but also had such arrogant tone. Especially the eyes that control everything, the Gaara 3 people hate them. What an arrogant fellow, it seems that you have lived under the protection of Konoha for too long, and you have forgotten the pain. Kankuro unlocked the black cloth behind him, and sneered with murderous intent, "Today, I will help you wake up the long-lost pain." The black cloth behind him shattered, and a hideous puppet appeared, Crow. The crow's 5 claws stand side by side, sharp as a knife, as if possessing the ability to penetrate everything. It shrouded like a black shadow behind Kankuro, peeking at Aizen like Shinigami. Just let you understand the power gap. Kankuro commanded 10 commands, and the crow turned into a ghost, rushing towards Aizen as fast as lightning. That kind of ferocious aura makes people shudder in the 10,000 years ice cave. However, beyond his expectation, Aizen not only didn't change his face, he didn't even show any signs of avoiding, his indifferent eyes flashed with disdain. Go to hell! Kankuro yelled unhappily, he couldn't bear the cold look in his eyes. The speed of the crow has become faster, and in the next instant, the sharp 10 claws can penetrate Aizen's chest. At this moment of life and death crisis, Aizen finally spoke. The momentum is very good, but the power is not very good. Aizen chuckled lightly and disappeared instantly. Kankuro was shocked, because Aizen appeared in front of him in just an instant, and even his vision hadn't even reacted to it. The speed of this horror has exceeded his understanding. It's a big taboo to underestimate the enemy. You see, as long as I do this, I can immediately penetrate your heart with my hands. Before Aizen's words fell, Kankuro was shocked to see Aizen's palm was already on his heart. With a little effort, he can easily penetrate his heart. How is it possible? When did he come to me? Kankuro's pupils shrank suddenly and his face seemed dead. He discovered that at this time the crow had just flew to Aizen's previous position. Not only him, but even Gaara and Temari had a stormy sea in their hearts. From start to finish, they didn't see Aizen's movements clearly, and they didn't even know when he came around. This weird speed, like the scene in Konoha, made their hearts flustered. Are you still satisfied with your own words? Aizen stood in the middle of the three, exuding an invisible aura, completely shocking the three. Gaara actually had an illusion, as if facing an ancient beast, a sense of powerlessness instantly filled her heart. Chapter 49. Gaara's face was gloomy, and the endless killing intent surged. His character is cold and ruthless, he likes Xiaoyu, and he will never allow anyone to challenge his dignity. Satisfied with yourself? To the death of the person I meet. Gaara folded her hands together, and the big gourd behind her kept pouring out sand. The sand is light and ethereal, as light as a gauze, gathering in the air into countless small rivers of sand, rushing to Aizen from all directions, trying to strangle him. Seeing Gaara finally shot, Temari and Kankuro tacitly avoided both sides and stayed away from the battlefield. They are well aware of Gaara's strength. If they rush to make a move, not only will it not add the slightest help, but it will become a burden. Let me have a bloody rain. Gaara gave a grin, which was even more eerie. With the continuous swing of his hands, the sand floating in the air seemed to be spiritual, constantly flying in the sky. Humph, no matter how vain you are definitely not Gaara's opponent. Kankuro sneered. Although Aizen just showed unbelievable speed. But out of trust in Gaara, Kankuro still feels that this is a one-sided battle. Sand-bound. Gaara raised her palm to Aizen and shook it lightly. Suddenly, the raging sand flying all over the sky turned into countless huge palms, like Shura's ghost palms, ruthlessly suppressing them downwards. Compared with the majestic sand sea, Aizen's figure looks so small and feeble, insignificant. Is it full of bloody sand? What a funny boy! Aizen is still calm, even if the powerful sand sea is floating above her head, her face remains unchanged. However, an attack of this level can't catch me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Without symptoms, Aizen's figure disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the yellow sand in the sky overturned, violently rushing to Aizen's previous position. Boom! A shocking wave spread, and the ground received a huge impact, cracking out of thin air. The cracks were densely covered like a cobweb, shocking. It's a pity that although Shava's offensive was sharp, he did not even touch Aizen's shadow. Is this amazing body flicker technique again? Gaara frowned, and he realized that he couldn't see Aizen's strength at all. The other party showed amazing speed time and time again, making him frown. However, even if your speed is amazing, you can't touch my hair. Gaara smiled slightly, stood calmly, and did not take the initiative to attack again. He was waiting for Aizen himself to show up, proactively revealing his flaws. Ha, what an idiot! The sand in that gourd can be driven at will, and will automatically form a defense. This is Gaara's most powerful place, absolute defense. In front of absolute defense, I want to attack again, which is really crazy. Contempt flashed in Kankuro's eyes. He knew that Aizen would show up soon, just like the previous two offensives. Sure enough, soon after, Aizen's figure appeared again. Absolute defense? The name is pretty good. Aizen suddenly appeared behind Gaara, his arm grabbed his seong, trying to perform the trick again. Humph! I will never allow the same trick to happen a second time. Gaara yelled and shook her backhand. The yellow sand in the sky condensed quickly with an indescribable terrifying speed. It instantly turned into 4 huge palms, tightly trapping Aizen's limbs. Your movements have long been seen through by me. In front of my absolute defense, Jing Yan's speed is no more than that. Gaara didn't even turn her head, slowly raised her hands into the air, and then shook her abruptly. Stab! The yellow sand in the sky turned into countless tiny needles, which pierced Aizen like a torrential pear blossom, piercing his body in an instant. It's too weak, this stupid guy. It's more than guilty to dare to provoke us. Kankuro was elated, as if Gaara's killing of Aizen was a matter of course. However, his expression changed abruptly before he stopped for a moment. Not only did Aizen not die, but instead appeared in front of Gaara. You lose. Before Gaara could react, Aizen's palm was pressed against his abdomen. Hey? This volatility, that's how it is. Aizen frowned first, then relieved. Through the induction of spiritual power, he finally understood what power was sealed in Gaara's body. One tail, shower he. It's just what I want. Become part of my plan. Aizen pondered inwardly, and quietly planted a spiritual seal on Gaara's body. From beginning to end, he didn't use any power, and he did everything with unparalleled speed. Chapter 50. The moment Aizen touched her palm, she quietly planted a spiritual seal in Gaara's body. Earlier, the moment he touched Gaara's abdomen, he felt a powerful and tyrannical force hidden in Gaara's body. This force sends out a huge repulsive force, preventing Aizen from prying. Although the power of one tail shower he is strong, it is nothing more than that in Aizen's eyes. What's more, Xiaozhiru was in a sealed state, unable to display his full strength. Aizen planted the spiritual power seal for the purpose of eating away the seal through spiritual power. At the necessary moment, it can be guided by spiritual power to completely break the seal and release the one-tail shower he. Due to the mutation of the spiritual power seed, the spiritual power in Aizen and Chakra are accompanied by each other and can merge with each other. Therefore, his spiritual power can also slowly penetrate into the seal. Although only half of his strength was restored, Aizen was confident that he could control the seal through spiritual power. At that time, he will have the initiative and be able to break the seal at any time and release one-tail shower he. This is why Aizen does not use any power and always relies on speed. He didn't want to kill Gaara, but wanted to make him a pawn, playing an important role in Konoha's plan to defect. In this way, not only will not reveal the strength, but can plant a seal without the other party's knowledge, so that the defection plan will increase an important bargaining chip. Sandbound Hager. Gaara clasped her hands tightly, and the yellow sand rushed to Aizen once again. He didn't believe that, relying on his control of the sand, he would not be able to catch Aizen. This time, Aizen did not show amazing speed. After completing the goal, he once again returned to his disguised nature. Aizen nodded his hands and quickly cast Shadow Clone. Call out, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The 5 avatars appeared out of thin air, dazzling Gaara. He couldn't tell which was Aizen's real body. Shadow Clone technique? In front of my sand, everything is in vain. Gaara put her hands out and slowly lifted it into the air. His eyes became extremely sharp, and his hands clenched suddenly. Sandstorm Funeral. The yellow sand in the sky condenses towards the sky, forming a spectacular sand river waterfall. This Shehi waterfall is majestic, with the terrifying aura of rushing for thousands of miles, blasting towards the 6 figures below. Boom! The giant dragon roared and vibrated, and the ground produced violent fluctuations. Under Gaara Shinigami's gaze, all of Aizen's figure was swallowed and disappeared. Although it was a bit tricky, it finally solved him. Gaara slackened slightly, because he didn't sense Aizen's breath, as if this person had disappeared in this world. Temari and Kankuro kept looking around, looking for Aizen, but they didn't find him. I thought it was an opponent who would make me interested. I didn't expect it to be just a waste who relied on the superb body flicker technique. Gaara regained his arrogance. With a move of his heart, he put all the yellow sand into the gourd. When all the sand was gone, they found that the robe remained on the ground. This outer robe is exactly the one that Aizen wore before. Seeing this scene, Gaara was even more convinced that Aizen had been completely crushed by the sandstorm and disappeared into this world. Temari, Kankuro. Let's go. Breaking the best result in history is our primary goal. Although time was delayed by an ant, it is still harmless. Temari and Kankuro followed me in awe, and the 3 of them gradually moved away and disappeared into this land of yellow sand. In the forest next to the yellow sand, a voice suddenly sounded. It's really interesting, the boy in Cheyenne village. Maybe you will give me a helping hand next time you fight. Aizen not only didn't die, but appeared safe and sound on a big tree. At the moment when the sandstorm came down before the funeral, Aizen used Yoichi Siphonjin's unique skill, Kong-chan. Unconsciously, he left the land of yellow sand. With his Shunpo who reached the pinnacle, Aizen easily hid in the forest. From beginning to end, the behavior of the 3 Gaara is under his control.